Boker did fall. Might not be a fight that OG can take. Athletic kid, repelled by the jug. He's actually pretty darn low. But does Doppelganger forward. That was a bold maneuver, and now he'll get brought. What a chaotic fight that was. I don't know. Without that Seb buyback, that would have been a pretty significant gold gain for OG, but it ends up being close to a wash, except for the fact.
What's his buyback? 1,000? You know, actually, I think he is fine to buy back there because he had Doom off, or he had Devour ready. So with the 320 bonus gold, plus the creep, plus the farming you'll do while you're alive and pushing out waves, it's probably worth. Just don't feed.
I say
that would be bad.
You don't die and need that buyback in the next 7. Looking pretty good for OG, though. 25 minutes. They've got a 9K net worth lead. The Juggernaut still reigning supreme. Mid one doing a great job maximizing his farm and still showing up to fights. 5-0-5 on this Juggernaut with 272 last hits at 25 minutes. I think mid one has played very well so far.
Yeah, his Omni slashes have been perfect, and that's what you need in a game like this because it's not a really fantastic Jug game. And naturally build a Manta versus Ember. That's good. You have the Spin versus Glimpse. Same thing with like Inkswell. Like there's a lot of like slow spells. Like Inkswell going to explode, so I'm going to spin. I'm getting Glimpsed, I'm going to spin. All that kind of stuff. But aside from that, he really needed good Omni Slashes. And finding those is pretty tough when you don't have like. Again, they don't have that many like leading stuns and stuff either. He's kind of just doing a lot of it on his own.
Yeah, and you've got some annoying heroes. Like Ember, he can remnant away and stop your ult. Doppelganger can be an annoyance. Like it is not the easiest game to get off these perfect Omnis, and he's made it look pretty easy. You know, like he'll catch them after they've already dropped their initiation escape tools. And dropping the Omni on Slardar could also be really good.
Normally.
Seb, come back! He's trying to call him up.
Holy moly!
I still can't believe that's gods.
Slardar, yeah, me neither. Slardar used to take extra damage with Guardian Sprint, right?
Yes.
How long ago did they remove that?
Like 3 patches, I want to say.
So it's been a hot minute? Okay.
Yeah.
You mean like 3 big patches, not ABC?
Let's see. I'll check.
Yeah, we got to pause anyway. I must have missed that change. Damn, Guardian Sprint's an epic spell now. It's got no downside. Shit's awesome.
Wow, it was all the way back to 7.12. Okay, so it's much further back than I thought.
1-2?
Yeah.
Not 2-1?
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, well.
It was the same patch they enabled Pango in Captain's mode.
All right.
So, yeah, it was way further back than I thought. I didn't think it was that far back.
That's my bad. I think I missed that byline.
That's hilarious.
Well, either way. I don't know if I've clicked on Ember much this game. Do you realize that he's just gone first item Deso?
Yeah, I know. He had it...
That's kind of cool. He's got 2k gold and a Lincoln's queued up, so he's had it for a while.
Yeah, they're stacking that minus armor.
Interesting. But it is cool on Ember with the mechanic of Slight, because it puts the Deso buff on everybody that he hits.
Yeah.
So in combo with Slardar, and then you got a PL. It actually makes a lot of sense.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Death tax.
Tops in. Bit dicey there. But he'll be alright.
Still so far away from this Lotus. Damn. Hobson pretty underfarmed once again here. It's even with the Ember, so comparable footing, but Maybe I'm just used to seeing Topson further ahead than this.
Yeah, it's just not a mid-player's game this time. We're heavy in on the ones.
True.
And then
true.
Seb's just kind of owning
Radiant's
because he used
bottom
Devour.
barracks are under attack.
10k net worth favor now. A double damage rune does spawn up top. Neither team has scouted it.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
All right,
under
what does
attack.
Seb buy? This is the Skyder build. Does he buy the Shivas or the Radiants? The tough call here. He's not sure.
The Shivas sounds pretty good. Extra armor against all this minus armor. Not that Radiance is bad, but... Save now. He's going to get caught.
Radiant's
Dead.
middle tower is
Just
under attack.
dead.
It's too bad they couldn't glimpse and force the BKB on Seb, though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, telekinesis up top.
They're
That
gonna
cast
find
range.
one. This is a big kill. They drop the Doom, and it's well worth it if they can find the kill. And I think they should. Glimpse gonna help buy him some time, but Blade Fury there for a little bit extra. Mid one gets the kill. Now the real fight breaks out. Slardar in the middle of the fray. He's gonna get popped. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. Not bad, but also not gonna set up a hell of a lot. Epileptic Kid is here. Buyback on the Ember. Not one available for the Slardar. He's focused on Seb right now. Seb in a lot of trouble. Gets stunned up and brought down. Now looking for more of this PL deep in the back line, but
There's still
Midland
Omni.
finally caught up to him. Omni Slash gets used and the PL's dead. Now buyback on the PL. A very costly fight for Virtus Pro Prodigy. But OG, they don't want to fight this PL a second time, and they will retreat.
They know that the Aegis is coming up soon. They got to win that fight.
Oh, they get the double damage, though. They want to go back in. Mid one, let it ripen a little bit. Now he's up on Epileptic Kid. There's no doppelganger, and this PL's in big trouble. Manta style gives him the reset, and mid one forces the die back onto the Phantom Lancer.
Ooh, that might be the game ender in this one. Oh, they had to go back for the fight at the pit, but the
Radiant's
timing,
top
everything
tower
just
has fallen.
kind of came out wrong for Virtus Pro Prodigy in that fight. The instant buyback on the Ember, but FN didn't have a TP, so he had to walk back to that fight. By the time he gets there, it actually looked like a decent position with how Epileptic Kid was starting to get into the back lines, but then the Omni Slash shred him. He's just cutting waves.
Yeah, well, he was like standing there AFK for a second, though.
Was he just building Inkswell?
I guess so, yeah.
Or deciding if it's over.
Maybe decide if it was over. He looked pretty AFK to me, but either way, congratulations to OG. Also, how perfect that double damage rune was just chilling there, like for that retreat. I think they would have just kept running if there wasn't a DD there, but that was the moment of,
It did us a favor. I think getting back into this one was virtually impossible at this point for Virtus Pro Prodigy.
yes, I just made it how picture perfect to end it right there with that buyback on PL. You know, it could have gone into a Roche fight. You're right, it was pretty over, but still.
All right, well, OG haters, this is the most basic-ass bitch lineup of all time, and they just won, so they don't need no cheese.
Yeah.
They picked Jug. They have Undying.
It was a great execution with the Juggernaut, though. I
We
think
can't give them any flame for this one, guys. They straight up won.
yes. Mid one made it look easy. I still think that was a relatively tough game for the Jug in like the first 10, 15 minutes, and they handled it very, very well on OG, and that's what set mid one up to have such a great game. Also think it was a really good call to go for the drums before the Battle Fury. We saw mid one get involved very early. He TP'd bottom. He was involved in that mid push. Didn't die a single time that game. That was a great Jug execution. That's how you want to play this hero.
Yeah, the movements were super solid, and I really think Seb, like his timing on the blink and just the way he played that part of the game, did so much for them. He just completely outperformed DM, and the two of them were super important in this game for how they were going to run, like basically who was going to be leading at 20 minutes, depended on how those two performed. And DM, like he had a pretty good lane set up, but he can't keep up with the Devour of Doom. I mean, there's a reason why this hero is so good. And so Seb just hitting those breakpoints a little bit faster did hurt him in terms of the overall timing. And Seb, again, just like performing hard with that early blink.
Yeah. Ended up being a harder game for the Slardar than I thought it would be as well. DM just struggled to make these big plays. Like it's hard when your team has a Slardar and you still can't really take Roche or utilize that objective. I feel like that's another big aspect of course Slardar that he brings to the table. And that was a non-factor for VP Prodigy that game.
I think it's hard going for the drums first too. Like
Oh, yeah.
Finishing drums and then going to the blink. Like, Doom can do that because he has Devour. But as a Slardar, that's one thing that the hero struggles with is that early itemization is just like, how early do I need this blink? And I think he might have needed it a little bit sooner this game.
I'd agree there, for sure.
Might be something he looks back and be like, damn, maybe I should just like rush blink after like Bracer Windlaze or something. Or double Bracer blink. Might have been the play.
OG fans rejoice. They survive, and now they will be moving on to the next round of the lower bracket, where they will be facing either Na'Vi or Fly to Moon. And that best of 3 elimination series is coming up next. So, Trent, buddy, we're going to have a little bit of a break. And then in about 15 minutes, we'll be back for another elimination matchup, best of 3. Stay tuned.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dark. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mock your soul.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's turret has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. His bottom tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dust. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's turret.
Hey there, gang. Welcome back once again. Dota Pit action continues. Second series of the day. Elimination again. Now we've got Na'Vi versus Fly to Moon. Trent, welcome back, buddy.
Thanks. It's our first time for us as casters getting to watch Fly to Moon. We did watch Na'Vi yesterday. versus Virtus Pro Prodigy, I believe, where they took a 2-0.
Yes, indeed they did.
But then things didn't go so hot for them versus Alliance in El Clasico, so that's why they're down here.
Let's take a look. Let's see what do the fans think. I'm curious about the odds on this one. Nice regional matchup, and according to fan numbers, Fly to Moon are slightly favored. So we'll see if that comes true here. Should be a good series. Although Na'Vi looked pretty okay in the series that we've seen, the ones that we were casting.
I mean, yeah, they kind of crushed Prodigy. That looked really good. So,
and they did get kind of crushed by Alliance.
Yeah.
I guess game 1 of that upper bracket series was okay, but game 2 was a bit of a slaughter. That one got away from him.
Well, we'll see where they wind up here. Their Phoenix is taken out, which they did play in all 3 games versus Viking GG, so not going to let that one through. And what else we got here? Undying's still in, though. And if I know Always Want to Fly, I know he always wants to die. I feel like he was still playing this hero before it was good.
Fly to Moon also seemed to prioritize Bane quite a bit.
Also, I mean, that's an Always Want to Fly classic. I wonder if we have the numbers on that. I gotta see.
I'm sure someone somewhere does.
Man, he played that hero. So he has 137 pro games. The only hero he's played more is AA in pro matches all time. I believe that for sure.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I'd buy those stats. And looking at the Fly to Moon Nigma series, they played Coddle Jakiro in both games, actually, as their support duo. And they did mix an Ember in with that. But Rubik opener. Very safe for both sides. Oracle for Na'Vi and Rubik for Fly to Moon.
We're just we're chilling, the easy heroes. Lots of Ilias Oracle, though. We got to see it with the tree. The Immersion Earth Spirit remains. I always like Earth Spirit versus Rubik because I feel like you can't steal anything. That's kind of nice.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I always like Earth Spirit versus Rubik because you can't steal anything. It's like, it sucks. Like, stealing anything as Rubik from Earth Spirit is just, like, pointless. And I find, like, the position 4s, like, usually your supports have really good ultis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Rubik's always looking to steal those ultis, but it's just, like, such trash from Earth Spirit because you don't get the stones.
Yeah. Is Magnetize? Yeah, so you can never reset it because you have no stones. Yeah, okay. You're totally right about that. And you just sniped it as they picked Earth Spirit. So
and like think about it, all of his spells need the stones to be good.
Yeah.
So it's like completely shit.
It's sort of analogous to like stealing Echo Slam against Shaker. Obviously, Fissure is a 10 out of 10 spell because of the cast point, but Echo Slam without the Aftershock is pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, pretty doo-doo.
Similar kind of concept there. Yeah. All right, well, good call. Now Pangolier picked up for FTM. Another hero I think they're quite comfortable with. I have become a big fan of
Pango's
Pango.
Busted. I think he's a first phase hero.
I think this hero he does a lot without items, and if you have a game where he happens to pop off and find some kills or get space in the lane, I think people still underestimate how much Pango scales with farm.
I think he's a 10th pick busted hero, though. Like, when you have the final pick in the draft, I think he's super busted. Because I think the mid Pango is going to make a slight return, I would guess. With, like, his items are all better. The Bloodseeker sucks. It's like, everything's coming up Pango.
Yeah. But, he's got options with Aghanims, Basher, Diffusal, MKB. All these kind of proc items are just stupidly good on him as a core.
And his auras are just good, like Greaves and everything, too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're off lane.
And the chaos factor. I feel like we're getting closer to a meta where being able to create some chaos in team fights is super valuable. I think that's part of the merit of Spectre. When you pop Haunt, you have 5 seconds of complete insanity that the other team has to deal with. And Pango definitely can do some of that with the Rolling Thunder. The King of the Roche Pit, that's for sure. Second round of bans, Spectre and Beastmaster taken out by FTM, and Undying Slark, the first 2 removed by Na'Vi.
So what are even our core counters now to Pango? I guess you don't really counter him with your cores, right? You kind of still counter him with like stunning supports, and so picking him after the Earth Spirit and the Oracle's very good here.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is the only hard counter I had on my list, and that one was as hard as it gets.
Yeah, I mean they get rid of the Beastmaster. That makes sense,
okay,
right?
Another one, yeah. BKB
it's like
Piercing,
pretty good
lockdown.
versus Pango. Also, just a good offlane hero. They play it quite a bit on Na'Vi.
So the Bloodseeker one is so crazy because it's BKB Piercing, and Pango can't stop it. So he's rolling to his own death. Like there's just no opportunity for.
There's nothing he can do. He either just like stops and sits still and dies, or he just rolls and dies.
Yeah, exactly. And at least with Beastmaster, you need follow up still to kill the Pango through that. But it is a tool for sure. Anti-Mage banned out again.
They took always one of the flies on dying. I can like 100% guarantee he was going to pick that. So the Bane's still there though, as you mentioned. That's definitely still
seems okay.
Here.
Some great lockdown. Another BKB Piercer.
It kind of seems like they've mostly been playing the Bane as a 4 though, which is kind of cool. Over the past while. Or maybe not mostly, I should say, but they've also been playing as a 4.
I think of Bane as more of an exclusive 5, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. He can like play in some offlane maneuver. Like you have a Mirana, for example. I think that's when they usually do it. So,
how did they usually play the Pango? For Fly to Moon, do we assume this is 2, 3, or 4?
3.
3. Okay.
Yeah. More than likely.
Looking for another support. Time to think about this.
General already has 38 games of Pango. Wow, that's pretty crazy when you think about it. Like he already has more pro matches on Pango than he does on Nature's Prophet. And think about how long General's been playing like pro.
That is pretty crazy, actually. It's like 38 doesn't sound like a lot, but then you remember like there aren't that many pro matches. You spam a lot of pubs.
Yeah, he's got 33 on Mars too. That's he's really grinding the new heroes. That's pretty cool.
So this is a cool pick here. I would assume a support for now. Yeah. But as we've talked about, the Core Avenge has come into vogue a time or two. 1 or position 2.
I'm not that hot on 5 Avenge. It's like okay. I think some people make it look way better than it actually is, like Kuro. And maybe Always Want to Fly will be the same because the guy is just like so single-minded as a support player. Like he is a hardcore classic 5. Like I will die. Dying, maybe that's, I guess, this does fit the Always Want to Die play style.
Yeah, you swap in, sacrifice yourself to save your buddy.
And you stay alive and keep your aura going. It's great.
Lifestealer with Oracle. Now, talk about survivability. Already a pretty tanky position 1. The nature of Feast makes him quite survivable, and now you got to deal with this Oracle as well.
How many ones were left? I guess Spectre, Morphling, and Slark, and AM all banned. So, yeah, I guess we're down to Faceless Void and Lifestealer.
I mean, there's a PL, right?
Nothing like screams Lifestealer to me, which makes me think that we're getting some combos coming, Like they've got some plans here.
Bat Rider is still in.
That is very surprising.
That could be something for Na'Vi. Bat Rider, Lifestealer, and Fest Bomb. That's a pretty classic combo. And plus, you have a Bat Rider. I guess there is a Vengeful Spirit, so maybe that deters them against the Bat. Maybe part of why they wanted to grab the Venge here. But still a lot of choices for potential Infest Bombs. A lot of Blink Dagger carriers in the off lane. Like Storm Spirit.
I hear my child making quite terrifying noises upstairs. He's shaking a chair or something.
Sorry, honey.
There's a demon in my ceiling.
I'm on the clock right now. Good luck up there.
Yeah, it's all you, buddy. You got this.
The broom, like 101 Dalmatian style, so you can poke the floor just to give her the nod of like, I hear it. I'm supporting you mentally.
Oh, yeah, no, there's no parents up there. He's just completely alone. I figure a 2-year-old can handle himself.
When you hear the knock, come running.
Drow Ranger. So we got a Venge combo. This makes the Venge a little bit better.
Yep, Auras.
Auras are good.
Drow Lifestealer is interesting. It goes both ways, where if you get the initiation on Lifestealer, Drow can keep him at bay sort of with enough range and force stabs, and Lifestealer has trouble closing the gap when he doesn't have rage. But if they grab another good initiation gap closer like Storm Spirit as an example with this last pick, Na'Vi could still have plenty of tools to get on top of the Drow, and Life Stealer like Ember or Timber, another perfect example. Very mobile, getting that back line, infest bombs.
It's also very good versus Drow because she doesn't do anything to reactive armor. Because she only pierces through base armor. Yes,
that's a good call.
Yeah, so that's nice.
Great Timber pickup.
And it's got some infest capabilities.
Yeah.
What's really good is that he's gonna have the Oracle to rely on as the Life Stealer too. So he doesn't have to be like, okay, if I get silenced, I just die. Because that's a very real possibility, as you said. Like, you tend to rely on your rage, and if you get hit by this big old, and they've buffed that silence so many times now that it's truly scary.
Gust is good. Yeah. It's worth a value point. I'll put it that way. It's also nice that they have the Earth Spirit. That's another tool that can be pretty good against the Drow Ranger. Mobile, get in the back line. Morphling taken out by FTM. Now the Lina banned out by Na'Vi.
That makes me think of Viper when they do that, when they ban the Lina.
Oh, so that Morphling was from last phase. That's my bad. Still 2 bans to go for FTM.
And they'll probably ban Storm anyway, even if it doesn't look that... All right, Void Spirit, that's a pretty good one too.
Yep.
Speaking of the spirits.
He's becoming a sleeper hero. Like, we keep seeing Void Spirit pretty ignored, but then we see him banned like this, and you go, oh, yeah, Void Spirit's pretty good.
Yeah.
Kind of forgot about him. Very good against Drow Ranger. I think all the spirits are scary here. Any of them. Ember, Storm, Void.
For both lineups, too, to be fair, actually. Because maybe they don't want to ban the Storm as Fly to Moon because they might want the Storm Spirit themselves. It's a very good Storm game for them.
Now, remember, Fly to Moon will have 10th pick. So whatever gets left in here, Na'Vi will get first dibs. They have taken out TA now. Also would have been very good with the FTM lineup. Opens up Roche possibilities, synergy with Venge and Drow.
I guess Drow Storm's not nearly as good as it used to be, though, because the Aura's not global. And you're probably not even going to be within range of the Aura a lot of the time.
I mean, as of now, I am still really eyeing up Storm Spirit as a last pick for Na'Vi.
I would agree.
Okay,
I think it could have been good for either.
Yes, but I like that ban a lot from Fly to Moon. So is Ember Spirit an option here for Na'Vi?
Ember, Kunkka's still into. Spirit.
Yeah, Kunkka, that's an option. Not an infest carrier, but
I think Viper they might go for. Because I think Viper now, like Storm could have jungled his way through. We've seen that matchup a few times where he just kind of deals with it and it's sort of fine.
Yep.
But Ember can't really jungle as early.
Invoker. Okay.
That's pretty good versus Drow, right? Getting to the back line, Tornado.
Yep.
I kind of a similar hero for Rubik too, where I feel like there's not really that great spells to steal, just because like it's so hard to get the spell you want from Invoker anyway. And part of the balance of Invoker is that his individual spells aren't really that crazy. He just has so many of them, so when you steal from Invoker, you really got to hope for like one of the best ones.
That's true. He's a quantity over quality kind of guy.
That's a really shitty Rubik game.
Yeah,
there's no stuns to steal unless you get like Cold Snap.
We joked in the last series, like, there really isn't a such thing as a bad Rubik game, but some are better than others. This one is pretty goddamn close to a bad Rubik game.
It's like, man, I hope I get Chakram.
Oof. Iceberg grabs the Nature's Prophet last pick. So some global presence now, and certainly some pushing power for Fly to Moon.
Yeah, nice mid-hero for a Drow lineup these days.
Yeah. Thoughts overall on this?
The front line is very weak on Fly to Moon.
Yes,
so they need to play a spread out team fight of like kiting around the Timber and kind of trying to pick off Na'Vi one by one. They don't ever want Timbersaw, Lifestealer, and Earth Spirit like in a blob. Because if they're in a blob, they can't really break the blob except for General. General is like the only hope. But if they get in there as that little clump, they are just going to like eat whoever's in there.
I think you're right. Just looking at the draft, it feels a little easier for Na'Vi. You know, like they have 3 heroes that can kind of just run at them, Timber and Earth Spirit. Their strategy is charge and fuck up the backline, and their backline is most of their team. For Fly to Moon, like you said, it's going to take some choreography and making sure these fights happen on their terms.
Here's the one thing, though. Na'Vi can never do the 1-by-1 chain feed. Like, You need to all initiate at once. If there's
Yeah.
like a second delay between the heroes, that's when you just get picked apart by ranged lineups like this. Where you're just like, oh, Timber jumps in, and it's like, oh, Lifestealer's coming, but he didn't infest in right away, and then suddenly Timber's at like a quarter HP.
Yeah. Like overall though, are you hot on Drow Ranger? The matchup of her versus Lifestealer, which team would you rather be on, just from a carry perspective? Do you like Drow? Would you be confident if you were on Fly to Moon as a support right now?
Yeah. I would wish that one of my supports was a little beefier. That's my really only gripe here. Like I kind of wish this Rubik was like, yeah, I don't know, like under Spirit basically.
Yeah. Someone that can just get in the middle, throw the body, and not die immediately. I would agree with you there.
That's my only like real issue. But if they get ahead on Fly to Moon, that's pretty scary.
Well, we are going to load in game number 1, FTM Na'Vi, a best-of-3 series for life in the tournament. Winner of this moves on to face OG, so quite the prize for winning this round.
This is what I've always wanted.
Loser going home a little early.
Prepare for battle.
You see this? You see that?
Who is the Papa? That is the real question.
We'll just let the players cast the game at this rate.
Yeah, I'm good to let these play out.
我是一个没有感情的刷钱机器。
You guys good?
That one from General. What is that laugh? That shit is
That's
maniacal.
Pango's laugh, dude.
That's just how Pango cackles?
Yeah.
Now,
I
what
can't
did
wait till
immersion
every
just
pro
say?
player has like all the lines so you can drop all the good ones.
'Cause I've got my
30
profanity filter
seconds
on,
to
and there's a
battle.
couple of starred out stuff there in immersion. What are the second and third words?
He's just laughing.
Why is it
Ho-ho.
starred out? Ho-ho is starred out. Jesus.
They're not big on Christmas at Valve.
Jesus, dude. This profanity filter needs some work. I'm
Just
calling
turn
you
it
out,
off,
Valve.
dude. What are you, like 10?
Well, it's not for me, Trent. It's that it should work well. It should be usable if you are one that wants
but
to use the profanity filter.
If one was going to use a profanity filter or make it, wouldn't you err on the side of caution on everything? And then if they don't like it, they can just turn it off. And then it's just like, okay, here you go.
Well, then it's just a useless piece of shit. You know, you want to do the thing where it searches partial strings. So, you know, like team names such as Nigma.
Culpability there,
banned
bud.
out. Culpability. Yeah, okay. Well, then we should remove all the voice lines that have ho-ho in them. I think
Attaboy.
that would be the next appropriate solution. Always Want to Fly does die down bottom, so as you were joking during the draft, guess who's dead first in this game?
How about that sick tree damage, though? Did you see that? It was like 126 on that Whirling Death. How many trees did he cut? 2, 3... At least he might have hit 4 bonus trees there.
Okay. All right.
That was a lot of extra damage. I guess we can literally do the math because it's pure, can't we? It's 12 per tree, so yeah. So he hit 3 trees.
Bottom is missing.
No, 5 trees? I don't remember what the number was anymore.
I'll just let you sort that out, buddy. Up top, Crystallize, he gets repelled. Not going to die here at level 1, but some pressure in the lane already against General and Aloha Dance.
Oh, yeah, it was 126, so it was 3 trees. Yeah, math's hard. Well, not really. You just have to remember if it was 126 or not.
Trent McKenzie, the human
you.
calculator. We call him here at Moonduck. He was our man for Midas mode. Explains
Yeah,
everything.
that's why the math worked out so well on the finances.
We got Young G versus Iceberg Mid, Invoker Prophet. Not the most exciting mid matchup here. Prophet off to a good start. I think should be relatively even.
He's going to poke him over and over with that Blightstone, though. What a nuisance.
Yeah. It is Quaswax Invoker, though. A nuisance is the right word. He's got plenty of regen, though.
Yeah, you're basically Blightstoning him just to keep up, kind of. To, like, try and tame him a little bit.
Yeah.
I would rather have Nature's Prophet mid these days, I think.
I think so, too.
I think Zero's so good.
The global presence is ridiculous. Being able to join fights in the side lanes early on, really without a big opportunity cost in terms of time out of the lane, is such a big advantage in the right scenario. Double teleports at 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll take
early
that.
Tier 1 towers, I think, is still such a busted aspect of this hero. Always Want to Fly is just helping to secure those last hits while being harassed by 2 heroes.
Yeah, he's good. He knows his limits. Loses
Immersion with the
75%.
roll through pull. Nice. So they push back, always want to fly to try and force the good pull here, but don't think they're gonna get this here. Always want to fly can still just contest. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the range.
Pasha getting dinked a little bit. Still only 1 point in the reactive armor. Now stunned up. This could be a kill. Pasha, he'll fall. V-Tune. Credit for that one as Immersion rolls back to safety.
He might have died, but he died. It wasn't first blood, and now they have the wave where they want it. So there's some value calculations there. Although they didn't kill that much of the wave on the creep, so it's still going to push back.
Wow, it's already a 1K net worth lead for Fly to Moon. This bottom lane going very well.
Bottom is missing.
Step out of your
Ember not getting much in the way of CS. See if things level out a little bit in the next couple minutes, but this is a hell of a start for the Radiant. Now they'll pull Crystallize back. He does not have Rage skilled yet. He's only level 3, and they'll find him. That's a big kill.
So did they try and go in general? Bit of a toughie. Ilias not quite level 3, so waiting for his moment to shine here.
Bottom is missing.
Oh wow, did he actually just get that deny with the right click on Oracle, by the way. That was sick.
All right. Props to Ilias. Well, Drow is having a great lane so far. It will definitely ramp up with the Timber. As you mentioned, the reactive armor just gets better and better.
Dead. Oh, he doesn't have rage, as you said. Oh, but he doesn't have telekinesis either without Mango.
Storm. Crystallize. He's going to take a lot of damage here. And roll light on mana. Aloha Dance is going to fall, but Crystallize still trying to find a spot in the trees. He's going to have the swashbuckle. Can General hit it? He does. 1 for 1, but carry for support, obviously favoring FTM.
Yeah, he just bullied him with the Orb of Venom, just holding the swashbuckle the entire time, knowing that, you know, I'm just going to wait for that moment where I'm not going to miss. You guys don't have the damage left now. You burnt it all on the Rubik. Spent all the mana on the Ilias. Is Pasha recovering here? Somewhat. I mean, he's basically just keeping even with the Drow at this point, which I guess is a little bit of a win. He's got the 2 points, though, so life's better. So you have 2 points in reactive.
Looking at worth here. Pango #1. All 3 cores of Fly to Moon topping the charts right now. We'll see Pasha get brought down pretty low, but Immersion's here with a roll. So they don't have enough for a kill this time. Revenge. Very annoying lane combo.
That should help. Missing
It is one of those ones that, like, you can definitely just feed away. I think they're playing it pretty well. The first 2 waves, I think, are very important. Like, even though Always Want to Fly fed, like, to start the game, too. It matters on those, like, rolls that Immersion can hit. But now with all the trees cleared out here, they're kind of in a bit of trouble. Because now there's really no punish game here. So Always Want to Fly can just run back and forth here, and what can Pasha do?
Yeah.
Right?
No whirling death threat. And now up top, Iceberg. He does make a TP rotation. Looks like they want this tower and Crystallize.
That ward's going to get left down bottom, too, because of that ulti.
Crystallize is still level 3 here, Trent. He doesn't have rage. Maybe they can kill a creep and he'll pick it up. Iceberg's in pretty deep. Young G also TP's in. But without rage, I'm a little scared for this lifestealer. They do get Young G.
I'm level 4.
Not too effective. Does get the rage. Drops the TP. Just in time. Saved by the bell for this lifestealer.
So the 6-minute tower push continues. This time it'll be in the safe lane, and it's very unlikely that Fly to Moon could do the same thing down bottom. They're just denying their own catapult, in fact.
Yeah.
Not going to work versus the Timber, so good edge. Just taking the top lane at the very least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sometimes you can just get away with a double, right? Like, then you take Iceberg down the bottom lane and do the same thing, but versus the Timber, it's not going to work. So
with Profit, that potential is there for sure. But that's fine for the Drow. She'll be happy to keep this wave tucked under her tower. Already a 2K net worth lead. Look at that net worth breakdown, Trent. That's scary. That's a lot of green floating towards the top.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
For 7 minutes, especially.
invisibility. Missing
Bottom is missing.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, at how poorly this laning phase is going for Na'Vi. It's 4-2. They're not feeding, but they just don't have the presence.
Missing bottom.
And my initial reaction is that they picked their lifestealer pretty early. They didn't really show anything to be that great of a lifestealer game. The Timber's fine for the most part. This is kind of just like, oh damn, that's a lot of damage.
This is just early stage Timber, but now Ilias, he's going to be in trouble. It's only a 4 Oracle. Iceberg taking credit for that one. Pasha managed to survive so far. 3 points in the reactive armor. They've got a stun. They've got a rolling thunder. Find something to bounce off of, and they almost have Pasha, but they'll need more. Can't find it, and now the retreat. Young G comes in. Multi-shot brings down Immersion. They do trade always on a fly. But another good fight for FTM. 6-3 now.
Man, that smells so sick. I love multi-shot.
Oh, me too.
Shout out to Drow, man. This hero's way cooler than he used to be.
Yeah, you feel like you can actually do something in the lane and like have a kill threat outside of just frost arrows. It's fantastic.
So Pasha living is a big deal because the reason they bring 5 heroes down here is they just want to start shutting down Pasha's game now because he's the next person that should be like having a match now on Na'Vi where he starts to become relevant. But if you just kill him a couple times, then you're going to slow that pacing down by a lot.
Absolutely. Mid lane now. Roll in onto Aloha Dance. This looks like a good setup, but there are reinforcements. FTM aren't going to let this go for free. They at least want Immersion, if not more, and they won't get it. He makes it out with 30 HP. Barely misses the swashbuckle there. Clean kill for Na'Vi. Nicely done.
Yeah, you can give Immersion a couple of hits of the old Purifying Flames. How much, if you're at 0 HP, what does 2 Purifying Flames do for you? Like 400? That's not bad. 350?
350.
All right.
Yep. You know, took a little damage from that second one while they're waiting for the cooldown. Pasha bottom lane. V-Tune looking for a kill. And he might just find it. Always want to fly is here. They drop his armor. They've got the Sprout.
I know I should
See you later, big dog. Pasha, down.
You have to earn.
First, you have to earn it, Trent. That's what Drow Ranger just told me.
Oh, I have a fun trivia question. Who gains the most agi per level in this game? Do you know?
All right, hang on a sec, though. General mid lane, Immersion. It's probably not him, but he's on the run. Who's going to die? It's going to be a 1-for-1. Immersion for General. Another good trade for Na'Vi this time. Highest agi gain in this game.
Yeah.
Now, I feel like Drow Ranger is usually the obvious answer here, but if that were the answer, this wouldn't have been an interesting trivia question. So I'm going to go with Lifestealer.
Let me tell you about it. There's actually 3 heroes that gain more agi than Drow per level, and one of them is not Lifestealer.
Fuck.
Oh, they actually got him! He died in the well!
Yeah, I saw that. Wow. I don't know. Now I'm curious. Is it Venge?
Yeah,
no, Prophet.
Venge gets 3 Venge gets 3.8, Prophet gets 3.6, and Pango gets 3.2.
Okay. Yeah, I should have guessed Prophet. That was... I know that about him. He's int with crazy agi, and that's why he right-clicks so hard.
Yeah, Venge is nuts, though. I mean, 3.8? Like, damn. This hero.
And what is Drow's for reference?
2.9.
That's
2.9.
Missing bottom.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I guess if hers was much higher, it would just be busted.
Oh, yeah. She'd be super broken. Yeah. Now, I've just seen, like, Iceberg TP into these fights and suddenly getting 22 bonus agi is kind of crazy with how this hero's built.
I faked myself out with the big brain play on Lifestealers. I know he's strength, but he's kind of agi. Ooh, they'll catch Iceberg here. Are there going to be counter kills, though? Immersion in pretty deep. Rolling Thunder going to lock him down. They will go 1-for-1. Remember, that's a mid-Prophet, though.
He actually got the good spell. He got Cold Snap.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The only useful ability right now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Middle is missing.
Mid lane, under pressure now.
I mean, Rubik with Cold Snap is basically like the Invoker that you get in your pub that plays Quaswell X but only ever has Cold Snap and Tornado the entire time. So you're half of a pub Invoker. That's something for you. It's actually so true, though. It's like these guys have been playing XOR for like 5 years, and suddenly like, well, I guess Quaswell X is good now, so...
Yeah.
Guys, I've already Cold Snap and Tornado. I don't have anything else to do.
It is a weird dynamic.
Dire's top tower
Pressure
is under
continues,
attack.
though, for Fly to Moon. Up top,
Radiant's
Trent,
bottom
tier 2
tower
tower
is under
under
attack.
siege. Hey, this Drow Ranger's got the high enough compendium or battle pass that she's got the particle attack. Bam. Pasha caught by a swap. Follow-up stun will go onto the Oracle. Big defense by Na'Vi and Fly to Moon.
Oh, you
Well,
guys stop
this is
feeding,
their
guys.
strat. They
You're in
always
trouble.
want to fly die, and the rest of them retreat.
Yeah, but these are the kind of kills that Na'Vi are looking for. They're gonna look to defend these towers because that is how they keep this game. Like right now, this game's kind of even. Like between the tower gold, you just take away like what is it? Oh, actually, they only have one more tower. Never mind, they only have 2 more towers. All right, fair enough.
Oh, big fight now. Rolling Thunder. Getting some good bounces, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Now General might be in a sticky situation. B-Tune with a silence on 2. A great multi-shot, bringing him down low as they kill Pasha. Now Immersion stuck behind, had the surprise inside, and Crystallize will rage, run back to safety. The turn back. Good for FTM.
V-Tune is quite literally dominating this game as he's 4-0-3, but kind of perfect in these team fights. Excellent positioning. I haven't even seen a swap really needed to save him or get him out of harm's way. And they're trying to go mid with this Haste Rune and Orchid, but Aloha Dance can't really keep up.
Dire's top tower is
Youngji, a
under
smart
attack.
boy
More
there, keeping
pressure
his
up
Quelling
top.
Blade too.
B-Tune will just finish off that tower.
Dire's top
Almost
tower
denied there.
is under
Pasha. Pasha. Silence. Swashbuckle. Multi-shot. He's done. Iceberg with the Wrath of Nature to finish him off. Oh, Pasha. He is losing momentum, Trent.
And he's waving the white flag with that Seb emote. I don't blame him.
Yeesh. He has no items either. He's close to finishing up the mech, but this Timber, not that intimidating force that you want him to be during this stage of the game. Now up to a 6k net worth lead with only a 4-kill gap.
Radiant are scanning.
They just have such an overwhelming amount of damage for this point in the game. Like, we're talking about, like, concerns about, like, tankiness and stuff, but they're just, like, they're not at that point yet for Na'Vi at all.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Orchid
bro.
comes out. He gets the rage off, but can't get anywhere for an infest. Still on cooldown anyway. Very nice kill. Sets up with the scan play.
What need have I for invisit?
I like the idea from Lifestealer to be farming in enemy territory like that. You need to find enemies aren't, and Fly to Moon have been playing very aggressive, but gets caught that time. Smoke up now. Invisible Pangolier might break this smoke. Nope, looks like they'll swing it wide, and they'll be safe for now. Looking to jump on the Drow Ranger, perhaps. Got the Dragon Lance, and don't forget, we've got this maxed out Venge Aura, so V-Tune actually has crazy attack range in this game.
Oh, V2's in the worst spot, though.
Knocked back. This is the initiation they wanted, and I think they'll find this kill to start it off. Immersion finds credit. Timbersaw deep in the back line, always want to fly, also going to get converged on. That's 2 down. Na'Vi not done yet, continuing to haunt. I meant to say hunt. Playing too much Spectre. Pasha going to find that kill in Aloha Dance.
They had the completely wrong read on that situation.
Yeah, they did.
So, Pango, Mr. General, was sitting up here in Visrund, right? That whole time under an Obs and a Sentry from Na'Vi. So, they just, like, go for this backstab over here, because they were worried about maybe a smoke or some initiation coming down from that middle section of the map, and from the high ground jungle, and, like, V2 was quite literally at the forefront of the lineup there.
Yeah.
And that's not where he wants to be.
Yep.
Oh, I like that Sunstrike a lot, actually. Checking the Roche pit. Because that would have been a pretty good time to go Roche. They know that General went for the Vlads early. He's also picked up his drums. He did complete them. I think he needs Blink next, though. I'd really like that. I'm not even sure if the drums were necessary.
Well, even though that smoke worked out really well for Na'Vi, if they had taken that other path near the Ancients where the Pango was standing, that could have very easily backfired with that Invis rune. But now into the Roche pit. They had the right idea with that Sunstrike Scout. It should fall pretty quick once V2 makes it into the pit, but Na'Vi, they are nearby. They can certainly close this gap. Scouts out with the Tornado. Roche down to about 50% HP. Still time to get in here, though. Lifestealer not with them. He does have a TP. I don't know if they want to do this 4v5. General comes rolling out of the pit. Roche still falling, and it is going to go down virtually uncontested. Age is on the Drow.
Yeah, good timing there from General. He made it so there was no really like win situation there for Na'Vi. They can't commit into the pit then. And they all had to just run up the high ground because they didn't want to fight on the stairs either. Else Pango wrecks them.
Midas into Armlet for Crystallize.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a go-to build lately on the Lifestealers.
Okay. Well, the Midas isn't so surprising. We're seeing that more and more now. Armlet.
Yeah, we had a Lifestealer yesterday that didn't go Midas Armlet, and I was surprised because I've just been seeing that so much lately.
And Armlet's a great value item, and there's no AA or anything like that. It's certainly tempting. And in a game like this where you're behind, I think it is a good, easy build-up value item that gives you a pretty solid power spike.
It means his halberd's going to be late, and because he went for the mech first on posture, his halberd's also really late, and they have double ranged core draft where the halberds are insane value. I think Immersion's probably going to buy a halberd after Yule's.
He's already got the Veil of Discord. Asha, silenced. Oh, still gets off a Timber Chain. Nice. 5-man Dota.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We've got
Dire's
auras.
structures are fortified.
We're pushing towers. Good strategy here from FTM.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah, it is still a delicate lead, even at 8k, as we kind of saw when they lost that fight earlier, just from like V-Tune dropping. So I appreciate that they went for the Aegis before they clear out these tier 1s and tier 2s, because they're going to want cheese before they go high ground anyway.
Now the fight breaks out in the Dire jungle. Aloha Dance, the first target. Looks like he's going to get brought down. Always want to fly also. Any counter kills, though. They do get the Oracle. Fly to Moon. Could still be looking to take this fight. Buyback from the Oracle now, and they're going to get overwhelmed. V-Tune in trouble. He'll go down next. That's the Aegis. BKB used by Iceberg. Immersion saved thanks to the buyback from Ilias. Now V-Tune on the run again.
Keeping that aura down.
Force staff up in a couple seconds. Not going to be there. Overcommitment from Fly to Moon and a very worthy buyback from Ilias.
Delicate. Very delicate. I need to keep reiterating that. Like, they're up 8k, and you see a fight like that where the supports get blown up right away, and suddenly they just lose it.
Yeah, that's the hallmark of the Drow Venge draft, right? You're playing around glass cannon. As long as they don't touch your cannons, you're in pretty good shape.
Okay, a lot of that's actually just got Alacrity too. There are not many good spells. Maybe I'm underestimating a little bit. That Alacrity's a 6 steal. What, you have a Drow and a Nature's Prophet?
I just hang on to that one for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, he had a level 1 Whirling Death before, so I think this is a big improvement.
That's an understatement. Level 1 Whirling Death on Rubik.
He actually took the second point in Whirling Death before the second point in Chakram, because of probably the mana cost.
Yeah. Yeah, Chakram jumps from 80 to 140, and the mana cost per second, if you leave it channeling, goes up by like 50%. It's a big jump. When you're behind, it doesn't feel good.
Alright, well, there's the armlet, and thus the halberd will be next.
What's our win percent right now? Dota Plus says 80.
Hold on. Oh, damn.
Sorry.
I was going to guess.
I should have let you play Jeopardy there.
I think if they had a carry that wasn't Lifestealer, it would give them like a really high. It would give them like 45% or something, I bet. If it was like a Spectre or something.
If it were Spectre, definitely. Against Drow and also just Dota Plus loving Spectre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it likes Lifestealer, though.
No. Dota Plus seems to really like the big ultis. It loves Chrono, it loves Haunt, it loves Echo.
It likes Chaos Knight, too. I've noticed that before.
Really?
Yeah, I've had games where like CK looks like there's no way they're going to win, and Dota Plus is like, nah, it's cool, don't worry.
Well, Alacrity on Drow, you can't even see her projectiles. It's just one stream of golden particles.
Radiant's top tower is
so many battle pass levels of glory.
I think that one costs 1,800, 1,900, something like that.
It's like 16.
16, okay. It's up there. The Drow is 1866, so it's in that neighborhood. It looks cool. Is it worth $800?
Dire's middle tower
Duh.
is under attack.
Maybe.
The answer is clearly yes.
Dire's middle tower
Maybe.
has fallen.
And if it's not, don't tell Owen.
Yeah, poor OD Pixel hasn't figured it out yet. Hopefully he's not disappointed when that baby Roche arrives this year.
He maxed out the levels before anything was even available. Before like any of the Arcanas. Like Ah, what a character.
Oh, that Owen, that rascal.
All right, he's not going for the blink. He's gonna rely on his own ownage here and go straight for the basher.
His own ownage.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he can.
Thus,
do it.
him being ownage.
He's 3-1-7. He has had a very good game so far. So.
Yeah, but where's he been in those fights that started off poorly? He can't like counter-initiate or anything because he doesn't have blink.
Well, unfortunately, Trent, he cannot control how V-Tune chooses to position Drow Ranger.
Well, you can with your mic. You just yell at them.
Well, there is.
Although it doesn't seem to work in my game.
So there's still a trust point there of V-Tune listening to what you have to say. I mean, you are right, but it's felt less like General in the wrong spot and more like they just misread the movements kind of as a team. If Na'Vi had gone left instead of right, General would have been in the absolute right position. So.
Well, I didn't necessarily mean that fight. I meant like the other fight.
I
The
see.
Rubik and the Venge.
I see.
On the high ground.
Yeah.
And the Aegis and whatnot.
Don't remember where General was when that started.
Well, he wasn't in the right place, I'll tell you that much. I'm just kidding.
But we all make mistakes, buddy. Let's see if General has had time to learn and grow from it. Basher is a scary item in the hands of Pangolier, though.
Yeah, Pasha's living the fear life here. He's like, oh, please, let me go. Oh, he didn't get the Organ off. I guess it wouldn't have mattered. He already cast Timberchain, but still. He's trying to catch it before.
Yeah, they might have had a potential to close the gap. His CP's up in a couple seconds now, so Pasha should be fine.
He's looking for the farthest trees.
Keep it going, Pasha. He even finds a little
that
farm.
regen rune is way too tempting. Oh, jeez, he did it.
Oh, he's got the trees. He's got Ironwood tree. Oh, that's awesome. He GG'd on top of the regen. Is it going to cost him, though?
Yeah,
it will cost him everything.
It was too tempting. He couldn't help himself.
Ironwood tree on Timber is cool. It's always cheeky when you see stuff like that.
It has a much larger cast range than you expect. 800?
Yeah.
So it actually makes it kind of valuable for like Wind Ranger and stuff.
Yeah. Well, either way, rough for the Timber, and FTM looking at high ground. B-Tune laying into the tower, and Drow Ranger starting to get to that point where she does hurt. The Yasha up now to go with the Hurricane Pike, but level 14. Your 3 tower dead, and not much of a defense able to be mounted by Na'Vi without their Timber.
I mean, you have to fully commit on that defense, too, because they're just using the Venge Aura, and then the Prophet and the Drow just hit from the low ground anyway.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a commitment. And Drow coming up on 15.
All right, Lifestealer has now hit the basic items that he needs to, like, function in a team fight with the Halberd. So there's that, but he's still not scary, I would say. Now he just, like, brings hope. I think the BKB is going to be a big slap down GG for V-Tune if they're still in a good position. Like, if they get Aegis Cheese and BKB,
yeah,
there's going to be some problems here. But we got 40 seconds till the Roche spawns, and Na'Vi, this is your time. It's a 15k lead that has grown.
Still a tall order. Crystallize goes in. Defensive swap. Keeps him alive. Always want to fly. Throws his body at the equation and seems to have come up with a solution. They'll retreat. Immersion rolls in. Clumsy net does set up onto Rubik. But now General goes cruising on in. Multi-shot flies through. Immersion does manage to survive. Scepter out on Ilias as Iceberg jumps in the back line. Double damage did get picked up by the Invoker, but now this spread out fight not working for Na'Vi. Ilias going to be in trouble here as the false promise will pop. Immersion dies in the back line, and Pasha now stunned up, locked down, and he is not so tanky after all. Does have the surprise inside, trying to get Lifestealer in front of that Drow Ranger, but V-Tune just pushes up to the high ground. Now Crystallize in super deep. Aloha Dance is chasing Pasha off to the other side. And it looks like he is going to get finished off as General. Iceberg, they come in to close the gap. Another telekinesis, and they've got him. Finish off by Whirling Death, and then Crystallize did end up living. Found a good juke path in the tree line, and he'll be just fine.
Yeah, they got spread out. You know, the whole thing that they just do not want to happen versus this lineup.
The long chase onto the Timber ended up working out. Yeah, this Drow is
There's no BKB for 8 seconds here. I think he's dead.
Okay. Space creation for Roche? Question mark? The aggro play out of Iceberg? Perhaps
not the biggest deal, but at least
a little
gives them
unnecessary. But yeah, that's. He is still crazy farmed. This Prophet has had a very easy game so far.
And I love the way that they're just positioning him in front, always holding the swap too.
Immersion now in the front line. He's got a Ghost Scepter himself, so he'll have a reset. General charging through with the Rolling Thunder and just backs out. Brisal comes in. Drow on the run.
On the one hand, you want to force it because you're probably not going to get a fight 4v5, but there's still Aegis and Cheese. But if you try and delay until after this Aegis and Cheese, it doesn't really feel that good. I mean, they're just at a point in the game where it's, you know, big risks must be taken in order to get back into it.
It's Hail Mary time. We need to go high risk, high reward, try to break this open. Because as you said a couple times now, the siege power from Fly to Moon is quite scary. They can just keep furthering this lead, and they can start taking your base structures really with minimal risk thanks to the Venjora. These two ranged carries just sit low ground, and once Navi's locked in their base, that's where heroes like Prophet and Drow can really play vacuum cleaner. Suck up all that farm. Timbersaw now, he's going to be caught. Guardian Greaves, give him a little reset. Iceberg with a very aggro TP. Actually goes for the Invoker instead, but not a lot of follow-up there. Na'Vi on the run, and they'll make it back with their full team intact. Not good that Na'Vi seem incapable of making an aggressive play, though. Really good ward they have out on the low ground.
They're starting with some pretty long-range initiations, though. That's kind of just the nature of their lineup. They don't have Blink on General, right? So it's like the fights only happen when Na'Vi starts them. Other than that, it's just objectives.
Ghost Scepter, False Promise. They've already killed the ranged barracks. Now melee under assault. FTM, BKB, pop by Iceberg. Drow in the front line, Mantas it off, trying to walk back to safety. Pasha trying to pursue, but he just can't. Silence, locked down, and now the right clicks come. Immersion goes rolling in, gets a great magnetize, and maybe this is the setup.
Did he ever?
And they clean this up. Aloha Dance getting low. They need some finishers, though. Aloha Dance goes down first. General rolling around. They get Iceberg. Always want to fly with the TP in the trees. He makes it. And now General looking for the retreat. He's left all alone. The Drow also made it out. His TP won't happen. And Na'Vi somehow managed to get 3 out of this without taking a single death themselves. They don't finish off the Aegis, but that was one hell of a hold. They did lose the range barracks.
And it's mostly a hold. Fine. There's only 2 minutes left on the Aegis anyway, so by the time Nature's Prophet respawns, they're not going to be able to actually push in here.
That was pretty big.
Man, I hope you're going to fight recap. I didn't catch one. I don't know if you did.
I only got the kill on General. I didn't get the full recap.
Yeah, I think
I wanted to see how much damage Immersions did.
Yeah, me too. That's exactly what I was just thinking. I guess I'll check at the end, but that
was a god tier magnetize.
And probably with Veil too.
Go!
We see why this is respect banned against Immersion in most games. Earth Spirit Tree, his big 2.
Delicate lead. Lifestealer has almost caught up to Drow. That's unreal.
And he's going MKB. So we'll now hit very hard. Just the Blitz Knuckles await. The Knucklers.
I saw he stole Infest on the Law Dance, and he infested inside the Drow, but it's not even that good. It's like 25% movement speed. That's kind of it. You know, I was thinking like, oh man, this could be kind of sick, but there's no like huge buffs or bonuses, and Drow, she's already pretty fast.
No, like it's only really sick on Lifestealer because he's not that mobile, and it gives him a tool to get into the back line or to escape,
or to like get in and out.
Yeah, for Rubik, it doesn't really. I guess it gives you a potential escape if you need it, but yeah, I guess you could pop out and then telekinese somebody. You'd be like a little hit squad. BKB now up on the Drow Ranger, obviously a big item. And she does have Butterfly queued up now. Might end up not being the choice, given the MKB is already complete on Lifestealer.
Could
I don't know.
Blade maybe. A
I'm
little wild.
I'm not nervous for FTM, but I keep
you
hearing
should
that
be.
word delicate in the back of my head. Like, y'all are some fine china. You look good right now, but positioned poorly in the dishwasher, and you might find a couple of shattered glasses.
Yeah, don't put your silver in the dishwasher, guys. Well, sorry, you can put silver in the dishwasher, but it has to only touch other silver. Got to put it in the separate part. You don't want to tarnish your silver, right? There's your handy advice from the married father of 2.
You're going to want to hand wash your china that is not dishwasher safe. If it was made 50 years ago, it's probably not dishwasher safe. Pro tip.
Posh is going it.
He wants it up top onto Iceberg. Follow-up stun. How far will Na'Vi pursue? Sunstrike scouts things out a little bit. B-Tune still holding the BKB. Remember, there's no H's here.
Wait, where'd that cheese go? Am I crazy? Did General get gone on?
Dire's middle barracks
I'm not sure.
He had the cheese when he TP'd out.
On a courier? Is it on Prophet? No.
He must have got gone on somewhere. Oh, it's in the fountain. Why is it in the fountain?
What?
They left the
You're right.
cheese.
There is a cheese in the Radiant Fountain right now. Why wouldn't you just put it in somebody's backpack and carry it with you?
I guess there was a miscommunication.
Like, Venge has slots, Drow has slots, just put it on a courier and fly it out. What do you...
They were saving it for Iceberg. Like, get rid of the Blightstone, just put in the cheese when they go high ground or whatever.
Yeah, I can't think of any possible advantage for not keeping it in a backpack. MKB now up on the Pango. Man, a lot of Monkey King bars this game. Smoke from Na'Vi now, pressing into enemy territory. They might find Iceberg. Roll from long range, does connect. Surprise inside, Sunstrike, boom.
I did not think they were going to get that, man. That's a risky play. Like, the smoke out Idfest.
That was
Excellent
a clean
found.
kill, though.
And now Aloha Dance, too.
So we're going to find this one nice and easy. Cold Snap.
Oh, buddy, I love these games. Oh, I love when you're in this game in a pub and your team starts turning on each other because you're up so much.
Yep.
And everyone's starting to get a little stressed out that they're coming back.
And you don't have the obvious objectives anymore. There's only one tier 3 remaining. You've got half the barracks mid. Roche isn't up for a while. You're in this situation of like, what do we do? I don't want to just farm passively because I don't want to give Na'Vi space, but we can't just throw our bodies at the high ground.
Oh, I can feel this so hard right now. Oh, immersion. See, look, guys, even legendary Earth Spirits make mistakes, and it still works out. Okay, well, even legendary Earth Spirits make mistakes twice.
Well, they're still going to find the kill, so it all comes together.
My sadness that you're gone.
8K net worth lead. She is dwindling, cut in half from its peak just about 10 minutes ago. And that win percentage climbing for Na'Vi, now up to about a 70-30. Still in favor of Fly to Moon, of course, but
I blame the double
scales are
Vlads.
shifting.
That's what did them in.
They have a double Vlad, really?
Radiant's top tower
They
is
picked it up on Always Want to Fly, too. After General bought it first.
Why'd they do that? That's silly.
Hey, you can sell it. It's fine. It's actually not a big deal. Man, General hasn't been near him the whole time anyway, so.
Radiant's top tower has
I guess that's true. That's still odd, though. We're still not even seeing Vlad every game. And Fly to Moon, they're doubling down.
Radiant's top
Well,
tower
they had
is
to make
under
up for
attack.
Na'Vi because they don't have one.
Oh, there you go.
You know, the stats gotta be saved.
Like this change from B-Tune, though. Seeing the amount of MKBs being worked on, he will not go for the butterfly and instead just one status. So going to go for raw damage instead.
Oh, they're doing
Down
it
bottom,
again.
Infest Bomb onto Iceberg. That's the cheese. BKB used.
Radiant's top tower has
Still a lot being committed here, and now they're going to turn onto Crystallize. Remember, he used the Infest to get in here, and he's done. V-Tune gets him. That was a big commitment from Na'Vi, and now it's going to cost him.
No
Lotus.
buyback, too. They
Joseph.
nearly had him with the bashes through the BKB, but yeah, that cheese thankfully picked up this time.
Yes, without the cheese, that would have been a disaster.
And he's just going Satanic to try and avoid that again, too. Give him the stats resistance and then just try and fight through it.
I like that. Eat the cheese and then buy one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it helps
Smart
he can
man.
get rid of his Blightstone with the orb, too. You know, just the way better Blightstone.
Dire's
Absolutely.
turret has been killed.
Roshan up in a minute. Oh, a longer respawn. Slightly unlucky for Fly to Moon, I imagine.
Damn, they have unused Titan Sliver on Na'Vi and unused Spider Legs on Flight of Moon as we head to the Tier 4 neutrals.
Rubik holding on to the Philosopher's Stone still.
Yeah, this is where I want the Spider Legs in the backpack. So that when you know, the fight's gonna start, you like just pop them in.
Both teams actually opting to skip the Titan Sliver.
Oh, they got the cape on the Dire. V-Tune praying for that cape.
Oh yeah, that's your dream item on Drow Ranger. Well, she got the Leveler. That actually
Leveler's
is
pretty
high
sick
up there
too when you're going Daedalus. That's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe the Leveler is a little better. One of the things that I really like about the Illusionist Cloak is that the duration of the illusion and the cooldown are exactly the same. So if the illusion doesn't die, it has 100% uptime.
Yeah.
So you can use it to stack camps, push out waves. Like it's a really cheeky little item. Drow gonna kill Roche in less than 10 seconds. That might have literally been 5 seconds.
It doesn't even have the Daedalus done yet.
Yeah, that's just a Crystallis. Man, does this hero scale. It's only 38 minutes.
I was just thinking, I don't think she's used BKB. It's still 10 seconds.
Aloha Dance. He's in pretty deep. Swap gonna save him. Immersion comes in, as does General. The fight breaks out, and they'll lose. Always want to fly. Blink back. General now still in. The Prophet gets disarmed right away. He BKBs. That ain't gonna help you. Now V-Tune on the low ground. That'll be his 10-second BKB. They should be able to get Immersion. They kill the Life Stealer. Buyback from Ilias. Probably not going to do a hell of a lot. A big fight for Flight of Moon. They do burn that buyback on the Vengeful Spirit as well. But they know they can go high ground now. And Life Stealer, he's short gold. 900 for that buyback. This is a big window. 60 seconds.
Yeah, they went for the fight inside the base, maybe feeling that it would suit them better. See if they can get a good initiation, but now it's time to try and delay a little here. You got a minute. You do not want to take a fight without your Life Stealer, of course.
You got Prince's Knife now on Pango. That's huge. He's actually not using it. Do they hand it over to someone?
Yeah, he's got Flicker for the Dispel.
But surely somebody wants the Prince's Knife, no? Magic Lamp on Iceberg, actually. Remember, they still had Aegis, too. Drow Ranger didn't burn it in that last fight. Little pressure on the melee barracks mid. Luckily, there is a repair kit for Na'Vi. That is slowing things down a little. But now pressure into Pasha. He gets the false promise. He might still be okay. I think the Oracle heals are going to be enough. And yeah, he'll be just fine. Full heal. Mid lane of barracks, though. They drop.
Only losing one Rax would be a good victory here for them, considering the dead Life Stealer for a minute.
And considering that it was only a melee barracks, tier 3 down. And they are just going to
fly to Moon. Or it's definitely still back on track.
A little misstep there. Look at that gold graph, and they have recovered and then some. Now 25k their favor. Look at that XP graph as well. Oop, fight up top. Aloha Dance, Immersion. Does catch him with the telekinesis. Sprout. They're not even going to need it. Just BKB, Popeye Iceberg after the teleportation. Another Yule Scepter. Poor Immersion. He's just trying to get away.
Does die back too.
Now swap. Always going to fly, looking for a setup. Not quite going to find it, although the Tornado does. Drow jumps in, swap back. Awkward movement from FTM. Always want to fly. Does survive, though. False Promise still on cooldown. And this time the Timbersaw will die. Crystallize. That's not the spot he wanted to get dropped in. This isn't where I parked my car. Lifestealer now dead for 80, and this is looking like the GG push. The Drow Ranger crippling the structures. A 3v4. Na'Vi trying desperately to hold on. But I don't see any reason why FTM can't end this. They got a couple of cardies. Repair kit on the Ancient. The final hold, BKB from Iceberg. Now General jumps in. They want this Invoker, but he will get false promised. This is a little bit dicey. That's the Aegis. But now they're starting to focus the throne, the repair kit. It's working as hard as it can, but it won't be enough for the likes of the Drow Ranger, and the GG comes out.
Yeah.
41 minutes. That'll be Fly to Moon. That takes game number 1. Brilliant execution with this Drow lineup.
Yeah, really well done. In the past, they probably would have lost this game with comeback gold. if like the way it functions with like the old net worth and all that stuff, instead of just being like the net worth value of the heroes you're killing. So you actually have a lot more breathing room with drow lineups than you used to, because before, if you made that many mistakes, you probably would have lost. Yeah. So it's I don't know, kind of interesting that you have a little bit more wiggle room with these drafts now.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Young G played a good Invoker that game, but it just seemed like Na'Vi needed the lanes to go a little bit better. It sort of seemed like Fly to Moon won 3 lanes. They weren't devastating. They weren't like feeding or like rolling the lanes over, but they did win all of them. All 3 of the cores were top of the net worth chart at 5 minutes, and that didn't really change until pretty late into the game. And not so fun playing Lifestealer from behind against a Drow Ranger Venge who are just sitting in the back throwing frost arrows at you.
Yeah, even though Timber was like the highest on his team, he still didn't really get to do any like Timber things. No. I think he did a good job of joining the early fights, but Pasha wasn't like farmed Timber. That's actually kind of scary, and you can exert your actual power. And I do think Immersion had a bit of a rough start to this game. I think he had a hard time like cracking into that back line and like making those big Immersion plays we kind of expect. He turned it on in the late game for sure, and some of those like assassination plays on the sides. And maybe that's also just part of how Earth Spirit is now. He's not as effective as a team fighter. He's a little bit better in terms of the single target pickoff. But I think they might have needed a little bit more out of him if they wanted to turn this game on the earlier end before things got like 15k lead level.
Yeah.
Not blaming him. I think it's extremely hard to do it, but that would have been their way back into this one.
Yeah. Something just had to give. You pick that Oracle to go safe lane with your hard carry. I think you expect that safe lane to go a little better. The Pango Rubik really worked wonders. And also having Iceberg on the Nature's Prophet, right? He's able to join these fights. He's able to throw some help with the Wrath of Nature. Absolutely love that hero on the mid. I think that Nature's Prophet pick helped enable this entire draft of Fly to Moon, taking those early towers, making the space for Drow. Very well done. It
was kind of cool because he basically did what Shadow Fiend used to do in this lineup. He picked pretty much this exact same lineup and picked Shadow Fiend mid, and then you would sit the Shadow Fiend in front of the towers and just right-click with the Venge hiding somewhere in the fog, ready for the swap play. So if you ever initiate, you're going to get punished and countered on. And they didn't have long-range initiation either without full commitment, right? They only had, like, rolling. And that was all they had to work with here. I guess Tornado somewhat, but it's not really that reliable.
All right, well, game 1 complete. Fly to Moon, find a victory. We're going to take a break and then come back for game number 2. Elimination on the line. Let's see if Na'Vi can do it and take us to a game 3. We'll find out after this break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. is under attack.
Shall I? Life will make its home amongst your bones. Set in stone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. The rest is Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Back before the arrow fire has fallen.
Hello there, gang, friends, and Twitch chatters alike. Welcome back to Dota Pit 2020 Europe CIS. We've got Game 2 of Na'Vi Fly to Moon. Fly to Moon leads the series 1-0, elimination on the line. Trent, how are you? Are you nervous? Are you sweating like all those Na'Vi fans out there?
No, I got pistachios, but I can't eat them when I'm casting. But then I see pistachios sitting on my desk and think, man, I want to eat some pistachios. But then this bag's been here for a couple of weeks, and even though it's resealable, when you eat them, they're still not really that fresh. So I probably should have eaten these pistachios a little bit faster. And that's kind of what's going through my head right now.
Okay. Well, Mr. Pistachio, welcome back. And we've already got a draft underway. No rest for the wicked. Rubik and the Phoenix banned out by Na'Vi. And Trient Doom taken out by Fly to Moon. So Immersion's Earth Spirit does make it through again.
You ever do that thing where you use the one pistachio shell to open the other pistachios? Oh my god, that is a life hack, dude.
That's like using a beer to open another beer when you don't have a bottle opener. All
right, guys, I'm just going to eat one. They're not that stale.
Well, that's good.
Okay. I feel like now we can all move on from the pistachios now that I've eaten one.
What do you do when you get down to the last beer because you don't have another beer to open it with?
You use the counter and break it.
I see. You just ruined
Done that one a few times.
I see.
Picnic tables are easy. They're perfect.
Yeah, just ruin the picnic table at the park. There you go.
Ah, it's wood. It's fine. It's wood. It's the beauty of wood.
We can build a new table.
Yeah, it's fine.
Crystal Maiden, first pick for Na'Vi. Harkening back to what we mentioned in the draft prior, there are so many 5s to choose from right now, and CM among them.
I love it. I love this so much. I love that there are 5s that are okay. That's so cool. Thank you, Dota.
That is cool. Yeah, that is cool.
It just, I'm not a big fan of like, okay, they have to pick Ogre. Like they're, those kind of patches.
Yep. We've been there. We've certainly been there.
Of course, we're also kind of new in this patch, so we might get to that point. We just haven't figured out who the most broken 5 is quite yet. It might be Undying.
Where's Batrider been, Trent? How come he's been ignored so much?
I do not have a good explanation there. The Oracle, yeah, there's no good answer. He should have been in that last game, probably.
And not even just that match because there was Avenge, but there's been a number of games where Bat has just been forgotten about entirely. And I thought he was like first ban, first pick kind of material right now.
Yeah.
Jenkins keeps messaging me every day about how good Batrider is, and I don't know if he's steering me right or steering me left.
Well, we've had him first phase banned in several games.
That's
in general is a really good Bat player. That was like his big hero for a long time.
And Jakiro, another one that we haven't seen a huge amount of, though. I think when we were looking at match history, this is one that Fly to Moon have played quite a bit in this tournament so far.
Wow. Okay, no Batrider here.
Yeah. So yeah, they played the Jakiro, Coddle, Ember trio in both games against Enigma in the opening round that knocked them down to the lower bracket.
I think that's why they picked Nyx.
Try to protect against the Ember Coddle?
Ember Coddle and Batrider.
Now,
like, you really can't pick any of those 3. All right, speaking of things I'm not convinced on, I love Brewmaster. I really do. I want him to be good. Not sold on this hero.
This is your new Witch Doctor. Guys, I really want him to be good. I love Witch Doctor. Is Brew that bad? Is it because they got rid of his passive crit? Like, what aren't you sold on about him?
I just think he doesn't do anything particularly well. He's a little bit of a jack of all trades, and that's kind of cool, but I don't think his laning stage is as good as it used to be. It's okay.
It's not as good as it used to be. You're right. They have nursed his laning stage, but isn't the hallmark of this hero the early skirmish? Like the 10 to 25 minute window where his ultimate is just this incredible space creation. We can take a team fight anytime that we've got the Panda split.
It is.
I mean, that's what I think of.
But you have to make sure the enemy team doesn't have cooldown or has cooldowns as well. Because like right now, Na'Vi have no cooldowns that they've committed to yet. So if you're only fighting around split, then you've kind of got some problems. I do really like Brewmaster with Drow lineups. That I will say.
Like against Drow or
no, like team? With Drow on your team. Okay. I think Brew is like one of the best heroes because that split is a full team fight to help protect the Drow. It's like basically Pango on easy mode.
Well, sort of. You got more buttons you got to hit.
Yeah, I guess, but you don't need as much help.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But But that's a perfect example. Like those are the moments where I think Brew maybe isn't unmatched, but where he's more than just a jack of all trades. Like he's particularly good at controlling those team fights at that specific window of the game.
General went for kind of a crazy build last game. He went Blink into Boots of Travel. I did not see this game versus Viking GG, but that is interesting. Now, mind you, they were kind of leading as well, and they did eventually lose that game. So they were winning by like 3 or 4K when he decided to pick up Boots of Travel.
So what did he get after that? Did he go like Radiance or something?
He went Halberd into Vlad's.
So he just went normal items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
He's against a Venge Medusa with a Magnus, so it's probably just like trying to outfarm them and stuff. But that is, I'll be curious if he goes bots again, because the movement speed on the pandas keeps getting buffed, right?
Yep. Yeah, we keep talking about that.
So that's kind of a cool idea. But the Vlad's is such a go-to item on the Brewmaster that surprised he delayed it by that much.
Storm Spirit now banned alongside the Beastmaster from Fly to Moon.
Storm, eh?
Yeah, I'm having trouble reading where this draft is going. CM Nyx, very open-ended. And I'm kind of with you in terms of like, why Brewmaster here? I don't see an obvious, maybe it's a setup for something else in their draft, but
yeah, it's not like the Dispel from the Storm really does much in this situation.
You know, there's no real specific counterplay or advantage against these two heroes.
No ground targeted versus
really either way. CM. It's like Nyx and CM aren't particularly good against Brew. He's not particularly good against them.
I like Jakiro versus CM though. That's a good pub counter pick. If they open with Crystal Maiden, I guess that doesn't really apply anymore because of the way that the picking order now works in pubs. But if you're facing a CM and you have a chance to pick your support as a 5, then Jakiro's pretty hype. You can always Ice Path her when she tries to ulti, including when she glimmers, so she gets real sad.
Yep.
And you're super tanky.
Yeah, Jakiro is so strong in the laning phase.
He's like
you can't trade with him.
It's like one of the most, by far, I think, in terms of like Immortal game percentage picks right now. It's like so many Jakiros.
Not only is he super tanky, but Dual Breath is this crazy spell that does a stupid amount of damage. It's got a wide breath, so it's relatively easy to hit. You can't just dodge it. I wouldn't even call it a skill shot. And it reduces your attack speed. So you can't stand there and like trade right clicks. With all you can do when you get Dual Breath is pretty much stun him and run. And you're slowed because it's Dual Breath. So you can't even really run away. It's just the full package. That spell is...
Yeah, he is a 19% pick rate in Immortal right now. Immortal and Divine.
I believe.
That's great. The next highest position 5, like always 5, is Bane at 14%. Almost 15%.
And I think Jakiro also scales surprisingly well, given that he's not really supposed to. I think making his ult more sticky made Macro Pyre actually usable. You used to just walk out of it, and now if you hit somebody with it, you're guaranteed to at least get 2 seconds worth of damage before the dot expires after they leave it. Yep. And that, to me, made Jakiro actually viable again.
It's also just Ice Path has broken the whole game.
It's a hell of a spell. It's a pretty long-range disable. Sets up with pretty much everything. Vengeful Spirit for Fly to Moon. Again.
Yeah, so they'll probably play this Jakiro with the Brewmaster, then I take it. Seems to be kind of their strat, as they play the Jakiro as more of a 4-ish. Although they do play at 5 too, so I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
I mean, Jakiro Brew sounds like a pretty good off-lane combo in terms of putting on pressure, especially if you know CM is the 5. That might tempt you to make Jakiro 4 because that lane matchup is going to be very much in favor of the Jack.
And you can just like Cinder Brew into the Jakiro spells too.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Veno, bit unusual here. They picked Veno yesterday, right? Yeah, game 2 versus Alliance that they lost. They tried to set up into a Spectre lineup, which they kind of look like again, and now Fly to Moon, they're into the Lifestealer. At least they've seen something.
Yeah, you got Venge, so that's like a nice save for Lifestealer if he gets into a sticky situation. And I do think Lifestealer Brew is not a bad Infest Bomb combo because Brewmaster likes to get a blink, likes to go into the front line and split. He's usually pretty safe with doing that, creates chaos, then Lifestealer comes out. They are a very strong duo together for mid-game fights.
I feel like they're going to pick some Alk or something last for Fly to Moon.
Really? You think they're going to go Ultra Greed?
Yeah, I don't know. That's just... It's kind of how it feels. Maybe like a Viper. Maybe they'll go the other way and they'll just go like hard aggro. I guess they have
now
both
Na'Vi
options.
have a lot of choice in terms of carry here, and we were both pretty cynical about the Lifestealer last game. What do you go? I mean, there's Terrorblade, there's Troll, there's some more conventional stuff like Slark,
Spectre.
Sven, Spectre. Is Spectre too greedy?
Spectre's weird versus Lifestealer now.
Yeah, and you have the CM, right? So you needed one of these cores that can handle himself with a relatively weak 5, and Jug is perfect for that. Jug and CM are a really classic lane combo.
Lifestealer is like actually the counterpick to Spectre now. It used to be someone who like Spectre you didn't really care because you kind of outscaled, but with everything they've changed with Lifestealer, now we'll often see the Spectre team ban the Lifestealer. So very unlikely that we would have seen it here for Na'Vi.
And Lifestealer Jug. This is an interesting carry matchup.
Kind of even. Nothing, they just do different things. He's not currently worried about any BKB piercing for magic community, I should say, for the spin TP until Lifestealer gets a basher.
Yeah.
Oh, good call on the mag ban. That would have been good.
I guess if you can play around the healing ward really well, Jug does offer you some 5-man that Lifestealer doesn't, but always worried about Infest Bomb ganks.
I think Death Prophet looks okay for both teams.
Kunkka also banned?
Yeah, I think they want Death Prophet. TA and Kunkka bans.
Now, will Na'Vi just grab it, though?
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, you think Na'Vi won it? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that stands out?
The
they are a
Alacrity
little
would
bit
have been
light
pretty
on
sick.
pushing. Like they could Pugna or something if they really wanted to, but they go for Quap instead.
Okay. I guess
Very
Venno
mobile.
kind of covers a lot of the DP stuff. Now you just buy Orchid instead. I was just thinking the silence is always so busted versus Brewmaster. But there's also Avenge swap, so. But yeah, silence versus Brewmaster and Lifestealer is just so sick. And they had no Dispel. Although I guess they have Brewmaster Dispel theoretically if they had gone for like the big AoE silence.
Could FTM just take Death Prophet here? They're also a little bit light on pushing.
A very standard lineup that they do play it with. They usually do like Batrider, Lifestealer, and then a Death Prophet. So that's actually why I started thinking about it, is because Fly to Moon pick it so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, that looks okay. I mean, there's
Lena is also in.
There's DK too, but that hero's just kind of vanished.
Yeah, he seemed to fall off quite a bit.
He's also into Venno. Doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
Like Puck also still in. That's pretty good against Queen of Pain, right?
Yeah, there's Nyx. I don't know. Nyx is weird versus Puck.
Okay.
And same thing with Venomancer too. Venno can actually be kind of annoying for Puck, I find.
Maybe I'm overvaluing Puck versus Jug, but Puck with an Ags seems to scale pretty well against Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's right, because of the changes. Because he can't Omni Slash when you coil him.
Right.
That's actually really stupid.
So I don't know. I can't tell. We're not seeing Puck that much, so maybe I am overvaluing it. They go with Viper. He's nice and safe. Maybe
so
a little
these
more
are
relevant
like this
in
is
the
a
meta.
very stock standard lineup for them. They either pick Viper or Death Prophet with like pretty much these exact heroes in a lot of their drafts.
Okay. Viper final pick.
And they got the Queen of Pain, right? So that was nice.
Definitely like this FTM lineup quite a bit. Na'Vi have some options, but their team is lacking something. It's like you've got this Nyx stun that's a skill shot. Frostbite is their big lockdown. And I think that's what's scaring me a bit about this draft.
I know Always Want to Fly plays a ton of Jakiro, but I really thought they'd give it to the Aloha Dance. It just seemed like better. I mean, they've given it to him before.
Are you worried for the lack of stun and control on Na'Vi? Like you got
Can they kill
boulders,
Brewmaster?
missiles, swaps, ice path, all the slow from Viper, open wounds from light. It feels like FTM just have more. You know, like in these fights, they have more slows, more stuns.
I think it's going to be very hard. Unless Immersion initiates onto General, it is going to be pretty hard to bring him down before he gets the ulti off, right? Even with an Orchid. Like, if they don't have the Vendetta and the Chain Stun from there, he's probably getting ulti off.
I mean, maybe if you drop the full Quap combo,
with
Brewmaster,
Omni, you would need.
Can he ult out of Frostbite? Like, can he cast ult while he's in
Should be
Frostbite?
ulti, right?
I'm not. It's a root, so I'm just not sure. That's like one of those weird mechanics that I think he should be able to ult out of it, but if for some reason he can't, then that Frostbite will certainly be quite the key aspect of this game. I don't know. I don't think it'll be an easy game for Na'Vi, but yeah, we'll wait. We'll let the players get it out. Cast it away, boys.
Yeah.
I think casters should be able to tip players in the game.
I admit
I think that would be a little intrusive.
that you're gone.
是一个
Only the other casters could see it, though.
发现机器
I just want to participate, Trent. Just like we should be able to click the meepos during the pause.
Oh, well, that I agree with. You should definitely be able to play the pause games. Because I feel like the
just
other
wanna be part of the
commentators would
game.
actually be into playing. And the players never play anyway, so...
Exactly. V-Tune Lifestealer.
30 seconds to battle.
Also intrigued to see what build the Lifestealer will go for this game. We were kind of talking after the game, and I don't think last match they could have gotten away with like that Midas Radiance Lifestealer we used to see like 6 months to a year ago. But something like that build, if they could have gotten away with it, would have been nasty in that last game. Like Lifestealer with Radiance is nice, but it's hard to get. Hard to get. Is it just Midas Armlet? Is that our new stock standard?
Begins.
Yeah.
Is that it? Don't overthink it.
The way of the future.
All right, all right. I believe you. That is going to be 3 runes for the Radiant, though. Na'Vi with a good start.
Well, this
Nyx is-
Lifestealer's game looks like it wound up a lot better than Navi's Lifestealer game. There's other
Yeah.
heroes he has to play versus.
And Viper Quap. This is pretty Viper favored.
Yeah.
Corrosive skin. Pretty
This is the
annoying
no
against
dagger
Quap.
gaming.
Yep. The Shadow Strike, generally one of her favorite spells in the laning phase. Gotta put it aside. They don't put the Jakiro in the offlane. They actually put the Venge down here. I guess that's what you were talking about with the Aloha Dance Venge.
Yeah.
Guess I'm a little surprised as well.
Might just be because of what they wound up with in terms of a lane they're facing. Don't really feel the need, I guess. I do agree, or it feels like they probably could just bully the shit out of Ilias, but... Well. You can. I've actually seen this combo a couple times with the Cinder Brew and the Wave of Terror, because there's no damage threshold anymore. It's just any magical damage.
Oh, yeah. So it just has to take a little tick.
Yeah.
Very, very sustainable for the Venge to do that. With 25 mana and, what is it, 50 on Cinder Brew? Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty dopey.
Yeah. So I forget what team was running this. It might have been OG.
Mid lane, Young G, Iceberg. It's a battle to the finish. Iceberg will find the victory, gets the first blood, gets the XP. Young G, of course, does find the counter kill, but big disparity in that mid lane now. Up top, Immersion being chased down, going for the TP out, and he'll be good. Level 2 on Jakiro, no ice path yet.
It's like a little too perfect that he actually died to the corrosive skin too. It's just like he died to the corrosive skin, and then he died for the dagger, and it's just so good for the Viper.
Especially with the first blood gold. Just a glance at the net worth, and actually Viper's not up by that much.
He does have 2 Wraith Bands though, and Young G's sitting with the bottle.
Level out the damage. Viper with a small edge right now in the right clicks. You can see him just unrelenting against Young G though with this poison attack. Every time he walks up.
I know, the stacks, man. He got him up to 3 stacks with the level 2.
That is brutal. Yeah, Viper very much around the break points. Level 3, level 5. Gets a huge jump in damage around the poison attack. It
Yeah, you know who
doubles
sucks at
level 3.
rotating the runes too? CM, because you're slow as hell.
I thought you were going to say Viper, but yes, CM is also terrible at rotating for runes.
I mean,
That is
it's
one-
going to be a guess, right? For for Young G. I don't think he's going to get any help.
Missing bottom.
Maybe from the Knicks?
I don't think he can leave though.
That's true. And there is some thought process, not just between the Cinder Brew combo with the Wave of Terror, but putting the Jakiro up top to guarantee that Lifestealer has a really good lane. Venge could have made it okay, but Jakiro makes it an easy win, pretty much.
Yeah, they basically just said like general will be fine anyway. Like
Yeah.
we're not gonna try and like bully the hell out of that bottom lane. We're just both gonna farm and I do think it is the whole wave of terror Cinderbrew thing. It's just like
Up here like this.
Together.
I mean, look at this. Pasha is being repelled completely by Always Want to Fly. He is 1v2ing right now. This Nyx is a non-factor. He's just trying to leech some XP and do his thing, but it is not slowing down the Lifestealer in the slightest as he kills this neutral camp. On bottom now, spin onto General. A lot of damage coming his way, and this should be a kill, I think. One, need another. The regen was there. Last one, and they've got it. Ilias with the Crystal Nova.
Oh, and Immersion did rotate, and good thing too, because Youngji was completely out.
Yeah, that's big.
Dire's middle tower
That was
is
a
under
necessity to keep Quap alive in this lane. She'll use those illusions to farm up the jungle a little bit.
Missing bottom.
Things looking pretty good for Fly to Moon out of the gate. Mid lane going in favor of the Viper. Carry disparity is favoring FTM by a pretty good amount. Lifestealer up by 400 over the Juggernaut coming up on 5 minutes.
Yeah, General's a little bit
laners
behind the
even.
Veno, but
Yeah. Not by much. 100 gold, 150. Oha Dance pretty low in the bottom lane.
oh he might die here with the stick charges.
Out bottled up. They will grab the rune. Fills up the bottle for General.
Yeah,
this
a
is
lot of
big.
it's at 10 of his own anyway, so he's fine.
Hands the
notice.
bottle over.
Missing bottom.
Sharing is caring, Trent.
Well, I hope General makes this hero work. I'd like to see more Brewmaster.
He's been getting picked up a little more recently. He's on the radar.
Missing bottom.
I think we saw 2 points, right? He went like by level 8 he had like 2-2-3-1 or something. That's how math works. Yep.
2,
The last time we saw the
3, 1.
Brewmaster, right?
Okay, so
I think it
some
was Seb.
priority in the Drunken Baller, but you don't finish it off.
Well, I think we just saw with Seb that he went he got the value points in the Thunderclap and the Cinderbrew, right? Where it's like the scaling. Because he had 2 points in each, and then he started maxing out the Drunken Brawler.
Right, right.
Because the way that it like it doubles on the Cinderbrew and all that stuff.
Top, Pasha initiated on, stuck in the trees, not going to have a path to retreat. And we've seen that on a number of heroes. I remember way back in the day, Ice, or someone used to do that on Sven, where you get the second point in the Stormhammer and then max out everything else because it like used to double in damage from 1 to 2.
Yeah, I mean, Veno was the classic lately until the ward buff. It used to be like 2-2-2 all the time at level 6, and now we're starting to see max wards instead. At least we did earlier.
I mean, Gale is a perfect example of that. Level 1, that spell is pretty shit, and level 2, it's actually pretty darn good. It more than doubles in damage.
Yeah.
The damage over time goes from 15 to 45. It triples.
Missing top.
Oh, General just can't. They're really zoning him back here. Crystallize was close to the Omni, and so General maybe thought, oh my god, that's a short TP. Woo!
Still, it's just enough. It's a good call. He killed the Stealing Ward.
structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, we have 2 heroes dropping low as Navi, as Young G jungling low, and they lose the Veno up top.
Yeah, this Viper is in free farm heaven, and V-Tune also having a pretty free lane up here. 1-0-1 and 50 last hits at 7 minutes. Now Crystallize, another spin. General in trouble this time. Rooted up, and he will fall. Stun onto the Jug. A lot of TPs. They want to punish this. Viper gets 1 tick of poison. They miss the ice path. Stick charges, though. Another magic missile coming. No spin for the Jug. Magic missile.
Dire's
They
bottom
need a little
tower
more, though.
is
The
under
Viper's
attack.
just too damn slow. 320 movement speed compared to the 350 of the Phase Boots Jug.
Zooming.
Dire's
I guess
middle
Viper can't be
tower
very
is
fast, so
under
that'd be
attack.
a bit of a problem, eh?
No, but that rotation right there is a great example of the problem with Viper. He is going to head up top, double damage rune picked up by Nyx as Iceberg tries to deny it. At least it doesn't end up in the bottle of Young G. Nice ice path on 2 from the Jakiro. Keeps Iceberg safe, and now maybe a turn. Young G, they saw him blink. They need a few more. Viper resets the poison, and Young G is down.
Viper kills.
For all-time backfire. Can't blink aggro against a Viper like that.
Missing bottom.
That top looks like Pasha is also just getting zoned back despite all his awards.
This Veno pick not working out so well so far.
That was aggressive.
Yeah.
Missing bottom.
B-Tune takes a little bit of damage, but this Veno needs to be careful. Pasha is in dangerous territory of just feeling like a glorified support throughout most of this game. Immersion always want to fly, trade some blows.
I wonder if B-Tune's gonna commit for the armlet. I mean, I know he already has the blade, but with how this game is going,
so he's skipping the Midas. He's actually armlet first.
Maybe. We'll see. I agree. I think he probably will, but we've seen several life stealers get to this point and be like, maybe I can get away with this Midas. You know, now I'm like halfway through.
Yeah, I think this is a game. You're like, what, 900, 800 up on the jug? This seems prime Midas territory to me.
I think it's better to go armlet, personally. I mean, I really hate this idea of like, oh, we're ahead, I'm gonna buy my Midas now instead, where it's like, yeah, but dude, imagine if you push this advantage with a Viper and a Brewmaster. Like, is this game really that much better for you when you go Midas?
I mean, but if he buys Midas, I think he can still kill Pasha in Immersion in lane. That's like why it feels so good here, is because these 3 heroes rotating up top are all food for him, even without items.
Yeah, we'll see. He's buying the helm. He's a good guy. He's a good boy.
So he is committed to the armlet. Okay.
I'm more Midas after if you want it.
Second item. Yeah, is it Midas? Does he go back for something else? We will see. 10-minute runes do spawn. 2 picked up by FTM, and it looks like they will secure 3 of the runes.
Aloha Dance. Invis room mid. Oh, Sentry's gonna be like, oh my god, there's an invisible bench under me.
Oh no! Moment of sheer panic.
She did ping out that ward though. And I wonder if Aloha Dance will deny it.
That doesn't look like it.
Well, I guess Iceberg has to, right? Oh, back they go.
Yeah, that's a weird mechanic. I understand how it would be very abusable if you could kill your friend's wards up top. Pasha, again.
Radiant's middle
B-Tune. Oh, he's actually getting juked in the trees. Pasha, well done. Oh, but they catch him as he tries to TP with the ice path. Always want to fly.
Can they still reach him?
I think so. He's too slow.
I assumed they'd already used the open wounds.
I think B-Tune's got this. Even with Young G here, he's just going to commit the rage. Finds a nice, easy kill. Set up completely by that Jakiro. Bottom lane. X misses the stun.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This mid lane, though, is such a train wreck. I mean, good on the Klop, I guess, to abandon it, knowing that she couldn't do anything anyway, but Iceberg is having more than a free game. And quite a bit ahead of the Queen of Pain. 5,600 net worth compared to her 4K.
Yeah, and she just sucks at jungling. Like, you can have other heroes that this happens to, and they're like at 5,000 gold right now, or like 4,500 or whatever. But Queen of Pain, like, she had to the jungle for a bit, and it's just like, oh, great. I basically have to jungle until I can kill someone.
Yeah, it's pretty desperate. It definitely doesn't feel good. And a haste rune in the bottle of General. This could be a little bit scary. Fly to Moon coming around in the mid lane, looking for the opening here. Immersion. They'll be the target of choice. Does get off a Carapace with follow-up stun. They should have plenty of damage. Vendetta, not going to be enough. They've got the detection.
Radiant structures are
now mid-tier 1 tower. Could be the first tower kill of the game for Fly to Moon.
Yeah, keeping it simple. Not popping the ulti or anything. No panic there from General. Just like, I have a haste rune. Let's get the damage on. Will they commit through the Plague Wards? Can Pasha drive them back with level 4 Plague Wards?
Right now, they are abusing the Venge Aura plus the Dragon Lance. We're seeing this more and more. And it does get denied by Pasha. That was nice.
Yo! What a legend.
But that same play, right? Viper outranging the tower, and all of a sudden, the siege gets a lot easier.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
It's... Very good. That's only 3 points in the Venge Aura, too. You don't even need it maxed out.
He had Lance, too.
Yep, exactly. Yep. With Avenge, it is an amazing starting item. And it was recently buffed, an extra 2 agi on it. Little tower exchange up top. Na'Vi do grab this tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower
And they
has
will
fallen.
concede their bottom tier 1 to fly to
Radiant's
moon.
bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
They basically traded 2 towers for 1 because that pressure on the mid lane too, though. So that kind of sucks. Even if you're behind, that does not help the situation. Trading 1 for 1, that's fine. But
Yeah. Lifestealer with that armlet, no Midas queued up. He just wants
Radiant's
Manta
bottom
and then
tower
right
is
into
under
Basher.
attack.
Yasha is flying
Dire
out
are
as we
scanning.
speak.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
very good Manta game. You know that there's going to be an Orchid, like 100%, because they're going to be looking for it for the Brewmaster anyway. A bunch of other annoying shit. You can Dispel Gale these days, so that's always handy.
Jug is working on a stack of Ancients right now. He does have Battle Fury queued up. Still a pretty good ways away from it.
Radiant's bottom tower
Same build
is
as
under
our previous
attack.
Jug. Drums into the Battle Fury.
Yep. Oh yeah, he did stop off for the drums, yeah. It's a
General.
solid build,
Dire's
little less
top
active
tower
this
is
game.
under
Not getting
attack.
as much value out of the drums as we saw from mid one before, but
And General's closing in on his his Midas. And yeah, so he did not max the Drunken Brawler. He didn't go for the previous build that we
Dire's
saw.
top
He
tower
instead
is
just
under
maxed out
attack.
his Cinderbrew and is running around with the Aloha Dance and still basically spamming this combo.
all right.
I'll take that as tribute.
Up top now, General and Young G will bump into each other. Bruce Split actually committed for this. And
That
trying
slow
to find
is
her
crazy.
in the trees. Yeah, it really is, but Flop a little bit too elusive. So missed Bruce Split there. 2 minutes
Would
on
he even
cooldown.
have killed him?
Maybe with Aloha Dance there, but I don't know. It seemed ambitious.
It's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's forgetting that it's a max blink because it's versus a Viper. He might have been thinking it was like,
That could be.
right, because it's only level 11, so you're thinking like, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna catch her.
Normally it would be 4-1-4 right now instead of 1-4-4 on the
Yeah.
Queen of Pain. So that's a good call. Hurricane Pike, first item on the Viper. Very good. And Brew, he did go for Midas, first item. Meanwhile, in the mid, they find Nyx. Does get off the Carapace, of course, but still plenty of damage. Easy kill for Iceberg.
Brew has always been one of my favorite Midas heroes.
He likes XP.
He loves levels, and half the time, like ideally, you're in your alt form anyway. So really, the only other function is like Vlad's, like it's just auras and stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. It does slow down your Blink Dagger timing, but it sets you up to have a
Radiant's
really good
bottom
mid game
tower
and
is under
potentially a
attack.
really good late game.
Yeah, I
Brew
used
can
to
run
like
into issues
the
with scaling sometimes.
yeah for sure. I used to like the blink into Midas build too. I think that one's still completely viable.
Yeah, he definitely gets value out of the attack speed.
Dire's top tower
But
is under
Orchid
attack.
up on Queen of Pain now, so an option for Na'Vi. 5k net worth, the favor for Fly to Moon at the moment. Before long, Na'Vi are going to have to try to make some kind of a play.
They are giving a lot of space to General right now. They send him top to the free wave, so they are looking to commit for the Blink Dagger before they get into the next fight.
I think that makes sense.
The smoke up will look for that life stealer. Is that his
Radiant
courier
are
waiting?
scanning.
Yeah, his courier's hoping for the ultimate orb. It might be a little bit too late here, though.
Uh-oh, Orchid now, follow up, Lifestealer in big trouble, big time damage, Sonic Wave should secure it, Soulburn gets the kill. Now Iceberg's here, drops the damage onto Immersion, no TP, good work from the Jakiro. They will go 1 for 1, but losing that Lifestealer hurts quite a bit.
We'll always want to fly, get the D ward. Oh, he accidentally smoked, trying to sentry.
Dire's
Whoopsie!
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, been there as well.
Dire's structures are
Well, always want to fly, trying to get out.
Yeah, you should be good.
His ward just got instantly killed, though. He did get that observer, though, so good job. Always want to fly.
And now just a couple hundred gold for the Blink Dagger, as in the bottom lane, Omni Slash comes out onto Iceberg, Force Staff TP.
Dire's middle
Big
tower
clap.
is under attack.
Well done. Always want to fly. All right, let me go into the mind of the scrub Jakiro. Oh my God, he's gonna Omni Slash my Viper. I gotta throw out my Ice Path. You're gonna be too late. He started charging and he was like, no, that's not gonna work. He waits until he commits the Omni Slash and then knows when it's gonna end, lays it down and saves his life. What a guy.
Well
Throws his body
done.
down. In case you're wondering, I'm the scrub Jakiro. That's how I know. You know,
Me
got a
too.
mind meld. I keep myself in that at that level to assist the people.
Well, puts a little dent into the gold lead. Was upwards of about 5,000 and now down below 4K. But Blink Dagger's out. And...
Sounds like your MMR.
All right, that was a good one.
It's been a rough couple of patches for Zyri, guys.
It's too true. I don't even have a comeback. It was too true.
Radiant's
That
middle
just
tower is under
that cut me to the quick.
All right, Jug gets out. We're good.
Yeah, he dodges the smoke. Aggressive play from FTM here with this Blink Dagger. He does dig up a bounty rune, though, and General has a bottle, so a little extra value there for the topper.
Yeah, the combo plays.
There you go. Nixie, ooh, he breaks the smoke. They know it, so they throw the sentry down, but not going to find him.
Dire's top
Oh, the
tower
4-7 though.
Okay, there's the Carapace. Venge in pretty deep. She'll get frozen, but Immersion in big trouble. Aloha Dance is going to go down. They'll make this a 1-for-1. FTM backing up a little bit, looking to reset this fight. Pasha charging forward, already used the Poison Nova. Looks like it did connect on Iceberg as well as the Jakiro. That damage is going to start to stack up, but there's the surprise. It comes out, and Pasha is dead. Hard to chase a Viper because he has that power to turn. Now the Force Staff forward, he catches Ilias. He stacks up the poisons, and this CM will have no option. She's done. A big fight for Fly to Moon.
Jakiro was sick that fight. Always on Fly did a really good job. He just like danced around the tree line in the middle there and just kept throwing out ice paths. And he hit all three, so well done.
Double
Busted
damage.
hero.
Yep. And not only winning that fight, but that leads to 4 bounty runes at 20 minutes.
How about a DD to go with it?
Ooh. Are they eyeing up Roche? Are they thinking about this? Yeah, they sure are. So everyone will be coming up, but light on cooldowns. No Vendetta, no Poison Nova. This should be a pretty safe Roche. Na'Vi not in a great spot to try and contest this. And they seem pretty unaware, actually looking to hunt on the other side of the map. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, they will misread this
Dire's
situation a
middle
little bit.
tower is under attack.
And it looks like that'll cost them Roche.
I don't know if they would have wanted to fight that anyway, frankly. 10-second BKB on Iceberg.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but still, now this gets a lot harder against Aegis. They didn't even use Bruce Split in that last fight.
Yeah.
A little nervous for Na'Vi right now. Reminder, elimination series here, folks.
Dire's bottom tower is
Mid
under
lane,
attack.
Iceberg,
Radiant's top tower is under
a
attack.
good Carapace.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Crystallize, he's just working on that tier 1 tower mid. You chopped that wood, buddy.
bottom too.
Dire's
You know,
bottom tower
they're getting
is under
something.
attack.
Okay.
Dire's middle
That forces the
tower has
Lifestealer
fallen.
back. Young G with a TP
Radiant's
out, he'll be
top
fine.
tower is under attack.
Blink, rather. And a little chip damage onto that tier 2 up top. They will mount the defense. Always want to fly. Macro Pyre, TP. This is a little risky.
Dire's
Nyx was on his way.
has been killed.
He makes it out. His courier, not so lucky.
Yeah, the TPs are kind of free this game, aren't they?
Sort of. Yeah, Frostbite and Nyx. So, mostly.
It's like nothing really long range to worry about, you know? No Fishers coming out if you want TP next to a tower or whatever. All right. Initiation here, though. Another Pike play, perhaps.
Smoke, it gets broken as they go high ground. Good split from Na'Vi, but Pasha kind of left behind. The Gale.
Oh, this
does
is
connect
making it
onto Viper.
tempting with that Gale, the Nyx nearby. Is this some Save Your Buddy syndrome here, Immersion?
I hope not. They need to just let this go. Pasha TP's out. Very good. Finds that spot in the trees. Hey, that was pretty good for Na'Vi. They mitigate a smoke gank and don't take any losses. Space for Crystallize.
They're biting into this right now, right? Just a little bit.
Yeah, the Battle Fury's helping. Crystallize is accelerating. He's starting to catch this Viper, but now needs to be careful. He's by himself. There is a Basher on V-Tune, so the spin TP is no longer free. Or at least not
I guess
guaranteed.
there's Avenge too.
And Venge. Yeah. Bump into Pasha. PM unrelenting here. Iceberg in general, deep in enemy territory, and no help for Pasha. This Venno left to his death.
He keeps trying to reclaim that territory, but Always Want to Fly has just been sentrying and ice pathing and checking all the high grounds and getting rid of all their wards. So if he's going up there, he has to just like clear a path with the wards, and it's a bit tough. General does pick up the lovely item of the Brewmaster and the Vlad's.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The absolute classic go-to.
Radiant's middle tower has
Ah, gets a regen rune, nice.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Is this a high ground siege? FTM?
Radiant's
They're gonna
middle
poke at it
tower
at
is
least.
under attack.
Venno has a buyback
Radiant
up soon. That's a
structures
glyph.
are fortified.
Navi doing a good
Dire's
job
bottom tower
avoiding
is under
taking an
attack.
engagement right now into
Dire's
Aegis,
courier
but
has been killed.
knocking on the front door.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time left though. A minute and a half. Like, you have to try and burn someone down here without the Omni
Radiant's
Slash,
middle
ideally.
tower has fallen.
Tier 3 dead.
Dire's structures
That's
are
tempting.
fortified.
No glyph. Swap back. Meteor Hammer connects onto Aloha. Now they get the Infest Bomb into the Venge. BKB from Iceberg looking to turn potentially.
Wow. BKB's there. I guess that's a really bad place to lose the Aegis. That was a good call. Like, dropping Aegis right below that low ground is terrifying.
Yeah, for sure. But again, FTM, they force all of Navi back, and if they can just get out here, they can pick up 4 bounty runes. They don't have to force the issue here. Still tier 2 standing top and bottom.
Yeah, he's going. He wants one young G, rather. Oh, he's going to win the blink. Oh, nope. Too risky. Even with
Well,
BKB.
Pick up the 2 runes that matter. Buyback situation, rough for Navi right now. Nyx, the only one with enough gold for it. This is a scary fight, and time on the
They're going
Aegis,
to try and
30
clear
seconds.
this wave mid, because Young G's in behind for potential backstabbing. Now he's looking for an angle, but the Venom ward is still back there.
Radiant's middle
Pasha
tower
walking
has
in, gets
fallen.
off a Poison Nova, but only connects on 2. Iceberg is probably going to be able to finish him off. Now Young G in the back line. This Viper in some trouble perhaps, getting chopped down by Crystallize. Good save from the Jakiro. That's Aegis, just in time. 10 seconds left. Now Crystallize bashed up. He's going to be in big trouble trying to spin back for safety, and he'll survive. BKB from Iceberg again.
Radiant's middle
Bruce
barracks
split.
are under
They'll just
attack.
finish off the barracks, and I think Fly to Moon ready to sound the retreat.
General didn't even blink in
Radiant's
for that.
middle barracks has fallen.
That was interesting. He actually just pandaed and sent them high ground for a little bit, and then quickly walked the Earth Panda back. So playing this extremely safe.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, they saw that.
Oh, they dropped the ward. Nyx Assassin, they're going to find him. He's a little too far forward. Carapace won't save him this time. Merchant down, blink back from the Quap. That'll disjoint the stun. Flies mid. He's going to get initiated on. They've got one stun. The Basher's there. Here's the spin. V-Tune pops the Rage. They need one more
They have
bash.
swap.
Swap's there, looking for more. It's a decent Omni. It's jumping around. The Battle Fury doing some work, but they need more. And it's not going to be there. Crystallize gets obliterated after he comes back from the Omni. Now Pasha gets bashed. He'll be in trouble. He's down as well. No running from this Viper. Quap looking to cut the creep wave, rather. I like the idea from Young G here.
Yeah, Navi's got to be feeling it though, man. The dread, it's starting to pour down on them. They can't quite get a
Radiant's
fight. They
bottom
can't
tower is
pick
under
anyone
attack.
off. The Aegis made it hard, but
Radiant's
now
bottom
they've
tower
garnered
has
such a
fallen.
lead that it feels like an evisceration of one hero is nigh impossible.
Yeah, it really does. This Lifestealer has gotten to kind of a critical mass point. And again, the swaps and the Jakiro, they've got such easy setups and also great saves. Aloha Dance is going to be in some trouble, caught by the Ilias ult. They have the vision, they've got the damage, and he is dead.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower is under
very
attack.
worth it, as they did
Radiant's
find another
bottom
kill.
tower
They
has
killed the
fallen.
tier 3 tower. No glyph remaining. Buyback used from the Nyx Assassin. Still 20 seconds on the Venno.
Radiant's bottom
This could be the final hold. No ult for Crystallize. Young G with the BKB. Once always want to fly and might just find him. He does. That's a nice pickoff. They're going to need more, though. V-Tune Jumps inside of Iceberg. Gets off the infest, and Crystallize just dies.
Radiant's bottom barracks
That was
are under
dirty.
attack.
That was sick.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Tier 2 up top, so no mega creeps coming out. FTM getting close to closing this one out. Now 18K net worth favor.
Yeah, very calm. Just, you know, lower bracket. You're up a game. Playing it super safe. You don't want to risk anything. Probably don't know just how ahead they are. I'm sure they know they're really far ahead, but it's a pretty massive lead at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, this Jug just got outpaced.
Invisibility.
I like the part where the life store didn't buy a minus.
Yep. I think you might have been right about that one.
I
He
think so. I mean,
just went straight for value items, and he killed Jug, and even though Jug has the farming
Radiant's
tools, he
top
can't
tower
live.
is
So
under attack.
it's worked out much better for this Lifestealer. 6-1 and 5 on
Radiant's top
VTune.
tower has
not even
fallen.
that. It's just like, it's such a practice strat from them, too. It's just like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure no matter what V2 bought this game, they were going to be fine. Yeah, they just have a really good feel for this, like, Infest combo of Lifestealer, like, actually using the Infest aggressively, and then like the tempo controlling mid of terms of just like, at what pace do we want to play this game to win? Is it a Viper game or a Death Prophet game? And then the Viper was just way too good of a counterpick to Queen of Pain. Na'Vi basically didn't have a mid hero for the first 25 minutes. Oh, nice stun, okay.
Yeah, Omni Slash going to bounce around. Is this actually going to yield anything, though? Now they've got the Infest out. They turn onto the Queen of Pain. They just kill her through BKB. Aegis is in the hands of VTune right now as the fight continues. They catch the Jug up top, and he's down. Crystallize with no ult, no way to live. The swap will stop the TP, and GG gets called. I think you hit the nail right on the head there, buddy. The way that they use the Infest bombs, that is what I like so much about the FTM Lifestealer. They play the hero well, but they actually use the ultimate to put pressure on the map, to set up kills, and it makes such a difference. It makes Lifestealer feel so much more threatening.
They also made the Veno just look totally ineffective at like Veno's main job. Like
He was 0-7 and 1. Veno did nothing that game.
yeah, but this whole idea of like Veno plants, right? Veno just goes to the structure and sort of stops. But when you have this Venge and then the Viper too with the Lance, it just they were pressured to try and initiate. And their only like initiating hero is kind of Young G just blinking in, but Young G was so far behind that he was like just finishing Orchid when these fights are starting, and he has no survivability. He doesn't have a save really. Unfortunately, Immersion unable to really play his game either, maybe because he didn't really have a pairing, because he's missing a position 3 that roams. He has a 1 that has a farm hard on the Battle Fury, and he is a mid hero that was very far behind. So suddenly you get stranded as position 4, and that is the worst feeling when you're playing position 4, is that I don't have kill friends. And when you're playing something like a Nyx Assassin, it feels even worse.
I think especially with Nyx, you have nobody global that you can pair with.
Yeah.
That off-lane duo for Na'Vi was pretty disastrous.
Yeah.
Veno, Nyx, between the two of them, they were 0, 14, and 4. That's brutal.
Okay,
That's a brutal off-lane combo right there, bud. Congratulations to FTM, though. A very well-fought series. Unfortunately for Na'Vi fans, they will be saying goodbye to their team in this event, eliminated in round 2 of the lower bracket. But that means it will be Fly to Moon versus OG in the lower bracket round 3. And we're about to do our caster swap, but I believe coming up next, it'll be that upper bracket final, Alliance versus Nigma. Winner of that best of 3 will find themselves a seat in the best of 5 grand finals that'll be coming up tomorrow.
And then you get to watch the lower bracket right after. So it's 2 more amazing series. You have Alliance, Nigma, and you have OG and Fly to Moon again. So come on. You got to stick around for those.
It's going to be hype. And then tomorrow, of course, that's lower bracket final and grand finals. I'm sure the casters will remind you guys, but tomorrow we do start later. The lower bracket finals, we only have 2 series instead of 4. So we are starting 3 hours later than we have the previous 3 days. So everybody gets to sleep in a little bit and enjoy our grand finals Thursday coming up tomorrow.
Mostly you, eh?
Mostly me. Yeah, the 3 a.m. start's a little brutal here in NA, but hey, we get to cast Dota, so I can't complain. Trent, that's it for us today. We got one more day left. B-Cop and Mofora coming up next. Enjoy the Dotes, guys. It's coming up after this break.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Life will make its home amongst your bones. Set in stone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Galaxies so birth.
I'll
The
take
seeds
that.
of war.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Back before the arrow fire has fallen.
Warriors of the world.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Bottom.
Battle Fury!
No. Worthy tribute. I'm burning up. Dire's Dire's top tower is under attack.
Battle Fury! Monster kill!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom has fallen. Roshan has fallen to the ground.
First blood. Set.
Amateur.
Haste.
All right. We are back. OGA Dota Pit action, EU CIS. It took a split second right there. The first word, it wasn't hyped, but then now I'm hyped. Mo, he's been giving me pep talks for the last 10 minutes. I'm ready. I'm on it. Alliance and Nigma. I mean, we got 2 series coming up that are going to be amazing. I mean, one leads to the grand finals. Then we've got the lower bracket round 3 matchup of OG and Fly to Moon. And Fly to Moon looked really good after that series against Navi that just finished up. But this is, Mo, are you hyped? Are you ready?
I'm so ready. And do you know who else, if I want to know, is ready or not? There's a few people here that are watching. And I want to get it in nice and early, B-Cup. Are you ready for this? I want all you Nigma fans out there to press 1 if you're supporting your team. I want all you Alliance fans to press 2 because I want to get the vibe in the chat. I want to know what people are thinking. If you think Alliance are going to win, you got to press 2. And if you just want some good games of Dota 2, we need some more people like you guys. You can press 3, okay? Yeah. Smiley face. It's all good.
And then if you're here to see everything just go downhill and, all the opposite things, press 4. But, you're only allowed to press that if you're super serious about it. Everybody has to be, given the truth. We trust you guys. We trust you guys to be telling the truth. So you better tell the truth. The number better correspond to what you're actually thinking.
We've had 2 pretty good series so far today.
Yeah.
This is the big one though that I've been really looking forward to since we finished yesterday. I think both these teams are playing so well at the moment. I think Limp on Alliance especially is my one to look out for. But I think GH on Nigma has been incredible. Like this sort of, he's been playing as almost like a 4th core for Nigma, it feels like.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for more of that from them today. Looks like he's probably going to be on his famous Wisp as well. So we've got very much to look forward to. That's not the right way of saying it, but never mind. I'm just too excited, B-Cup.
Yeah, a lot to look forward to. It's certainly going to be interesting because now they've already got the Bat Rider, and we were seeing the Bat Rider for Nigma in the mid lane. A lot of people play it in the off lane, but I don't know. Here for Nigma, could be the 3, could be the 2. I would almost go as far as to say maybe they're going to throw it in the 1 position, but that would be ridiculous, and I doubt that's going to happen.
I mean,
anything is possible. I feel like when it comes down to Dota, so we'll see.
Just depends on
I'm definitely,
doesn't it, I guess.
Exactly. But I feel like it's probably going to just be the 2 Bat Rider or the 3 Bat Rider. So I'll give myself a 40% chance of being right so far. But immediately into the Undying and then the Slark. And to me, Slark just hasn't felt like the best 1 position in the game right now. But here he is, especially to pick him this early.
And I think this is really good, though, because my problem that I had with... who did Nigma play yesterday in the upper bracket? They played OG, right?
OG.
I think OG didn't necessarily deal with this Bat well enough. And we saw from Viking yesterday when they were playing against Bat, they didn't deal with it early enough in their draft, I don't think.
No, not at all.
So I'm kind of hoping that, this Slark, it's picked up. It's one of Nika Baby's, best heroes. He's really good at it. But also, if the Bat Rider ends up going mid, they can also just move the Slark to mid as well and put him there if they really need to. But I imagine they probably want to put Limp on something, mid. That he's been so dominant so far this tournament, especially in his laning stage. Even if he has to lane up against the Bat, they probably still want to put him there.
And GH, yeah, like you said, GH has been playing so well, and I'm just excited. I'm getting overwhelmed thinking about what's going to happen in this series so far, or actually what's going to happen in the next 2 series, because it really is 2 amazing series coming up next. And I mean, this one, it's just going to be amazing. Alliance Nigma right now, bands of Phoenix, Faceless Void, as well as the Nature's Prophet, Doom, Enchantress, Queen of Pain, and now the Void Spirit. Void Spirit, a hero that we've been seeing just kind of get overlooked quite a bit. I'm surprised it gets a ban here.
Yeah, I think it's one of the better heroes, certain things, especially pushing early tempo. And I think Nigma respect this hero a lot. Weeha plays it pretty well. We've seen it from him this tournament so far already. And I think if you play a hero yourself, you kind of understand when it can be strong, especially, right? So they take it out, maybe indicating on potentially something they might pick. I don't know what that would be. But maybe they see it as a good laner up against the Bat Rider, potentially.
So a lot of time being spent with these bans here from Alliance. Actually, really quite a bit of time.
So if you've got this Slark pick though, so you're trying to think of heroes that you don't want your Slark to have to play against, right? Mostly. So I mean, things like, do you want to ban out things like TB potentially, or like AM is a little bit annoying? I mean, I know you have the Pounce and whatnot, but obviously because Nigma is still yet to pick their miracle hero, or at least you would assume.
Yeah.
But you're probably going to be looking at
Rider.
Yeah, you're probably looking at focusing on banning those out in the second phase. Also, I think, can we just point out, we have to remember that Kuro's not playing with Nigma, right? And they're just in the upper bracket final. I think RMN has been playing so well, like much better than I thought he would. I don't think we gave him enough credit, coming into this tournament. But he's been pretty solid. I think fair play to him.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing really well. I think it's you're playing well when Reddit's like, oh, Kuroki on shaking right now because they think he's gonna get replaced by RMN. But like, you're doing a good job when all of Twitter and Reddit and all that are giving that kind of joke out where it's like, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe this might be the permanent switch, which it probably isn't. But
no, let's not
come
even
in to come in and just dominate like this. It's been really impressive, yeah. So Disruptor next for Alliance, and RMNs look great.
I personally heard they've kicked Kuroki and they're going to get Sumailin as POS 5 on Nigma. That's the real news. Can't wait for that to happen.
He's going the Sylar route. Sylar comes in with a new team, goes into the position 5, plays Bane for one game, and then gives up on playing position 5. I think it was one or two games.
I like this Disruptor pick though from Alliance. I think it's going to be POS 4, right, for Hanskin. Obviously, the Glimpse is really good against the Bat Riders to stop him from just jumping and lassoing somebody. So until he gets BKB, that Bat Rider has to be a little bit careful about who he lasso targets and his priorities. It's also really good against Wisp as well. Because, when this hero relocates in and tries to get a potential pick off into a team fight and whatnot, you can just send the Wisp back again, or just send the carry back again if they don't have BKB. So you have to be a little bit more careful now on Nigma about how you use this Wisp and how you approach team fights now. This Wisp Bat Rider, which is usually pretty reliable with their kind of like pickoffs around the map, maybe not so much now because you have the Disruptor for Alliance.
Ooh. And we've been seeing Beastmaster get banned a lot, usually like the third ban or so in the second phase. But it gets through here, and Nigma are going to take advantage of that, and people might be saying, oh my god, they've got Bat Rider, they've also got this Beastmaster, but what people need to remember is Nigma's been playing this Bat Rider in the mid lane. For those of you who, this is maybe the first day that they've been watching the event so far. They've played it mid a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, we have spams Bat Rider in pubs all the time, like non-stop. He's really good at that hero. I think this Beastmaster picks, like, Undying, you're going to be laning against this Undying 5, right? Like, FNG's going to be on that. He's been playing really well on the Undying so far this tournament. That Undying hates playing against summons in the laning stage. Like, Nature's Prophet's another one as well. That's why you saw Alliance ban out in the second phase before. But Beastmaster with these boars is also kind of similar. Obviously, the hero doesn't do amazing against Undying himself, but with the summons as well, it's pretty good overall. This Lina pick, this is what I was talking about. Give Limp a hero that is going to do okay against the Bat Rider at least. Like, still has kill potential, obviously, but Limp, at least on this Lina, can keep his distance the whole time. Oh yeah, there's the AM.
Yeah, there's the anti-mage. One thing I wanted to point out, or just talk about real quick, is the fact that you were telling me yesterday Limp's been the best player on this team so far throughout this event, how well he's been playing.
I think it's difficult to quantify who's the best player. Like, how do you put that into numbers or whatever, right? But what I was saying was that I don't think Limp has lost a lane in forever, it feels like, for me. Like, he also always plays really solid. He's had some great Timbersaw performances this tournament, like Lina's. Everything's looked really solid. But if I think there's one mid player in this tournament that can really stand up to him in terms of, like, lane prowess, in particular, like, obviously Thompson's done okay, but I think Weehar at the moment, his laning has looked really solid, especially on heroes like Pugler and whatnot. I find it interesting that they've left RMN's hero until last for Nigma. Obviously, they want to pick their carry there on Nigma, just because if they don't, they're going to get 2 free bans on Alliance now to take out Miracle's heroes, which they don't really want to do. They could also put Bat Rider 5 still if they really wanted to. They don't have to. But I imagine it's probably just going to be Weehar's hero. They need some, I think they need some hero. I mean, RMN's played Clock this tournament, which I think is okay. It's a little bit worrisome against the Slark still, but it's still, they have 2 setups of relocate at the moment already in the Batrider Lasso and the Beastmaster Roar. But I think another one never does any harm. It's also pretty good against Lina as well, the Clockwork.
They banned the Enigma, and are they going to take something here for Alliance that has the ability to, you know, disrupt that lasso? Because then you could just throw the Batrider 5, right?
You could, but the problem is you don't want to put the Batrider 5 with the aim unless you know what the matchup is going to be for the offlaner from Alliance. They haven't picked yet, so I don't think you can reliably.
Last pick either.
Yeah, you can't reliably use Batrider as the 5 at the moment. I think they're more likely to just pick some solid laning support here, Bane. But yeah, and there's the clock ban.
Yeah, and they get rid of the Legion Commander too for Nigma, trying to get rid of those heroes that they think Alliance are going to play that have that ability to break up the lasso.
Just need a little bit of catch as well to help kill this AM at the moment, because the only thing they really have right now is this glimpse into Static Storm. Like, obviously Lina Shadowblade Yules into LSA maybe is pretty good, but it's not 100% reliable, whereas like this Underlord route is going to be really strong up until the AM gets Manta. It'll be interesting to see what Alliance go for I assume S4, because there's not a huge amount left in terms of offlaners. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Lich at all. Not a hero that's been very popular in the 5 position. I'm kind of surprised it's not like Jakiro, because I feel like we see that a lot. But the lockdown situation for Nigma isn't exactly stellar outside of Primal Roar and Lasso. Like, obviously those are great lockdown skills, but you know they're ults.
But that's where
those throwaways.
How's this hero been put all the way through? That's interesting. I completely forgot. You know, we've seen this hero like first phase banned all the time yesterday.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. So off lane Magnus, and then still mid Lina. How's that matchup for Lina against this Batrider?
I think if Limp's careful with his positioning, like obviously the Batrider can't just run in and use Napalm all the time, because Lina has the range to stay so far back, especially because she can sit under a tower so much. So I don't think this is going to be an easy lane for Batrider necessarily, especially because like Lina can always just push the waves out and whatnot and constantly poke at this Batrider. But Batrider does have that kill potential if he does manage to stack up those napalms. So Limp going to have to be a little bit careful. I quite like the Lich and the map. So Lich, you were talking about their stuns for the Slark and whatnot. Like Lich has one with Sinister Gaze as well, so it kind of helps them a little bit. The Magnus pick's a little bit greedy for Alliance, I think, potentially, but it's a hero that is still going to do okay in the offlane, right? Like this Disruptor Mag is pretty strong. You're going to be playing against this Lich AM. I think they should just trade farm on S4 or Miracle. Maybe Miracle can pull slightly ahead, but it shouldn't be like massively one-sided at all.
So we'll have to see who takes game 1 here. Alliance, Team Nigma. Mo, I gotta ask. Well, what are your thoughts? Who do you think's winning game 1?
Oh, it's a tough
spot right now.
It's a tough one, isn't it? I'm gonna go with Alliance. I think they've looked so incredible so far this tournament, but I think it's really close. I don't see this as a massive outdraft either way. Oh, and they're putting the Wisp with the AM in the laning stage. Okay. Fair enough. And he's actually started Bracer on the Wisp as well. That's cool. We see this more and more from like supports at the moment. Do you remember when we cast China and FY was playing Mirana position 4 and he was like building Wraithband first and whatnot as well? So the HP regen you get from the Bracer is pretty nice, like in the laning stage as well. So I haven't seen this on any Wisps yet. But I guess if he's playing POS 4 instead of POS 5, I guess the Bracer's a little bit more. Like, he doesn't need to buy sentries and whatnot, right?
30 seconds to battle.
Well, everybody could always chip in. Get some sentries. It's not just the position 5's job.
Only POS 5s. That's what happens in my pubs, at least, anyway. Only the POS 5 can buy observer wards and sentries, even though obs are free. Because nobody else knows how to use them.
That's what it feels like every time. Why are there no wards on the map? Ping,
The
ping, ping,
battle
ping, ping.
begins.
Well, because, you know, they're free.
They're actually going to get 3 bounty runes on Nigma, though. Good start for them.
A decent start here, though. Keep this... Are they going to keep this top bounty rune for a bottle, potentially, for Weehaw? Or is it just getting left there?
I think the Lich will probably just go and pick it up now. I think he just went to ward first, get the sentry down. He unfortunately didn't find the observer, which is on the other side of the river. Or, sorry, other side of the mid lane, but...
Yeah, going across there might have been deadly business. That's for sure. So at least for right now, we'll see how Weehaw does against Limp. Just, you know, in terms of having that sticky napalm, he's got a couple of stacks. How the distance is going to play out between, you know, the Bat Rider and the Luna. And then up towards top, Miracle and GH here against Hanskin and S4 on the Magnus and Disruptor. This is, you know, Disruptor. We've seen it before. Harassment with the Thunderstruck as much as you can. Just continue to throw it out and then open up the lane as much as you can succeed with and get it there for the offlaner, which S4 should be doing decently well.
I want to talk about this mid lane quickly, because you'll notice what Limp's done. He's pushed the lane in really hard at the start, because what he needs to do is he can't allow the Bat Rider to get level 2 and like be pushing the lane towards the Lina, because otherwise what happens is Weehaw gets level 2 and just dives Limp under tower, like with the creep wave that's coming in. So it's really important that Link always keeps the wave on the other side of the river, just to stop the threat from Weehaw coming in.
He's doing a lot here to him, but, you know, it doesn't matter when up towards top, it looks like they're going to get not one, but 2 kills. Miracle with the double kill. Hanskin and S4 dropping down in this top lane. And that is the exact opposite of what you want to do.
No, I mean, I don't mind to see it, but, like, I'm really annoyed at myself because I just didn't expect it to happen at all. Like, why is this AM Wisp just able to click down 2 heroes? It's pretty crazy. Yeah. I mean, the overcharge is obviously really strong, but I didn't think it was going to do quite as much as it did.
I agree.
Look at the CS mid, though, and this is what I mean by Limp playing so well at the moment. Like, Limp's 14-2 to the 6-0 of Bat Rider. And even this bot lane as well, this Slark is having a really good time.
Yeah, he's doing well at 14-1. You can see the CS difference between Alliance and Nigma right now, and they're getting beat pretty bad on Nigma. I think that double kill top is certainly a saving grace at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the only lane that's gone well for them, like at the moment on Nigma, is this top lane. Weehaw's just getting constantly bullied here. Has he got any more regen coming out? Yeah, he's got the bottle coming. Okay. So it'll be interesting to see at the 4-minute time with these runes if either of the supports from either team decide to come and rotate over. Because I feel like if this Bat Rider doesn't fill up his bottle at the 4-minute mark, he might really struggle.
He's already getting just harassed. You can see the attack range really benefiting Limp here against Weehaw and making this a living hell for the Bat Rider at the moment. I mean, who can you even rotate to make this better? Like, I don't even think a rotation for Nigma.
But they don't have, like, a support hero that can rotate, really. Like, this Lich and Wisp were so static as heroes early on top lane as well.
Hanskin going down again, and that is the 3rd kill in this lane. I'm so shocked that they're getting these kills.
And we all know how well Miracle can play on this hero.
Yeah.
So giving him a start like this, a little bit worrisome. I say a little bit, it's quite a lot worrisome. A 4-minute rune, Limp's going to grab the haste, and Weehaw might be in trouble now.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to do in this situation. Firefly, stay on the cliff, try and avoid him. Goes low ground, goes high ground, gets a salve. RMN's here. Limp just trying to see if he can finish off the Bat Rider. And he's, you look at that, he's just playing around the cliff, and then, yeah, eventually gets his salve canceled, and that'll continue to just open up this lane, because, well, you still have 30 seconds until the bounty runes are up, and you can refill that bottle. I mean, mean, that is tough business right now for Weeha.
Miracle has his double Wraith Band though in the top lane now though, so he's pretty fine now against this mag. Like this Wisp can be a little bit more greedy, he could go and make stacks if he needs to. Just try and help out his aim as much as he can. He's currently going on Handskin.
Yeah, he's really laying down the hurt in this lane. A lot more than... I mean, they already have 3 kills here, so yeah, it's way more than I've already expected.
Bot lane as well, they're going on the
mid! Limp! He's gonna get run down! Weeha getting the kill over mid. Hanskin makes a rotation. I'm not certain it's quick enough. Fairy Fire. All right, quick hits!
One less.
I think he missed the first one as well. Now Nika might be a little bit of trouble. No, he's able to salve up in the bot lane. 2 fights going on at once. They're just skirmishing down around this cliff. But I mean, this is what we were saying though, with the Batrider, like, it's really difficult early on in the laning stage, but he always has kill potential. Because Lena's not a mobile hero. Like, if the Batrider's ever able to get on top of the Lena, she can just die. So... big kill for Weeha though, but also Hanskin gets so much XP from that Batrider dying. Oh, he glimpses it back. Oh no.
The rudest of dudes, the rudest of abilities, honestly.
And now he's going to get the 6-minute rune for free on Limp as well because of the
S4 though. And he's taking a bit of damage there. Up towards top, was getting harassed, but a little bit too close to tower.
And now Limp has this DD as well. Like, he's hit level 6, so this Batrider has to be so careful. This Limp's just going to constantly click him here. Oh, I say that.
Flame break, and now the lasso onto the tower. Limp.
Oh.
Again, going down back-to-back deaths. Send me back, and I will make you pay.
I didn't realize how close Batrider was to level 6. I think he was like 1 creep off, and he went on Lena as soon as he hit it there with a creep dying under tower.
Is it Meteor Hammer first for Weeha?
He could go Meteor Hammer, and he could go like drums or something first as well, is fine. Such a strong item at the moment. I mean, if he really wants to go greedy, he could go bots as well, but I think he wants to be a little bit more...
I don't have Primal Roar, but they're going to chase Nico, baby. Weeha coming over, and that'll force the rotation out from the Disruptor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They have no like catapult down here though, so it's a bit of a wasted time there by Weeha. Lena are able to get some damage on this too on mid.
But now Weeha's leading the experience. Like, the lane was going so well for the Lena, and all of a sudden those back-to-back deaths.
Look at this play
really
mid though.
Turn it around.
Miracle and GH are coming in. They're going to walk under a ward though. But they want to hit Limp here. Like, the stacks are coming up.
Look at this. Just coming in. The stun hits though. Laguna Blade, and now with the skewer, S4 rotates, gets the kill on a Miracle. Overplaying his hand. They also got a kill on the Lich bottom.
He has to use the spell shield really early. The counter spell from the AM really early because of the stun on the Lena, but because it's such a short duration, yeah, this Laguna still just absolutely rips through him.
That is not what you want, though. It felt like everything was going right for Miracle, and now he kind of hits a setback there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great, but at the same time, he's also killing the Lena, which is a hero that's, you know, it's a snowball-heavy hero, right? Like, you want to get the Yules, you want to find kills as early as possible. So, even though you die as the AM, you still find the biggest kill on the map that you can get.
Feels like they're scared to leave the Lena alone.
Hey, skewered top under tower. He blinked in.
Oh dear, Miracle. I'll be okay.
Jeez. That was
almost getting caught out.
That was brave.
Certainly close, and now going for S4, who has no mana to do anything with. And avoid through, and
mid as well.
Kill, and then mid again. Weeha with that lasso to take out Lena, and I mean Nigma, they're gonna get a third. Static Storm was committed. Hanskin falls to Miracle. He gets a double kill, 9-3 in favor of tough Team Nigma.
I mean, this AM's getting out of control now. Like, he's 4-1 and 2. Like, the only death he had is because he managed to trade for the Lena, which isn't even bad in itself. And
he's how far ahead he is.
Yeah, he's just on this way to the battle, like so far on the way to the Battle Fury now. The saving grace for Alliance is that at least Nico Baby on this Slark is having an okay time. The problem is, like, look at the level difference. I mean, Miracle's at least a whole level ahead already. And they're going on mid again.
It's impossible for him to get away from this one. Miracle's here. 4 heroes have come over mid to make sure that Lina doesn't play Dota. And they're going to spot this stack. One of the things that has been a constant talking point has been contesting the stacks.
Yeah, and even though it's a 2-stack, like, you see, like, Nico Baby comes over straight away and he's like, I need to play up here now. Like, I need to make sure they don't come and contest this ancient stack. But it does mean now that Mind Control down his bot lane is probably going to be able to start slamming his head against this bot tier 1. He doesn't have the necro but
him and the
yet,
boar's head.
Yeah.
Arms for the dead.
So, let's see how this goes.
Regeneration!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is anybody coming down here on the lines to deal with this? I guess they're just going to let it go. It's the Slark's TP top, and we have smoked up mid here. I
guess they just want to play up top or play towards mid. They're going to try and take the tier 1 tower over mid. Glimpse is already used. They're going to TP.
Good
Chain Frost. Look at that from RMN. That is bouncing around the silence. Hits on a Weehawk for a second. There's the LSA as well as the Laguna Blade. They get the kill on RMN. They look over as the Primal Roar is out on the limp. They'll get the kill on the Lina as well as the Undying. They save the tier 1 over mid. And it's a 3k net worth lead for Nigma as they're going to go for the tier 1 in the mid lane.
I mean, Nigma just collapsed so fast on the mid lane there. Like, the Lich just turns up from behind while the Batrider comes from the front, and then this is the power of the Wisp, right? Like, you just relocate in and all of a sudden there's 4 heroes mid.
S4?
S4 really wants to find an RP.
Yeah, you're just walking in a lasso though. Gets the RP, he's already dead. Weehawk might fall. Nico Baby's here. Hanskin looking next though. LSA hits, Miracle in trouble. He needs to get away. Can't do so. Miracle drops. Hanskin doesn't. Can't believe they get the kill on both Weehawk as well as Miracle in that situation.
Yeah, huge kills. I mean, they managed to kill the Mag, but he still gets the RP off just before he's going to die to the Firefly.
It's odd. Just lag there really hard. Game.
And now are they going to try and push the mid-tier 1 themselves? I mean, it's a little bit difficult with this Batrider coming back now. He did go for bots first.
Yeah, everybody's up here. Glimpse isn't going to put him that far back. Hanskin tries to TP out, but yeah, there's no way that's going to be allowed to happen. They stop the TP, they get the kill. GH gets credit for that one. Miracle is 5-2-5. When was the last time you saw a anti-mage be this involved this early? I mean, hell, there's games where we see anti-mages go 0-0-1. You know, like it's in probably a losing effort, but
we've seen this from the best teams this tournament so far, though, right? That if you don't play as like, if your carry doesn't play with your team, you just start to fall so far behind because you're taking 5-on-4s all the time. So even though it's a little bit uncharacteristic for most AMs in this, like, as the hero, I think Nigma understand that if they can gain early advantages by playing as a 5, like by taking these early towers, then it sets up so well for the mid game. Like this mid tier 1's gone, the bot tier 1's gone already as well. And they're playing the map so well right now.
they're pressuring these towers too pretty heavily. Look at the tier 2 bottom for Alliance. Like that's more than half gone already. If they just play down towards the bottom end of the map, they could probably take it. They get a killer, so
if they get that before the 20-minute mark as well, right? Like it sets up ready for the outpost as well.
On a mind control, he does have the primal roar if he can get it off, but he's silenced thanks to the static storm. The Chain Frost is bouncing. Miracle moving towards Hanskin leaves Nico Baby to be low and go towards the Lich. They're not going to get anything out of this, at least so far, but they find Limp. So Weehawk is here. One more shot gets the kill. Glimpse all the way back on the GH. Now he needs to be careful as they did lose RMN. Can he tether to anybody? Anybody here?
AM's
got Weehawk close, and yeah, he gets the tether over and will also TP out.
The other thing as well, you have to say with Alliance's lineup, they have this like Lina Slark white, right, which is so... They want to find pickoffs. They want to find swans over and over constantly, like with glimpses, with, you know, the Yules on the Lina that's going to be bought soon. And at the moment, because Nigma are just running around as far, it's so difficult for them to take these big head-on engagements. They're so reliant on hitting, you know, big RPs and big static storms, which isn't easy without the positioning items, which is why you're seeing us go for this blink first. Like, they need to be able to take these really early team fights and not have to, you know... Sometimes we see the mech first, and as Seb's done that this tournament as well, but blink's just too important here.
$5K net worth lead. Anti-Mage has that Battle Fury pretty early on. And this has been such a performance from Miracle, being involved in 11 of the 16 kills so far. And the rest of the team, like, Nigma have moved around the map as one unit so well so far. Sinister Gaze, RP hits on a Weehaw, and the Static Storm, Laguna Blade, everything in the kitchen sink gets thrown at this Bat Rider just to get one kill. The stun doesn't land, Limp's in trouble, RMN comes over the Chain Frost Stone again. That'll bounce all the way to FNG. It was off the dead body of the Lina. Doesn't really bounce much more afterwards. GH hit with the Shockwave, but now they've got the pounce as well as the Leech on RMN, who has the Sinister Gaze onto the tower. Finally a kill there for Nico Baby, who is dominating. Looks over Mind Control, the Skewer hits on the 2. GH, Mind Control, and they get out just in time, but it's only to the side. So, Mind Control still getting chased down by Nico Baby as well as FNG. FNG doing a lot of damage. GH taking a couple of shots here for Nico Baby, but here comes Miracle. Miracle blinks forward. Mind Control ends up dead, so Miracle's kind of in no man's land. He has to fight basically 4 against the world. Shockwave hit.
Sark has no mana.
Forward once more. Nico Baby in some trouble. Right click's coming in pretty hard though. He's got himself 25 seconds to Essence Shift. They have the lasso. Can they get the kill? We are still taking a lot of damage. Nico Baby continues to survive, and Alliance are getting away with this one so well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't believe they were able to survive all that. It really felt like Nigma had the proper positioning, the Chain Frost coming through, the fact that they killed Alina so early. But, I mean, look at that. 28 stacks of Essence Shift. That fight went on so long.
Yeah. Miracle just blinked in on the AM, and I don't think he realized how strong the Slark was and started trying to trade hits. That was not going to work, unfortunately.
Jesus. Yeah, he went in with the objective of finishing off the Slark. But then Slark hits you once, and you get chunked, and all of a sudden you regret your decision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. I'd say Nico Baby hasn't died this whole game as well. Like, he's played well. And they find much trouble. Glimpse.
Aurora used on a Hanskin. They've got Miracle coming over. Static Storm is used. S4's here. Silence out onto the Anti-Mage to get the kill on a Mind Control. We are taking a lot of damage. Nico Baby, he's still dealing with 29 stacks of Essence Shift. They're fighting into this Sark, and he's got so much going for him right now. Look at the damage he's doing on a Miracle.
They might be able to find RMN here as well.
GH as well as RMN. Blink away from Miracle. They're going to continue to chase this Lich. He'll taunt for his hard work. If he can get out of this, that would be great, but it's not looking likely as he's pulled in once more. And Nico Baby, it feels like he's quietly 7-0-3.
Yeah, and he has, he has 9 permanent Agi already, right? This Slark, he's huge. And this is the thing, you know, we talk about AM having a really good battle theory timing and whatnot, but there's a Slark on the, there's a Mag on the Slark's team. So, like, he effectively has a small Battle Fury already anyway, so he's not going to fall too far behind in terms of net worth. And this Nico Baby Slark is going to be fighting, you know, much better than this AM early on. So Alliance, even though they fell a little bit behind, they aren't afraid to take these fights.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So they're going to go for the tier 1 over mid.
Are fortified.
Should be able to finish it off. You got all 5 heroes here, and I think Nigma, they need to hold back on the reins a little bit. I mean, hell, Nico Baby is still working with 19 Essence Shift.
Is under attack.
You just can't start a fight with him on a number like that. And Mind Control now in trouble. It's just gonna get higher. Pounce misses, but here come the right clicks, and you can see how hard he's hitting with all that Essence Shift. Kinetic Field is there. Mind Control dead once again. It's felt like Mind Control has died 4 times in a row.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, they do need to slow the tempo of this game down a bit, don't they? They need to just keep the AM farming, just be mobile around the map. Try and split the lanes out a little bit here. You have the Batrider with the BO3s, so they do have ways of doing it. They need to try and wait for this Weeha BKB as well, which would be massive up against like the Disruptor. But they're just going to head into the Roche here on Alliance. And so, do Nigma feel like they can contest this? And do they even know it's happening? They do scan, so they know they're in there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's not the quickest of Roche plays, but it looks like they're still going to give it up.
Like we were saying though, I don't think they can really fight at the moment on Nigma, especially with the Beastmaster when he died there, so you don't want to take the numbers down engagement. They did get a tier 2 in return bot, so at least they got something. Unfortunately though, they didn't get it before the 20-minute outpost, so Alliance still gets some XP for themselves.
The experience now favoring the Alliance, the net worth still just a slight number over towards Nigma. Nico Baby comes over, they've got themselves the last one, but the RP! S4 lands, it's Static Storm! It's on a 3! With the kinetic field,
Chain Frost though.
GH, and now the Chain Frost bouncing around, doing a lot of damage to get the Kona. We have a take-ups from the side of Nigma, but the Primal Roar comes in, FNG is gone, so is Miracle! S4 just survives, and Alliance, again! Hanskin, that was perfect!
Whoa, hang on. You got to give the credit to S4 though as well with the RP.
Yeah.
I mean, this Blink RP has been doing, was that the first Blink RP I think we've seen this game? I mean, as first ones go, that's pretty good going. Miracle was just about to blink out there at the end, but the Slark Pounce came through just in time to stop him from blinking away. And this is the problem, like, this AM has Battle Fury Manta, but you can't really fight as this hero until you get, like, the +1 item. So sometimes we see the Skadi, sometimes we see the Basher. But even then, how do you fight up against a Slark in, like, a 1v1 raw punching fight? You can't. Like, he's just constantly stealing your stats. And it feels like they just don't have the burst damage to be able to deal with the Slark at the moment. Because even, like, they have to try and 100 to 0 him before he gets the Shadow Dance off. But even then, there's an Undying Soul Rip behind him. Like, this Mag's probably going to be building the mech at some point this game. Oh, he's actually got Vlad's queued up, which is pretty good as well.
Oh, that's nice.
All of a sudden, this massive network lead, like Nigma and the had, it's just completely out the window.
It's almost like the advantage was, like, two-edged, in a way. You still want the anti-mage to farm, but now he's getting involved in all these fights where he's got just a Battle Fury. Now he's got a Manta, of course, but, like, you're going in early, and it wasn't probably the proper time to continue fighting like that. You probably could have taken that advantage and used it to farm your way up to a higher advantage. Instead, they chose to fight, and they've lost these fights.
But how do you farm yourself to a higher advantage when there's a Mag on the other team? Like, they can keep up with you.
Which can call it. Nico Baby should have another kill. That's going to put him up to 12 permanent agility.
And he's just 10-0-4. Like, he's beyond godlike 23 minutes into the game on a Slark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We questioned about whether this Slark would be good as a first phase pick, but one, it addresses the Batrider, and two, Nico Baby's 10-0-4. Like,
oh no. Finds GH. And GH is in a lot of trouble.
He's going to waste the Slark's time here, though, at least. Like, he's going to force him to stay around top.
And that's, well, bottom, though. Miracle, he's in the Static Storm as well as the Kinetic Field. So is Weeha, so they're going to lose both of them. They don't even need the Slark.
And now GH might go down top here as well. He's got the Glimmer Cape, which you can't really see because he's a Wisp. But, yeah, he does go down eventually.
Everywhere.
Get out of here.
Nico Baby now 13 permanent agility, sitting right now currently with 22 Essence Shift. He's got the Heaven's Halberd, he's got the Silver Edge, he's sitting top of the net worth. I mean, things are just going from bad to worse for Nigma. And then all of a sudden it's been a 10,000 net worth shift as RMN dies near the tier 3 tower. It was a 5k lead for Nigma, now it's a 4k lead for Alliance.
Yeah, and they're just playing so well at the moment. Like, again, it's another Blink RP down in the bot lane that sets up for the
Dire's
Static
middle
Storm. It's such...
tower
they have such a massive team fight advantage. You know, we talked about them wanting to play the split game earlier, but when they hit their key items like the mag, they can take these big 5-on-5s. And their spell usage has been so good this game. In these big engagements. They're not panicking. Especially when you fall, like, 5k behind
Dire's
early
bottom
on.
tower
It's
is
a pretty
under
big
attack.
net worth disadvantage, but they understand that when they hit these key items, like with the Yules on the Lina, the Blink on the Mag, they're not afraid.
Primal Roar. It's just on the Undying. And we'll still get this kill here on the FNG.
Scales balanced.
Take whatever you can get right now if you're Nigma. Oof, jeez, look at Nico, baby, just going in.
Lasso on the
Sinister
Lina,
Gaze, but they've got the lasso coming through on a limp. They're not doing a lot of damage onto the Lina. They already lose RMN. Nico, baby, gets yet another kill. He goes into the Silver Edge looking for Miracle. Miracle blinks away.
He wants him, though.
Disengage. Doesn't look likely. Blink, Skewer, Pounce, Leech with the LSA with the Manta.
Good Manta dodge.
Miracle! Oh my god!
Just another day at the office. Do they think they can reinitiate here as well? I mean, they don't have lasso up or anything. It's a little bit risky.
They're certainly thinking about it. Primal Roar is not up for another 34 seconds as well. Nico Baby goes into the Silver Edge, gets the Pounce as well as the Disarm out on the Miracle once again. GH trying to keep this Anti-Mage alive. Spell Shield now into the Shadow Dance. They find themselves Mind Control. Weehaw comes over, burning out Hanskin. They're doing a lot of damage onto the Disruptor, but they're going to lose Weehaw as well as Mind Control. RPUs, they lock down Miracle. He's in trouble once again.
There's no
Glimmer
detection,
Cape
though.
comes in from GH, and that'll keep Miracle alive. They lost Weehaw. They lose Mind Control. Miracle now needs to blink away. It's on cooldown for another second.
Radiant are scanning.
He's backed off enough to survive.
Yeah, like, they're really struggling to deal with Nico, baby, though. You can see, like, as soon as Miracle manages to finally get in a position where Shadow down to start trying to trade with Nico, baby, instantly
Dire's
comes in, right?
bottom tower is under attack.
And luckily, they do manage to keep him alive, but it's still a bad fight for Nigma. They're now 7k behind. And you can see the problems they're having against the Slarker with these two, like, single abilities with the Lasso and the Roar, though. It's so difficult to know when you should be going on the Slark because of this Dark Pact.
Break. FNG caught again. Playing that life,
By the
though.
wand shall die by my blade.
Kill me, don't kill anyone else.
But this is what they need to do now, Nigma. They found one kill, but they have to try and find more. Like, they need to keep playing aggressive while they have the numbers advantage here. Like, use this Lasso to find +1s. Use the Roar to find +1s.
Dire's top tower
Titan
is
Sliver
under
for the
attack.
Slark as well. Probably the
God.
best item he could have got this game.
Give me the status resistance every day of the week.
Yeah. I mean, 29.6 up against Lasso and Roar. Like, it's insanely good. And our
how are
RMN
you
might be in
gonna
trouble
keep-
here.
Are you going to keep them locked down? They've got the lasso as well as the flame break hitting onto the Disruptor. Hanskin in trouble. He'll fall. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of this, RMN was getting chased by Nico Baby, who goes into the Shadow Dance as well as Pounce to get some distance. LSA misses Miracle. Miracle continue to move forward, but they don't have the lasso anymore, so the control
They have the
for
numbers
them
advantage
is
again.
not really there. Miracle taking so much damage, he's just dead. Look at how far away he is from the rest of his team. It's not the proper spot to be, and the Primal Roar gets used on a limp. Weehaw pops his BKB, as did Limp, and they'll just try to disengage at this point, but that was way too far from Miracle.
Bat doesn't have Blink here either, so they're going to try and keep chasing him down, but he's so quick with the bots and the Firefly up.
Now for the old razzle dazzle.
He's out.
This Roshan spawn time has just hit as well, so if Alliance can keep controlling this top side of the map, I think that Rosh is going to be the next big objective for them.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dude, Effigy has a mech!
Yeah. Oh, Mind Control getting pounced, leashed up. GH, he's here. But Hanskin is too. Glimmer Cape used. GH now the focus of their attention. Mind Control will get out of this one. And now they'll get GH back into their hands. Pounce,
Cancel it.
leashes.
They cancelled the relocate down in the bot lane by killing GH. Oh my god. And so that means the Limp survives as well.
Mindbreaker, Greater Fairy Fire. And Alliance are just playing out of their mind right now.
Dude, look
Out
at
of their
Effigy's
gourd.
inventory. Tell me what you see.
Double boots.
He's got a boot for each foot. That's what I like to see.
I mean, you don't expect these supports to hobble around with one boot, do you?
I don't think he expected to get so much farm. Like, normally when you see FNG play and dying, he's like hard position 7, right? Like,
which he's done at times. He's let himself just die, but we hot. Spotted, we hot, gone. Nico baby, he is 15-0-6.
Is under attack.
Yeah, he's going to get that basher relatively soon as well, so AM's game's going to get even harder here.
Killed.
The bounty catch my matriarch with prize.
I like that Miracle's gone for a halberd. It's really important so he can try and fight up against the Slark, but they both have one, right? So effectively, they should be cancelling each other out in the fight if they're both used on each other.
This is what's crazy is this is just all after a 14-minute battle fury. Like the game was going so well for Nigma, and now that you've got this opportunity for the side of Nigma, things all fell apart, and Alliance are up 10k net worth.
And Lim's going to scale now as well. He's gone back for the Deso. So like this AM, his armor being taken away. Like Batrider's not a high armor hero either. They see Weeheart.
Weeha again. He gets caught. Nico baby with another kill. That's his 16th kill. 16-0-6.
He even lassos the Lincolns there as well, because I don't think they realised the Slark had one. So not only did they realise the Slark didn't have a Lincolns, but he's also managed to finish a basher in that time as well. Like, Nico baby's so farmed.
And you just see the jump up 9 to 12,000. They get a kill on the RMN. Nico baby 17 kills.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is I mean, this is a perfect performance from Nico baby, which based on the early game is exactly what you needed. Because it looks so good for Nigma. Like, you needed Nico baby to be perfect.
Mid lane, they're just going to start chipping here. Like, Nigma are playing the game how they should be. Like, they need to keep splitting the map up and let lanes out. But when you do that, like, this Slark's just able to just run over and just kill whoever he wants. Like, he has so much pick-off potential just by himself. But when you do split the map up, Nico baby's punishing them really well.
Look at the tier 3. They're going to work on this Rax. Disarm comes in onto an illusion. What's the play here? There's still so much for Alliance that, quite honestly, I don't know how you fight into it. RP as well as the Static Storm. It's going to be such a tough ask for Nigma to just jump into this fight, especially with how hard the Lena's hitting, with the Desolator picked up. Like, where do you find your confidence just to jump in?
That's so difficult, isn't it? Like, who's the AM supposed to kill? Because Hanskin at the moment has a blink as well on the Disruptor. So he needs to, like, he can stand so far back so that he'll never be found at the start of the fight. And then when he finds his opening, he can just blink in. FNG's just level 18 on Undying with Craggy Coat and Greaves. Like, how's he gonna die?
He is loving life, almost having the same net worth as Weeha. Spotted. Miracle now. Pounced and leashed up. He'll blink away. He's got the tether, the relocate. So there's the lasso that comes in on Hanskin. Maybe they could do something with this. Nico baby. There's the Chain Frost bouncing around. They've got the Guardian Greaves, so that'll keep him alive a little bit longer. But Hanskin ends up dead. Nico baby going in on the Miracle. You got the first hit pass as well as the RP coming through from S4. Primal Roar comes in. They've got the tether as well as the Manta. Blink away from Miracle. They look over as Weeha taking a lot of damage with the Laguna Blade as well as the BKB pop. He does not die. BKB's been popped by S4. Nico baby going in. He's in between both tier 4s. This is not the spot he wants to be in, but he's doing a lot of damage on a Miracle. He looks over at RMN. 3 shots him. Gets the kill onto the Lich. Now looks over at Mind Control. The chase is on for the Beastmaster. They'll get the kill onto this Beastmaster, taking out another without buyback. And it's 3 against 4 now remaining. As Alliance, they look dead set to take game 1.
They're just going to go for the end, actually. They don't even care about the side lanes here. They understand with so many stacks up, they can just chunk through these tier 4s.
Yeah, so they'll take the tier 4, they look over the Ancient, and it looks like they're going to finish this game as Miracle just gets chunked down by the Manta as well as the Survive coming in from GH. Can he fight 5 against the world? I don't think he can.
And the Backdoor
protection's no longer there. They look over. Weeha taking a lot of damage. He dies immediately. Just gets blown up Miracle's still trying to fight this as best he can, but the LSA is there. Nico Baby just ignoring them, going for the base.
Nico Baby was hitting for 400. Well, he was hitting 400 damage next to the Vlads.
He's got 27 stacks of Essence Chip, 23 permanent agility. He goes into the Shadow Dance and just finishes the game right there and then. Alliance, 34 minutes, 34 seconds, 35 to 24. Just blow through Nigma after what was that start.
I mean, that game looked so good for Nigma at the start, right? Like, they found these really good pickoffs early on. Miracle got so many kills in his laning stage at the start. But, like, the big point of that game was when Mag hit his blink. And even just before, they managed to take a really good couple of fights on Alliance, which slowed the game down completely. Like, Nigma have this really good lineup where if they're ahead, they can keep playing from ahead with the vision advantage of the Beastmaster. Like, the Necrobooks, this Batrider flying around as well. But they have such, like, this is what I mean. They take two, like, couple of good fights on Alliance and they just push their advantage so hard. It was really well played by them. I think Limp, especially, considering the start of this game he had where he, like, died 3 or 4 times in a row, like, the impact he had on the game still was massive. But, I mean, Alliance, they looked pretty good that game.
Especially Nico Baby. I mean, he ends the game flawless, 17-0 and 8, I believe, was the final kill line for, or no, 19-0 and 8 was the final kill line for Nico Baby. He played that game perfectly. That's exactly how they needed him to play. I mean, like you said, even Limp, who had a bit of a struggle over mid, ends the game as a crucial point in this game. And S4, 1, 3, and 21. How many RPs did he land that just completely turned the tides of these fights? It was very impressive from everybody from Alliance to realize where they were at, down 5k, you know, things aren't going exactly to plan, but they buckled down and they really pulled themselves back up, and ultimately it looked like a domination from Alliance. That was wild.
I feel like this Beastmaster just hasn't really had impact at all, like the whole game, right? It's 1, 6, and 5, but I think GH on the Wisp, even though they lost the game, I think he did so much work. Like, they have to be a little bit fearful of this Wisp still, and it'll be interesting to see whether they decide to ban it in the first phase in the second game, even after winning against it. Because it did put in a huge amount of work still with the amount of, like, map pred early on with the relocate. Yeah,
and, you know, I've questioned this Sark before, but you know, I don't think I'm going to question it anymore, because that's probably the best Sark game I'm ever going to see. Because that was flawless. That was perfect. You know, I had questioned it in the draft because of past performances, how it felt slow at times. Not there. That felt exactly what they needed. And I mean, Alliance, all of a sudden, now they're one game away from being into the grand final after a great game like that. So we'll see if they could take it 2-0, or if Nigma are going to come back and make this a 3-game series. So we'll be back with game 2 in just a moment. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Even him dead.
Ready to burn out. Take away.
under attack. Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Much obliged.
Into our scan.
Monster kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I return to the graph.
All right, and welcome back here. More OGA Dota Pit action, EU CIS region. We've got ourselves game 2 coming up between Alliance and Team Nigma. I mean, that was that was a game. That's for sure. That was very exciting to watch as we saw Nico Baby kind of go off, or not kind of go off. He went off 19-0 and 6. Really needed to play perfectly there after they were down about 5,000 net worth to start it all off. And pulled the game back, and I think everybody just kind of came around at a certain point. You had S4, once he picked up that Blink Dagger, I think the first RP was on 3 heroes, and then they had the follow-up Static Storm into the kinetic field in between the Tier 1, Tier 2, and that jungle area by the side. It was fantastic from Alliance to bring this game back. Honestly, they played exactly how they needed to play to bring that game back, and that's got to be such a confidence booster for Alliance coming in the game too.
Oh, am I back? I think I
think you're back. I think you froze for a second.
I had some issues there.
I thought you might have just been ignoring me. It's okay. I get it, you know.
Patience right now.
Well, technical difficulties on the internet. I think you're good right now at the moment. I see you coming in smooth. I see you. I hear you. But we'll see if they give up that Sark. We'll see if they give up that Wisp again. I don't know if he's going to go back to that Bat Rider. He did play the laning well, but there was a point in that game where it just kind of fell off. He was almost getting outdone in net worth by the Undying. Like it was kind of lackluster coming in from Weeha, and then you've got Wisp now banned by Alliance. They don't want to give that back up to GH. So we'll see what these first picks are coming in to this first phase as it's Doom and Undying for Nigma.
Okay, let's try again. I'm back.
I think you're back. I think you're good. Can you hear me? I don't know. Mo's giving me the signal. All right, I'll just continue. I don't know if Mo can hear me at all. we'll keep going until Mo can hear me. I'm not certain. I'll reconnect to this call as well. See if that does anything. But we'll go into the draft, take a look,
Enchantress.
and Enchantress first. All right. Alliance going into the Enchantress. Very different to what we saw just in the previous game. Enchantress, though, gets picked up and has been a 5 from Alliance in the past, especially when they played Navi just the other day. And, they played that with the Slark, Nyx, Centaur, as well as the Lina. And I think that was the only other time that they've played this Enchantress. But it's been picked up a couple of times to be in that 5 position. And now Nigma right in to the Rubik. So GH out on that Rubik for the second game. And, he's come off that Wisp game enough to get a respect ban in that first phase.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's, a bit of a different pickup for GH there. Surprised maybe that they didn't go for, say, the Earthshaker. At least through the event so far, Nigma has played him on, I don't think, on that Rubik just yet. He did play that Earthshaker earlier on in the event. And then, we saw him play an amazing game on that Phoenix up against Fly to Moon. And we talked about it in the first game where it was just, how well GH was playing to the point where we said he's playing like a 4th core. You've got GH who has played, a multitude of heroes so far. And actually, taking a look, he has played that Rubik. It was that second game up against OG. And he went 10-2 and 29. I mean, that is an amazing game on the Rubik. And now they go back to the Batrider. I'm a little bit surprised that they go back to the Batrider. After Weeha kind of struggled after the laning phase, I'm a bit shocked that they would go back to this and the Death Prophet gets picked up for Alliance.
5 seconds remaining.
We're here. Yeah.
So I hope you got some of my signals before.
I saw the cut signal. That one that's very big in TV.
To ban.
Or I don't want to work with this guy anymore. Usually it's the same signal. But I caught a couple of them. Came into the draft. I spoke about the Rubik. I thought GH hadn't played it up to this point, but he played it in game 2 against OG in the upper bracket. And then destroyed with it. So a little bit of misreporting on my end.
He is incredibly good on that hero. His game against OG, you know how he became a 4th core in the Phoenix game that we casted? He effectively did the same on his Rubik against OG. So that's why I was saying when he's played so well this tournament, become a 4th core, it wasn't just because of one game. He's done it in several. And I wasn't surprised to see the Wisp banned out by Alliance, though, again. Like we were saying, he did so well on that last game, even though they lost. I know you're talking about them going back for this Batrider. I actually think it's still okay. Like, Weeha plays really well on this hero, and it's his most comfortable pick in Dota at the moment. It also does okay against the Death Prophet mid as well. So I think if I had to decide one hero for Limp to play, I thought he was his best hero. I think Death Prophet would be up there.
10 seconds
so
remaining.
both heroes mid going to be really strong by each individual player.
Remaining.
It wouldn't surprise me now, though, to see S4 end up playing the DP as the offlaner instead. And then they end up picking a different mid on Alliance.
They also banned the anti-mage. Wow. I mean, even despite the fact that it felt very one-sided after a certain point, they played the anti-mage and the Wisp well enough to get the respect bans out of Alliance. But at the same time, it's anti-mage gets banned pretty standardly.
Yes.
That's a word?
Standardly.
Or pretty regularly. So, it's not the biggest surprise that it gets banned here. It does feel like it's leaned on a little bit more to get the ban due to the fact that Miracle played an amazing first part of that game. Not to say that he played the back end poorly either. There were parts that he really was still impressive on, but there just wasn't much he could do once Nico Baby started running away with that game.
I'm thinking Venge TB is still in the pool for
remaining.
Nigma here. I think the Venge hero in particular is still really strong. I'm surprised it
5
hasn't been picked up so
seconds
far.
remaining.
Magnus is still in the pool if somebody wants to go for it as well, but I think the Venge, and particularly the TB that Miracle plays so well, might end up being dabbled with here by Nigma. They could go for the clock as well, still if they wanted, for RMN on Nigma, which is pretty good. I think you just want to pick your position 5 here, though. It's the most important thing. Yeah, they go Warlock.
Ooh.
Okay. This is new. I mean, we haven't cast it, at least. I think somebody else has played it once this tournament. I can't remember who it was, but...
I swear we got one game with it.
Did we?
10 seconds remaining.
I
5 seconds
thought we
remaining.
did early on. But, you know.
So what do they want to pick now that they're against the
Dire
Warlock?
team pick.
So it's because it's like much different to normal, right? Okay. Now, this Nyx pick is... I mean, Hans is very good at this hero. It's really good against Batrider, obviously, because you have the Carapace against the Firefly.
Yeah.
But I think when you play Nyx against Rubik in particular, like, all the steals that you can
10
get as the
seconds
Rubik feel
remaining.
really strong. Like, Carapace is probably the worst, but even then, it's still okay,
5
because it can, like,
seconds
take people by
remaining.
surprise. If you ever get Impale or Mana Burn, you do such a huge amount of damage, especially in the late game, with the Arcane Supremacy.
Alliances
And
turn
the
to
stun
pick.
duration on the Impale is crazy as well. And they go for the Spectre. I mean, I think this hero is just so strong at the moment. And you have the protecting, like, Babysitter position 5 in the laning stage as well. So
Yeah.
the Spectre should have a really good time no matter what they pick here on Alliance.
So, looking back at Alliance's draft
10
so far
seconds
throughout this
remaining.
event, you know, with the Nyx Assassin as well as the Enchantress, it kind of fits what they did
5
game 1
seconds
against
remaining.
Na'Vi, where they went Enchantress, Nyx, Sark, Centaur, Lina, and they can still go
Alliances turn to
Slark
ban.
and Centaur. But as I say that, they go into the Darkseer, which has been picked up a couple of times, I think, recently.
Yeah, I know Seb's played it one game, and I think Mind Control played it the other one, actually.
10 seconds
Yeah,
for
it
Nigma,
was their
so-
first game against Fly to Moon.
Yeah,
5
so
seconds remaining.
this Darkseer obviously pairs up really well with the Nyx in the laning stage as well. Like, empowers that Nyx hero a lot, and it makes sense now why they've picked the Nyx if they thought about picking the Darkseer anyway. It makes Nyx's game a lot better, and also you have the break as well against the Spectre, which is, I know it's like a small thing, but it's pretty good for the Vendetta. At least you have a way of trying to deal with the Spectre in the late game without building like Silver Edges and whatnot.
Mhm.
I don't know how much I like the Darkseer pick though. I think the Spectre still has a really good lane because of the constant Warlock heals coming through. But I think Surge is a pretty crazy skill, especially when you have DP on your
10
team as well.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
a surged up DP just running in with Exorcism is... I
Alliances turn to
don't know if you've
ban.
ever seen it before, but it's pretty scary. It does mean that the DP's going to be mid though, which... when you're going to be playing up against a Batrider, I don't know how much I like that. I don't know, I guess Nika Baby has played it in the past before,
10 seconds remaining.
so it could still be safe lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Ban that Mars, ban the Lifestealer.
And what do you pick? Like, Alliance, I feel like they have like a hero to deal with the Batrider kind of in the Nyx, but I feel like it's not really enough. They need something else as well. They need somebody that lanes okay against the Batrider, I think, more importantly, which is why you see the Lifestealer banned out. I think something like PL might be considered to be taken out here by Nigma.
10 seconds remaining.
Potentially the Jug as well, I think.
5 seconds
And I think
remaining.
the PL's a little bit better.
I think they might be able to deal with the Jug a little bit better. We'll see what they want to ban. As for Nigma, what are you looking towards as they ban the Mars, they ban the Tidehunter? Two pretty
Alliances
significant
turn to
offlaners in the mix, and they go Wraith King ban, so not the Phantom Lancer or the Jug getting banned out here.
Yeah, I still would have thought they wanted something that lanes up a little bit better against the Batrider. I mean, DP's not awful because you have the Spirit Siphon, which can, like, try and dissuade the Batrider from jumping onto you.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
that still doesn't really care.
5
Nigma needs some like
remaining.
tanky teamfight hero to play, especially with the Warlock Fatal bonds, right? Like,
Dire team
at the moment, this bonds is going to be so important for their team fight, but they need like good setup. They need good like play potential. I really like this Ursa pick though. Actually, I think the laning stage is a little bit difficult, especially if they decide to put the Batrider off lane. But at the same time, like this mid game, you're going to have a vacuumed,
10 seconds remaining.
not vacuum, an Iron Shell Surged Ursa just running at you, right?
5
And a
seconds
Spectre in
remaining.
particular is going to absolutely hate that. I think they have to double down on teamfight here for Nigma, like with the Warlock Fatal bonds, like with. I mean, maybe they could go Centaur or something as well, might be okay, but I don't know how much I like that. It lanes up pretty poorly against the Ursa. Something like Pugna could be okay as well, but it gets destroyed by Nyx. And they have the Dispel on the Ench as well to take off Decrep.
Do you end up throwing the Batrider in the offlane and going something different mid?
I think they could potentially, yeah. But then, like, the Batrider does okay against DP mid as well. Like, in my eyes, at least. I might be wrong about that, but... I mean, they could go, like, Sanking or something, potentially. I think, on Nigma. But again, I don't think it's amazing. There's nothing that really stands out to me for them to, like, last pick. It's like, so it's a really big gotcha pick, you know?
You may now select your
So they do go
heroes.
Sand King. Okay. I mean, Mind Control really likes this hero. I mean, they've like in the most recent few patches or so, they've first picked this hero for him before, so he's very confident on it. But I'm surprised they've gone for it. Like, so I think this Enchantress is going to make the lane really difficult for the Rubik and the Sand King. I think the one that I'm really interested to see is the mid lane, though, between Limp and Weehar, because I think Batrider should have a good time, but like we said, Limp's been really good in a lot of his laning stages so far, especially early on. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to punish Weehar here.
Yeah, you know, we talked about that, and then we also talked about, or also saw in the previous game, like, what should have been a better matchup there for the Lina, it seemed, go a little bit downhill, where Weehar took advantage of some missteps from Limp.
Yeah, because Weehar, like we were saying, always has kill potential, though. And it's the same on the DP again. Like, DP should be okay in the laning stage for most of the time, but if DP's ever caught out in a position where she can die, Weehar will punish like, Limp really hard.
Yeah.
So it's a really difficult scenario. Maybe they consider doing some like weird aggro try or something. I don't know, that sounds pretty bad as well for Nigma. I don't know, I think their side lanes look really good on Alliance. Like both of them. I think Spectre should be fine, but like when the level 3s come online or so for the level 2 Iron Shell and the level 2 Impale, I think they do have some kill potential in their offlane for Alliance.
So we'll see how it goes. Alliance looking to 2-0 here. They're way into the grand final, trying to punch that ticket. But Team Nigma trying to recreate the early game success that they had in the first and try and work from there. So we'll see how it goes. If Nigma can push this to a game 3, we haven't had many of those game 3s throughout the event. Only 3 total. We had 2 yesterday and 1 today. So we'll have to see if Nigma can push it.
I think this Darks is going to be such an important hero this game, right? Because it enables the Ursa, it enables the Nyx, and the Surge is really good on the DP as well. So if you're Nigma and you're approaching fights in the mid game, right, you want to pop the Horn, you want to pop, like, you want your Batrider to be able to blink in and pick up the key target, which I think has to be the Darkseer this game. And you need to be able to burst him down from 100 to 0, but I don't know if they have the damage to do that until they, like, the Spectre gets really big.
But even if they do get close to that point, like, are you just going to be building Guardian Greaves and utility here on this Darkseer? So, like, how does that even end up happening?
So, like, you're probably going to end up going Greaves Pipe on the Darkseer this game before, like, maybe going back for a Blink or something, you know, when you get to the late game. And that's what I mean. Where's their damage going to come from when he gets those utility items online? It's going to be really difficult.
Seems like it could be a potential problem here for Nigma come later into the game. As I think if S4 has a good start and starts grabbing these items that keep him alive, you know, these utility items that keep him alive early on, everything will start to fall apart from there. When you can't kill these heroes, can't get anything done, and you know, things get harder and harder for you to accomplish, where it might feel like you almost are throwing yourself at a brick wall.
A little bit, potentially, but again, like, I still think the Spectre should have an okay time, like, with the Warlock in the laning stage. I think the sanking Rubik against the Ursa Ench is a weird one. I think, obviously, GH is going to try and block this big camp over and over again. You can see they've put the sentry down to try and de-ward the big camp, but there actually isn't a ward blocking it. They've moved their ward just to the side a little bit. So GH is probably just going to end up body blocking it a lot of the time.
I want to make sure that FNG on this Enchantress can't enchant anything of value or enchant anything really at all. Meanwhile, mid, Weeha, one more shot, 10 stacks of sticky napalm, and gets first blood. Pops the salve, stays in lane, and Weeha already finding himself a kill in this lane. This is, of course, a big change from giving up first blood in game 1.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I don't really know how deep he's supposed to lane here, because when Battle Rider gets level 3, it's going to be even harder as well, because I assume he goes for Firefly, and then he has even more kill potential. Weeha's going to have the bottle really soon as well. Yeah, he's got it coming out in the courier now.
And that sets him up for this lane, like, you know, especially if he can secure that 4-minute rune, which I think is going to be very important, so you'll probably see GH rotate. Meanwhile, top S4 to the Fatal Bonds ends up dead. So right away, Nigma on the right foot, recreating the magic that they had in the early parts of the first game.
So this is something we talked about in the first game, though. It's really important for Nigma that they don't let the Radiant side get level 2 first in this lane, because when they get the Iron Shell and the Surge, it's really difficult for the Spectre and the Warlock to, like, offer any kill threat. So they push the lane in really hard early on with the Fatal Bonds, and they hit their level 2 and they just go on the Darkseer before he gets his.
What do you do though if you're Death Prophet and you just get forced out of lane? You die 2-3 times.
They can still play around the Exorcism, right? And in this mid game, they're going to have the surged up DP, so she's going to be really scary still, even if her lane's a little bit difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But it's obviously not ideal for them. And here's the Firefly 9. He actually took the Napalm again at level 3, but went back for the Firefly at 4. You tend to see a lot of these mid-bat riders go for either like 4-1-1 or 3-1-2.
Now you catch yourself all of a sudden out of position or a little bit too far up with a couple of stacks of sticky napalm, and you'll get hit with the flame break into the Firefly, or what we saw in the previous game where Weeha got a pretty quick 6. He would just flame break you if you came too close to the tower and lasso you. That's the thing, these Crypt Swarms keep coming out, but 4 stacks of sticky napalm, all you've got is a shared tango. Limp can't exactly keep himself too close as he continues to taunt, but he's still 16-2, so he's CSing pretty well, despite the fact that the harassment feels like a lot from Weeha.
Yeah, this top lane is one that hasn't gone as well for me on Alliance's side that I thought it would, especially with that early death on the Darkseer, but it's all about getting their levels in this lane. And Nick's Darkseer, they've hit this level 3 now, so this is the time that they want to start pressuring the Spectre straight away.
And immediately that's what they go to. Spectral Dagger thrown at both Hanskin and S4, but they'll hit the Impale. With the Iron Shell on him, Miracle's going to get run down, but the Spectral Dagger close to the tree line where he's at.
Bot lane as well. Nika Baby's in trouble now as well.
But the Fable GH gets the double kill. They had gotten FNG. I'm surprised they get the Ursa too.
Top lane though, Miracle again.
Continue to get chased. They go under and dive the tower just to grab this kill on a Miracle. And I say just, but it is very worth it for them to grab that kill, especially with the Ursa going down bottom. But look at the damage that Nyx Assassin is taking from these Fatal Bonds. It won't be enough. But
yeah, he has Tranquils now as well, so he can just heal through the Fatal Bonds because it's magical damage. So it doesn't take off the Tranquil Boots.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
and they really needed that kill onto Miracle up towards top.
Are fortified.
Look at this creep as well, just zoning out bot lane.
Tower
Like,
is under attack.
I say that. I think.
FNG.
Well,
He's gonna go down. Limp dies over mid, and then Weeha finally falls. Hanskin makes the rotation, but that is the second time that Limp dies. You're losing FNG again, and it's becoming very apparent that Nigma are playing their lanes aggressively and succeeding. As S4 under the tier 1 tower, he is in a lot of trouble, decides to go into the trees to try and juke, and will eventually just get run down. Armin getting credit for the kill.
well played by Nigma. They recognised that the Nyx went mid to try and help the DP, so they punished the Darkseer straight away. But this lane's really difficult now for Limp. Batrider's actually going to rotate bot here. He can get stunned up by the neutral. But he has lasso now because he's level 6, so Nico Baby's going to just probably end up dying here.
Oh, perfect flame break into the lasso. They've got the control. There's the burrow strike. Nico Baby falling and continuing to extend that lead here for Nigma.
So this is the rotation that we saw Weeha do last game. Do you remember when he tried to do it against the Slark and it didn't work?
Yep.
But this time it's the exact same thing, but he manages to get it to work. Is Hanskin in a little bit of trouble here?
He's got a couple of stacks.
Limp's coming over, but
He's got Spike Carapace. Gets a 5th stack on him, 6 stacks coming through. RN
he has 3 points.
Flame break, Spike Carapace, now Exorcism. Weeha in trouble. Gets the kill on Hanskin, but gives up his life. Let's see what they can do with this Exorcism, if it's anything more than just the Weeha kill.
yeah, I mean, that's a massive kill for Limp, but at the same time, like, he's not getting the tower with this. Oh, if he gets RMN, though, as well, this is really good.
RMN surviving a little bit longer, just, taking up some time, but he is dead, turning around and looking into the eyes of this Death Prophet Limp. So, they get the kill, and then over towards bottom, Hanskin makes a rotation. GH, though, has the telekinesis with Burrow Strike coming through. Nico Baby, you try to fight this with the help of Hanskin and FNG, and will get the kill on Mind Control as they had the dust to keep the vision.
Man, I love these games so much. We have 14 kills in 7 minutes. Like, it's an absolute bloodbath in game 1 as well. Like, they really want to just try and get active early on and make everything happen, or at least as much as they can.
Miracle taking a lot of damage up in the top lane. But S4 forced to retreat. And drums early for Miracle.
Oh, he went drums before boots as well. Okay.
Ever since we started seeing the Meteor Hammer, I've been excited about that, but it seems to have switched to the more popular build of the drums.
Oh, look at Weeha here, though. He wants Limp so badly. He knows that Limp has no mana as well.
Burrow Strike hits Hanskin, and that's just to really get away from the hands of the Ursa. They've gotten the lasso onto the Death Prophet. 4 stacks of sticky napalm. Weeha gets another kill here. He's now sitting 5 and 2, and this time a kill deep onto the Radiant side doesn't cost him his life.
He gets a haste root as well.
They've got Miracle coming over, and Nico Baby, they've got the Dust. Shockwave not enough damage to get the kill on the Sand King. FNG dies to GH. Fable thrown to Hanskin as well as Nico Baby.
Here comes Weeha
coming through with the haste. Flame Break hits, and now the damage is going to be put onto the Nyx Assassin. They have the Burrow Strike to lock up Nico Baby for a second, but the Impale hits onto Weeha under the tower. Burning away is Hanskin and will finally fall. They'll take out Nico Baby, and it's a double kill for GH, and nobody falling despite the fact that multiple heroes were under 100 health.
Yeah, really well played by Nigma. Great dive under the tower. Mind Control, I thought he was going to die to the Ursa, but like you say, he got really low without actually falling. So, really, I want to say kind of fortunate for Weeha, though. He manages to get the kill on the Limp DP, which is great, but then he finds a haste rune, which allows him to come down into this bot fight, which is the main reason this Nyx and the Ursa end up dying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Wait, phase boots? Okay. Phase boots for RMN.
Okay. I mean, it's pretty good armor, though, against the DP and the Ursa too, right? Like, I don't think I've ever seen Warlock phase boots before.
No. Neither have I. So, Spirit Siphon, Burrow Strike comes through. They've got the lasso onto S4. They get the kill onto the Darkseer, but they will lose Weeha. Seems to be the case when he gets most of these kills so far. And Jesus.
Dire's structure.
Vendetta
RMN's
hits.
coming
They
in the
get the
back
kill
line
on
though with
mind control.
GH.
Telekinesis. Oh god, the stolen Vendetta!
Okay, so I'm pretty sure what just happened there was basically when you cast Vendetta. Well, hang on. I'll let Limp try and finish off his exorcism usage here.
Looks over at RMN, and the damage is there to get the kill onto this Warlock. So continuing to trade back and forth of these two teams. We're 10 minutes in. We have 23 kills.
So, but something I want to talk about quickly there is GH stole Vendetta and he hit the Nyx. But when you hit Nyx on and he has a Carapace on, it counts as two separate hits. You have the normal auto attack and the Vendetta hit. And I think he Carapace back the normal attack. And then the Vendetta damage hit him. Which is kind of unfortunate for Hanskin, but it's just the way it is.
The thing here, too, for GH is he's probably going to want to keep that Vendetta. It's on cooldown for another 40 seconds, and I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
work with this to get a gank somewhere, because, it's a lot easier for him to land his stun than it is for the Nyx Assassin. Now, of course, these are better players, where they should be landing the Impale 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10 times. But
it doesn't matter how good you are, that Nyx stun is still a little bit difficult to land sometimes.
yeah, you don't. I think with Rubik having it though, you don't have to sacrifice the Vendetta damage to land the stun instead.
Yes, yeah. Almost has the mech on the dark side here.
The question becomes, is that going to be enough? Like we talked about, if it will be. The Vendetta hits. Now they've got mind control and some trouble, but the Burrow Strike gets some distance between him and S4 and Houndskin. Fade Bolt, GH, now Vendetta once again. They've got the Haunt, they get the kill on a Limp. They look over at the rest of the team. S4 stunned up, Weehaw coming over, Hanskin one shot from dead. And S4 will be able to surge away, but they won't be so lucky on the Nyx Assassin. Ooh,
I mean,
Flame
Limp
Break
dying mid
from
is...
Weehaw. Is he going to go for this? 3 stacks of sticky napalm. Weehaw in a bit too far. The Fable comes through. They'll get the kill. The Iron Shell burns out Weehaw, but the Spectral Dagger hits on the Nico, baby. Mind control with the Burrow Strike. They'll trade, and they will kill the Ursa.
Nico, baby, I don't think he realised that GH had Carapace, and he just ran in and slapped him.
Radiant's top tower is
Oh
under
no.
attack.
Poor Nico, baby. That's what I was saying, though. Anything you steal as Rubik from this Nyx feels incredible. Like, even the Carapace sometimes is really effective. I think they got the kill on the DP Limp. The Limp DP mid, sorry. Which is the huge one there overall. Like, the more you can slow down this DP, like, it hurts our game so much. Limp especially has been playing from ahead a lot so far this tournament, so... Like we saw from the Lina last game, it would be interesting to see if he can recover quite as well as he did before. Especially when Nico Baby's not having quite as good of a game as he did on the Slark.
Hanskin surged. Spike Carapace looking for the stun. Pump fakes it a couple times. GH now telekinesis throws him down on S4, taking some damage, but doesn't end
Still
up
alive.
dead.
He has
Look at all
Siphon
these
stolen.
heroes coming in. He's got the Spirit Siphon stolen, as well as the upheaval slowing down these heroes. The Flame Break now, Limp with the surge. He's just trying to run. Spectral Dagger comes in. They're hit with a Fatal Bonds on multiple heroes, so S4 he'll get run down. Hanskin taking some damage to silence. It's on a 3, but they've got the lasso. So they lock down Limp. They have the Burrow Strike to follow it up. FNG, S4, and Limp all fall down.
Hanskin as well.
And Hanskin will follow them to the grave.
Radiant structures are fortified.
GH is 509 on this
Radiant's
Rubik.
middle tower is under attack.
Jesus.
I mean, he's the only guy that hasn't died this whole game. And he's playing
Radiant's middle
Rubik.
tower has fallen.
Do you remember when I told you at the start of this series I think he was the guy to watch out for Nigma? I feel
Yeah.
like my comments have been vindicated now.
Midas for Nico Baby. Nico Baby, compared to the Spectre, though, so far behind and doesn't have the benefit of Empower.
Yeah, not like last game, unfortunately.
Upheaval
FNG might be in
and
trouble
the
here as
Spectral
well.
Dagger. FNG in some trouble, getting run down, but Hanskin, he's coming over. I think if you throw that Vendetta hit, you better kill this Rubik. He throws the Impale. Now, it's the mana burn, but I'm not certain that's going to be enough. Silence on a 2, Vacuum back, GH on the run. Now, Chaotic Offering hits on a 3. They've got the Fatal Bombs on a couple. As actually just on the creep in Hanskin, but S4 is still looking like he's in some trouble. Burrow Strike from Mind Control off the high ground.
Nico Baby.
Hanskin, they take out S4. Nico Baby's rotating over, but can he even get anything out of this? There's a Fable thrown at Nico Baby, forcing the Enrage, continuing to back off, and it's just continual problems for the side of Alliances. There's the Burrow Strike with the Epicenter. Down goes Nico Baby. Haunt comes in, limping troubled. FNG dies again. They buy back on Hanskin. Look at the upheaval. Hanskin's not even moving, it feels like. He has just got his feet stuck in mud. Limp dies again. Hanskin looking like he's not long for this world. And he'll throw the Spike Carapace out to extend the inevitable, but under this tier 2 tower, you are not safe, and you will fall once more.
Tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
My goodness. I mean, this Spectre as well, like, we've been talking about this Meteor Hammer as like the farming item, right? A lot of the games, but now this drums is such a popular item at the moment, and it's so strong as well. It gives you the ability to farm, but also you can fight so well because of the drums active, like the chase potential is there. And it feels like Mind Control with this Blink as well is always just finding the +1s. Like, Weeha doesn't even need Blink on the Batrider because he's so quick. But we haven't really seen that big vacuum into Impale play, right? I think it's the big one. That's how Alliance are going to like possibly come back into this game, but they're 10k behind in 16 minutes. Like,
yeah. GH 5-0-15. By the way, you know, you talked about how Batrider is quick enough without the Blink Dagger. Yeah, we saw that in the previous game when he would just run.
Yeah.
And he's got 420 movement speed right now.
I mean, you get the bonus movement speed from the Firefly when it's active as well, the extra 13%. So you just become like a little missile that's just running at them effectively. And I love that he's gone BKB first because his biggest problem this game is the Nyx popping Carapace. And you see Hanskin has like prioritized that in his skill build as well by getting 4 points by level 8. Which is, you know, it's not an awful build. Like, we see this a lot when you're playing up against Batriders. But now that he has this BKB, this Nyx is going to feel so useless.
What's GH holding on to right now? Enrage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Blink Burrow Strike on S4. Riaz here with the Firefly Telekinesis. He'll use the mech. Flame Break back into their hands onto the high ground. Slowed up, killed off, and down goes the Darkseer once again.
That felt very much like a cool guys don't look at explosions kill. Thing is as well, like, they don't really take Roche that well on Nigma, so at this point, when they would be like in such a dominating position, like, imagine if Alliance were in the same thing, right? They could just run into the pit with the Ursa, and it would be fine.
Top tower is under
But
attack.
they don't really have that luxury on Nigma this game, so they're going to have to just keep looking for the kills, finding the +1s all the time.
Did they spot him going into the trees?
Oh! Libs... Ooh. Just gets away with the TP.
Would have liked a Blink Dagger there.
I love that GH is 5-0-16, by the way, on this Rubik, but it's still last in net worth on his team. That's incredible.
Dire's courier
Yeah,
has
that's
been killed.
kind of nuts. He's actually below RMN.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
it's not like RMN has a Philosopher's thing.
GH just runs next to Miracle and pops the Enrage just before he dies, just before it runs out on the timer. Scares the hell out of Miracle. I love it.
Haunt use, Burrow Strike hits on a Hanskin. Nico Baby trying to TP out, but they've got the last one to stop the TP. There's nothing he can do in this situation. They'll end up getting the kill into the Ursa. Now they look over at Nyx.
Blink Burrow.
GH trying to catch up. Mind Control does that for him. Blink Burrow Strike hits. They get the kill onto Hanskin. Taking out 2, making it very easy for Nigma.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little Arcane Rune on the Sand there, helping him out. I think, is this a Yules coming for the Sand soon? Looks like it is. I really like this up against the Ursa in particular. Because he doesn't have his BKB yet. He is working on it, Nico Baby, but I mean, he's so far away. Like, whenever Enrage gets popped by the Ursa, you just Yules him up in the air now. And the duration basically gets wasted, right? You can't, the Yules doesn't get affected by the status resistance of the Enrage. So, easy peasy to try and kite him around the fight.
Behind going on the high ground.
Yes, BKB,
He'll pop the BKB. Burrow Strike hits, walls down. Chaotic Offering follows it up. S4 can't get a vacuum off. He pops the mech. The silence comes in onto the Warlock, but S4 taking so much damage. Miracle running at him, gets the kill onto the Darkseer, and now it's over at the rest. But there's the Burrow Strike. Down goes Hanskin, looking over at Limp. He'll Yules himself up, trying to survive for a little bit longer as Nico Baby comes in with FNG, but the Fate Bolt's thrown. Just surviving is Limp. They lose FNG. Silence out onto GH. Will he finally die for the first time? It doesn't look like it. Double kill coming through. Now unstoppable for Weeha as they get the kill on a Nico Baby. 4-0. and now back into Roche.
I'll be honest, I'm really surprised they haven't called it here, because I feel like giving away this first Roche when you have the DPS lineup for yourself is really soul destroying, right? You know, they don't have exorcism to try and get into the pit and try and fight again here. Maybe if they can hold off for their BKBs, they might be able to do something, but they're so far away. Like, Limp and Nika maybe are both going for them, but it's going to take ages.
Get the Aegis into the hands of Miracle. He's got himself the Manta. He's going into the Diffusal with these drums. Now he's going for that Blink Dagger. He is, I mean, this is, I think, more net worth than he had in the 35 minutes of last game.
Yes, 100%.
I don't mean to, you know, have that sound rude. It's just you can tell the difference in his game now by leaps and bounds.
Odds on Batrider getting banned next game. Batrider Wisp first two.
Definitely could be.
Oh, they found the Ench.
Telekinesis Burrow Strike from Mind Control coming in into the Sandstorm. FNG on the run, but won't make it far.
FNG decided to skip the ult, which is like, it's pretty standard still. Like, a lot of the time you don't level up this Intouchable to try and make use of either the Nature's Attendance or the Impetus in conjunction with the enchant, but he's basically just a range creep at this point.
On the high ground, though, Mind Control, Burrow Strike, wall down once again. They've got the vacuum. Here comes the Haunt. They get the kill on Mind Control. They take it away at 5 times.
Stolen wall.
Baby taking a lot of damage. The wall that was stolen by GH is thrown down. Limp in trouble. And S4, he's on the run, but he won't make it far. We hop with a double kill. They'll take out Limp. It's 2 heroes down on the side of Alliance. Looking over at Hansky. Can they stop the TP? No, they can't. But still 3 for 1 in the favor of Nigma, and GH still continuing to pad the assists.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's just getting those stats up, you know.
5-0 and 25.
I mean, it was a good try by Alliance, so they need to put this like vision down, try and play around their high ground advantage they had. But Mind Control just blinks in and says, if I die, at least you kill the rest of them, right? Like, they find 3 kills for it, it's absolutely fine. It was for the cause. Weeha, though.
Weeha
He has no
getting low.
BKB.
Doesn't have the BKB, but the Chaotic Offering on the 3 GHs here. What has he stolen? He's stolen the Mana Burn. GH continuing to try and do as much as he can, but here comes the Epicenter, as well as the Burrow Strike coming through from Mind Control. FNG drops Weeha down, but Hanskin falls too.
Here comes Miracle, though.
Inside of Alliance. GH trying to run out of the hands of Nico Baby. He doesn't want to give up his perfect game. There's the vacuum back, so that might keep Nico Baby alive, but, well, now he can catch up and kill him off anyway. Telekinesis up in the air is Limp. GG is called. Nigma 4 for 1, 44 to 11. We'll take game 2. We're going to a game 3. As Nigma play the perfect game, coming off what was a bit of a destructive game from Alliance in game 1.
They got 44 kills in 23 minutes, Speak Up. That's like almost a kill every 30 seconds.
Yes,
on Nigma.
That is nuts.
And you know what I quite like? They spread the deaths evenly on Alliance across the team. Wasn't
8,
anybody
9,
that like
10.
feeding massively. They're all taking turns. It's teamwork. Even when they're losing, Alliance is showing their teamwork. I mean,
Nobody
I don't
to
know
blame.
how much you say about this game, right? Like, I think the level 1 kill, I think it was level 2 maybe mid, when Weeha killed Limp, I think sets him back right from the get-go.
Yep.
And I think when he gets that kill on the Limp as well, and he gets that haste rune on the Batrider and goes bot and gets the 2 kills there as well, I think like ever since that, like after that point, it looked so bad for Alliance. Like they really struggled to find their way back into the game again, and Miracle just went completely uncontested up in the top lane. And Miracle just farms freely the whole time. He died once when the Warlock went roaming to like ward and whatnot.
And they dove him under the tier 1. That was the only time he died.
Yeah. And after that, like, they just didn't touch him again the whole game. So
yeah.
I think Mind Control and GH especially played really well this game. I think Weeha on his Batrider as well. But, I mean, GH, man.
5-0 and 29. Like, that's such a game.
But they lost last game as well. And how good does he look on his whiff still? Like,
yeah.
I'm really interested to see what Alliance ban next time, because this Batrider seems to be a big problem for them to deal with, especially in the laning stage. And I think you have to ban out this Wisp, otherwise GH is going to play so well on it again. It's a difficult scenario for Alliance, because then you let through heroes like potentially like the Doom as well if Nigma have first pick, which you really don't want to give them either. I can't wait to see how they approach the draft.
Yeah, it feels like GH, he's doing his job. He's almost forcing Alliance to ban for him specifically. And when you're banning for GH, it opens up so many things for Nigma to have in their draft. So, are they going to ban this Rubik now? Are they going to continue to ban the Wisp? Do they give up the Bat Rider again? Like, there's a lot of questions coming into Game 3 about what Alliance will have to do in the draft to see whether or not, like, they can hold Nigma down. Because, not for nothing, Nigma looked good in Game 1 in the first half of that game. Alliance played that perfect game to take Game 1, but I will say Nigma have looked good throughout the series, throughout both games at points. Whereas Alliance here in Game 2, it just really never came together and never really clicked. But, it's going to come down to Game 3, and I'm really excited because you come through these first 2 games, you get a feel for what you need to be drafting, what you need to be going for, and I mean, it's the end of the series here to book your ticket into the grand final. It's going to be huge. So we'll see how it goes. It was absolutely amazing. Who are you looking out for Game 3?
I think they have to ban this Bat Rider. I think Limp is going to say, I want to play a normal lane and a normal game of Dota 2, please, at the start, where this Bat Rider doesn't dive my tier 1 tower. So I think for me, it's going to be Limp is the big one because he's been Alliance's star at the moment. So for me, so far this tournament, and he hasn't been able to play Dota. So they have to enable him a little bit here. But I'm really happy we get to see a Game 3 because, these are the 2 teams that have performed best so far this tournament. So we're all winners here, really.
Yeah, so we'll get ourselves Game 3. We'll see who books their ticket into the grand final. Will it be Alliance? Will it be Nigma? We'll find out in just a moment. So stay right there. We'll be right back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
These profits mean nothing.
Do not mourn me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Where are you going?
tower is up. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Upon this light.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, and welcome back here. Game 3 between Alliance and Team Nigma, as we got ourselves 2 solid games. Maybe, you know, game 1 being the most exciting of the series so far. Game 2 a little bit more one-sided than the other one. But, you know, it forces us here to a game 3, which is something that we've been hoping for a while. We've only gotten a handful of these so far throughout the event, and I'm very excited to see how this series plays out. Who's going to go to the finals? Who's going to drop down and play the winner of OG and Fly to Moon, a series that's coming up next? We've seen both these teams at their peaks, it seems like, but now it's, you know, time to find out who reaches the summit. And it's going to be very interesting coming into this draft, just really based on the variety we've been seeing from both teams and what's been working and what hasn't, especially, I would say, in the case of GH, because we've seen him play that Wisp, we've seen him play that Rubik, and, you know, one of the things that he hasn't played this series that has done really well with is that Phoenix. So, like, how do you approach coming into this draft looking for, you know, what you're going to go up against? What are you going to allow GH to have? You know, what's your options here, Mo? It feels like, what do you do? Like, there's only I would say a couple of players who really have that versatility in terms of their hero lineup. I would say FY might be another one of those, but I don't think he gets focused as much in bans as much as GH does.
You can't.
There's so much there.
You can't ban somebody playing well. Like, it doesn't matter what hero they play; they're still going to play well, aren't they? Like, what do you do? I still think they have to ban the Batrider. I think that hero stops Limp from playing Dota, and so take it out. Force Weeha to play something different that he's not quite as comfortable on potentially, even if he's still really good at it. Because like when you pick that DP in the second game, right? You know they're probably going to pick the Batrider. Like, you know it's coming, so they must have thought it would have been an okay matchup, but he just gets punished really hard on Limp at the start of the game, and he never really recovered from it. So I
mean, you died in the first minute, giving up that first blood to Weeha, and like that was a massive impact on not only the lane but the game later on. And there it is. First ban is that Batrider. But what are you opening up for Nigma to now take? Like, obviously Weeha has been loving that Batrider, but like certainly he's got to have other options. He's not got a hero puddle here.
I assume they're going to still ban the Wisp here from GH unless they want to pick it themselves. But then, you know, you start to look at the heroes that get let through, like the support heroes like the Phoenix and whatnot, or the, you know, we've seen a lot of Veno recently as well. The Doom, I was going to say the Doom, the Magnus. There's so many different things. They actually banned the Void instead, which is something Nigma have been playing really well around too. Miracles look great on that hero, so, you know, it's pick your poison. It's the problem with the new drafting system. You get 2 bans at the start of the game. You know, what
Yeah,
amazing
you really
hero
can't
are you going
account
to
for
give?
much.
Yeah, which amazing hero are you going to give the other team?
Magnus makes it through. Wisp makes it through. There's already a lot of options here for GH. I think usually, too, when you see like Weeha not get this Bat Rider, they almost leave his hero for like last. Like they'll try to draft, him, or try to draft around having him have that last option, or hope that they can. So it'll be interesting to see which direction they want to go with this. I know he's played Void Spirit earlier in the event. I think he played
Pugna.
Doom mid, right? Yeah, he played Pugna. So we'll have to see. And Alliance are the ones who go to the Phoenix. So that's a good pick, bit of a pick ban, but you're going into the Wisp anyway. That comes through the draft. You allow GH to have it, and now it's immediately into the Slark, which was what Nico Baby destroyed with in game one, having that perfect no-death game. So now you go Gyrocopter, which I like Gyro. Obviously, I like him a lot more here with the Wisp, but I don't know. I feel like there's other one positions that might be able to benefit a little bit more or do a little bit more.
I know. I still think this is fine though for both teams. Like,
Yeah.
the way Nico Baby's just really good at this Slark hero, obviously. And the Halberd build that he goes for is pretty good against the Gyrocopter as well. So I don't think he should be massively worried necessarily. But I think the way Nigma have been playing this series so far and wanting to take these early engagements and team fights, Gyrocopter loves that crap. Like, he is all over that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to take these early fights. Like, he hits level 7. I don't care. I'm running down mid. Like, level 3 even. Like, it doesn't matter. You're just so strong at fighting at all points of, like, the early game because of that Rocket Barrage spell. And Slark is going to need a little bit more space to come online and farm a couple of items before he can try and fight into that Gyrocopter. Mainly, like, the Halberd. So, it'll be interesting to see how Alliance look to draft around this Slark now and what Limp's going to play. Because they need to make sure they can sustain and fight these early engagements. Otherwise, they're going to fall further and further behind like they did that last game.
Yeah. So it's, looking towards the future. We'll see what they go for. They ban the Magnus this time.
Yeah.
A hero that seems to have made it late in drafts for both games. So, I'm wondering what they want to do here. More so with Weeha. Are we going to see something crazy? Are we going to see like the Weeha Meepo? I'm thinking of all the possibilities here for both teams. What are we going to see?
I think they'll probably look to pick the Bane next on Nigma as their like solid position 5 here if it doesn't get banned. Or like I still think the Clockwork's okay, but I think Bane's just a little bit better at the moment in terms of like the lane support it can offer against the Phoenix. So
yeah,
it sets up for relocate well as well, with like the Fiend Script or the Nightmare.
But do you go Bane, or would you go something like, say, the 5 position Snapfire?
I mean, you could go Snapfire as well. Like, it's good against the Egg. They actually banned the Bane themselves. That's interesting. Okay. I thought they might look to ban out something like Disruptor instead for FNG, because that hero's so good against the Wisp, like we saw in Game 1. But, because they don't really have an answer to this Wisp yet, right? Like, I mean, Phoenix is okay, but they need like a hero that gets onto the Wisp at the start of the fight. And I'm not sure Slark's enough. GH, the amount of farm that he's been getting in these games recently, like, it's going to suggest that he's going to get like an early Ghost Scepter or like a Glimmer Cape that he did in the first game. So you need to be prepared to have some hero that jumps in with a stun that can pick the Wisp off at the start.
Banning that Beastmaster. Beastmaster we saw in the first game for Mind Control. It did okay in the beginning. Felt very lackluster towards the back half of that game. Wasn't really able to do much more than throw a Primal Roar. On top of which, the Disruptor really worked out for Alliance. I wouldn't actually be surprised if we saw the Disruptor again for him.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Hanskin played it last time, though. He's probably going to play the Phoenix. I think that Beastmaster ban's really good, though, because it pressures the Slark in lane, but the attack speed aura is also really good against the Egg. So I think it's a really good value ban overall. They take the Disruptor, though, on Nigma. Okay.
Yeah, so instead of themselves, they take the Disruptor. Now they've got that, that big Static Storm to work with. Locked down the kinetic field, and we'll have to see what they, what they want to follow this up with. Again, it looks as though they're waiting to pick Weeha's hero towards the end, or till the end. They do have the final pick, so it's not the worst thing in the world to wait.
I think they're more likely to pick Weeha's hero last here and just pick Mind Control's hero next. Because like they know they're going to be laning up against the Slark, right? Like, yes, it shows both your side lanes straight away, but I think that's fine. Ooh. Maybe now because they... I mean, it could just still be S4 on the Kunkka. That's the big problem for them here. Their X is really good against Wisp. This is what I'm saying. They need a hero that deals with that hero. They need a hero that deals with the Wisp, I mean. And the X is really good at, like, throwing people off. Like, it gives them good team fight as well with the Egg, which is nice. Like, you have the Torrent, you've got the Boat to protect yourself. That's interesting.
Ooh.
So now, you're put in a position where if it's Kunkka mid, you can put the Necro mid to lane up against it because it's a really good matchup. Or if it ends up being Kunkka off lane, you could even put Mind Control on the Necro and like do some weird aggro try, and then put the Necro solo safe lane against the Kunkka. Because Mind Control and Weeha both play this hero really well.
Yeah.
I also want to say it's really difficult to play Slark against Necro because you want to be playing around on low HP before you pop the Shadow Dance, but it doesn't work up against the Necro because he's going to pop that Reaper Scythe relatively early, and then the Slark just goes from 100 to 0, right? Like, you've got to be so wary of that. It gives them good... Yeah, you go.
They go to the Ancient Apparition afterwards. Like, you know, is that enough to counter here the Necrophos?
It's pretty good against that and the Wisp as well, because it stops the healing coming through, but they have like a really big problem with lockdown here. Like, especially when Gyro gets BKB, they're going to have a massive problem. And it's going to be like a BKB Gyro, right? So I worry for Alliance that Nigma are going to hit this timing around that BKB and just run at them, like, non-stop. Which could be very difficult to deal with.
I have to figure out what these last picks are going to be. They ban out the Sand King. Mind Control played that really well in Game 2. They get rid of the Lina, which wasn't exactly the most amazing game from Limp in Game 1, but towards the end where he had that Desolator and was just outputting so much damage. Granted, you know, Nico Baby was basically frontlining the entire team at that point, but you know, he was still doing a lot with that hero. So it'll be interesting to see because, you know, you're talking about Mind Control being on the Necro or Weeha being on the Necro. You get more of a feel with that. You have the last pick. You have the benefit of that. So I think Nigma right now are in a really good spot to round out their draft and having a bit of a draft advantage.
I think Nigma have a problem though. They miss a frontliner, right, and they need somebody with initiation. Because at the moment they're really reliant on the glimpse to be able to find people. So they need, like, you know, we saw how like this Centaur kind of heroes were being banned last by Alliance before as well, and they banned the Axe as well.
That was actually the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, they need some catch. Like, Mind Control plays things like Slardar as well, which might be okay.
What about Tidehunter?
I don't like it against the Slark too much in the laning stage. I think the Slark destroys that hero in the lane. Like, it's not awful for their game overall, but I think they want something that's a little bit less cooldown focused. Because if you look at the rest of their team at the moment, they kind of want to just fight non-stop a little bit with this Gyrocopter, right? Who doesn't really have any cooldowns. So that's why things like the Sand King and the Axe are so good, because they don't have any long cooldowns to play around.
Well, then, couldn't you do something like Underlord? Use that Pit of Malice?
Ooh.
And that's the Legion getting through this time. The Legion banned in the previous game because they had that Bat Rider. They wanted to take away anything that can really counter that lasso. A lot of time here for Nigma to really figure it out. Blink Duel, is it going to be an issue?
It's really good because they have the AA on their team as well. So whoever S4 is going to duel, they have to follow up with the Ice Blast as well. That was my biggest problem with the AA pick at the moment. Like, as AA Phoenix as a support duo is a little bit awkward because neither of them really want to go in. They don't really have any stuns. So they needed somebody that could offer that front line and the blink initiation that they were missing. And Legion definitely does that. I think it would have been a decent pick for Nigma as well, potentially. I mean, the problem is, like, they could go for something like the Underlord as well if they really wanted, but it's really bad against the Slark in lane. Maybe, like... I mean, Veno's not very good either. They missed that front line, like... Like, at some point in this game, Gyrocopter can be the front line when Gyro gets BKB and stuff, but...
But it'll be a little while until he's able to do that.
And same with Necro as well. Like, Necro can eventually be a frontliner when the Necro gets items. But it's just they need to reach that point. I'm going to look at hero list. Tell me if something gets picked.
Well, they could still go with, you know, Necro off lane and go something different mid, right?
What about, like, Brewmaster or something?
Gives you control. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Get that Cyclone off. Would really be nice to put that out onto, you know, the Legion or something, or the Kunkka.
Even the Slark as well, potentially, could be really strong.
Yeah.
It doesn't lane up awfully against Slark either, because you have the Drunken Brawler for evasion.
There's the Void Spirit. So it looks like they're going to go with the Necro off lane. I was thinking just about that Brewmaster. They don't exactly have anything to really blow him up either. And it will end up being the Weehaw Void Spirit. That'll throw the Necro in the offlane. Miracle on the Gyrocopter, GH on the Wisp, and Arman on the Disruptor. FNG playing the Ancient Apparition, of course. S4 on the Legion Commander. Limp on that mid-Kunkka. Nico Baby back on the Slark. And Hanskin playing the Phoenix.
I wonder whether they still want to run some aggro try with the Nigma team, though. Into, like, this greedy support duo of Phoenix AA, because they don't really have any stuns, right? They can't really bully. The problem there is that then the Gyro and Wisp don't really get XP, which they kind of need, but my controls look so good in, like, 1v1s recently. Like, especially, like, Necro versus Legion seems pretty good for the Necro, so if you manage to get MC in a 1v1 there, could MC just take over the game?
Potentially.
It'll be interesting to see how Limp plays this game in comparison as well to the other two, because like we said, he's really struggled in the laning stage, which has been his forte so far this tournament. And now I feel like he's in something that's a little bit more even. And if anything, it's probably a little bit Kunkka favoured here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, though, with the Void Spirit, I've seen it before where it's like Kunkka feels good, but like there's a lot here for the Void Spirit to avoid the X and avoid, you know, really getting entangled in sort of that catch that the Kunkka brings to the table. You've got the Astral Step for movement. You have the Dissimulate just to make sure that, you know, you're avoiding everything that Alliance is throwing, or avoiding some of the things that Alliance is throwing. And then even if you're able to land Aether Remnants here and get that extra bit of lockdown, like, it could really become problematic for these heroes on Alliance, especially if Nigma can find themselves having Weehaw jump to the backlines and kill off that Ancient Apparition very quickly. Like, I feel like all of a sudden AA's game gets very difficult with the Void Spirit pickup.
Yeah, for sure. And so let's see what they're going to do with their laning setup here.
Prepare for battle.
So it looks like JK Gyro Wisp are just running top. Looks like they're going to do a standard laning stage. Because the thing is, like, Necro still lanes up okay against Slark. The problem is that if they ever start running at you and you don't have Ghost Ride up, the Slark can just kind of click you down a little bit. But hopefully with the Disruptor there as well, it should be enough to offset the balance. I cannot believe Nigma are one game off getting to the Grand Final with a stand-in on their POS 5. That's insane. Like,
insert thread about Kuroki not having a job.
Yeah. I mean, Sox, do you remember when he stood in for OG? I can't remember what tournament it was, and whenever they won games, he was, like, so happy. And I feel like maybe RMN's the same, but maybe I think he's a little bit more reserved as a person from, like, what I've seen from him before.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gone for this Null Talisman as well on the Disruptor. That's what we've been talking about. Having that nice...
He's played pretty greedy.
It's still
in terms
good,
of the 5.
He has, like, even with the Warlock last game, like we were saying, he had more net worth than GH, right?
Well, until the end, but...
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So S4 gets relatively low up in the top lane. Actually has to get salved up right at the start. So, going to be missing out on a little bit of regen there early on. And we saw Miracle and GH absolutely destroying Game 1 in their laning stage with the Wisp. So, let's see what they can do here. Oh, the Taunt Wars mid.
Well, I mean, you're coming off games where both mids have kind of had decent times. Like, Limp started okay in the first game, but, you know, now Weehaw had that amazing game over in Game 2, so we'll see. Like, I'm excited. Who's gonna win the lane Game 3, you know?
I mean, it's definitely like the Kunkka, saying the Kunkka's definitely favoured in this lane. But
is he favoured early and throughout, or is he just favoured, like, until Weehaw starts getting a couple of points out into Aether Remnant and, like, Resonant Pulse and all that?
No, I think it's Kunga favourite pretty much all the time through the laning stage. Like, from Weehaw, it's going to be more about the rotations he makes around the map. Because he needs to be finding kills, like with that Astral Step at level 6 and whatnot.
FNG gets low. He's forced to use that salve over towards bottom, continuing to throw out the Chilling Touch where he can. He's got two Fairy Fires on him, as well as just a bunch of regen.
Yeah, I mean, look at the CS mid already. It's crazy.
Yeah, the CS is nice. Like, obviously, Weehaw getting beat so far in terms of CS, but I wonder if maybe things get a little bit easier as he gets more levels out here. Because if he hits a couple of Aether Remnants, he's able to lock him down. Like, this could become problematic for Limp, but I don't know. I feel like I'm just making excuses for Weehaw right now, where it's a very Limp favored lane. It's just, after that Game 2 performance, it's like, it's hard for me to articulate in my mind, like, all that, as Nico Baby getting first blood on the RMN over bottom. But FNG should be fine.
Did not expect that again. I was too busy looking at this mid lane. And they're trading really well with regen as well. Top lane. S4 Legion has run out of regen here, so he's going to struggle a little bit.
GH backing off with Miracle. He's getting close to that level 3. S4 very close to his level 3 as well. He's gone into the Quelling Blade and the Ring of Protection.
Seems like pretty even laning stage relatively overall. It's just this top lane which has been a little bit difficult for Alliance, but it's still not awful for them. They're doing okay.
What is S4?
Step lively now. Your admiral is
What's he
on
picking
board.
up here? Oh, okay, he's got his boots coming in.
Yeah, he needs to get more regen though as soon as he can. Like, Hanskin's having to pass him off the tangos. Actually, Hanskin's picked him himself, so that's fine.
Has the salve, has another 2 tangos if they're needed. You know, he's already passed them over one tango already. But this is a little bit different from what we were seeing from Nigma in the first game and kind of the second game as well. Their CS is a lot better.
Yeah.
It felt like Alliance were pulling an advantage from the CS that they had in especially game 1. Like, even though Miracle got kills up top with GH, like, the CS was so much better. But they're gonna look over the Necro. They've got the Cold Feet as well as the Pounce. He's leashed up. Kinetic Field won't last long enough, won't box them out. Mind Control goes down. They look over at RMN for a second, but Nico Baby already sitting a little bit low. Does not want to make that approach onto this Disruptor. He's taking a massive amount of damage.
Limp manages to bottle up, sorry, not bottle up, but take the Arcane Rune as well, so Weeha's not going to be able to fill up his bottle here. And it, unfortunately for Weeha, reduces the cooldown on Tidebringer as well, so...
Oh,
Weeha.
Still got pulled in after the Dissimulate.
Your admiral is on board.
And one of these supports here is probably going to have to look to TP to the mid lane soon to fill up this bottle. I mean, he has the 5-minute runes coming, but he's still relatively low overall.
If they get the kill here on RMN, he'll just TP towards mid, fill up the bottle, but RMN gets out via the kinetic field that goes up. Nico Baby didn't leash on the Pounce, excuse me.
Weeha's like, man, can you not just die there? Come on, man, I need my bottle
refilled. Supports don't even know when to die. He did pick up the bounty rune, so he got it filled. Would love it to be filled again, but that's that greedy core stuff that's going on. So 2-0 so far for Alliance. As Kunkka obviously leading the charge in terms of CS. He's up 13 CS over Weehaw, gets hit with the Tidebringer. Phoenix making a rotation over towards mid, and Weeha's not level 6 yet. He's still actually a half level off. And it's a full level ahead for Limp before this creep wave has gone down. But they've goofed the creep wave. They look for the Axe that assimilates there. It goes away from Onskin as well as Limp. Making the rotation over his RMN. Won't catch Weehaw, but that'll send him back to base, it seems.
They're trying to play around the catapult wave here, though. Like, they're going to get so much damage to this mid-tier 1 just because they managed to push Weehaw off the lane.
Mind control. Knowing that RMN's gone, he's in some trouble. Nico, is he gonna dive the tower? It looks like he will. Cold Feet once again. FNG supporting him to go under the tier 1 tower and get this kill. Nico Baby now has all 3 kills in this game and is on a killing spree.
Yeah, already 2 permanent agility for the Slark as well. That's pretty good. But like this is what I was saying about Limp though. His laning stage has been so good for the rest of this tournament. He's 1,000 gold ahead of Weeha already at 6 minutes into the game. Something I haven't mentioned yet as well. The resonant pulse blocking the physical damage doesn't work with Tidebringer, even though it is physical damage.
I think there's a couple other things it doesn't block, right? It's like Tidebringer and I think 2 or 3 other things. I forget what they are. Because I remember having this conversation maybe during the Chinese event, and we talked about this.
I mean, we saw a lot of void split in China, so that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, we saw it in a bunch of positions as well. I know we saw Jinkyu play it in the 4 position, which was quite fun. Certainly a versatile hero. Good to see new heroes kind of find their footing in terms of getting into the meta.
RMN, FNG bot lane might be in a little bit of trouble here.
And he might be the first death for Alliance, as now the Pounce leashes though. They've got themselves the Icarus dive. Mind Control in some trouble. They glimpse back Nico Baby, the Sunray. Mind Control still on the run. Can he get out of this? He doesn't have a TP. It's actually on cooldown for another 20 seconds. It'll take them on the run, wasting a lot of time. But worth the permanent agility if they can get the kill.
Yeah, Nico Baby's like, well, I've committed now, so...
Pounce leash. Still not getting the kill. Has the heal once again. 2 wand charges, uses them, but eventually 1 more hit will come through and Nico Baby will get the kill, giving him his 3rd permanent
Top
agility.
lane as well, S4 getting dove
Run down, Rocket Barrage, gonna get the kill, press the attack, not enough damage, now a Cold Feet procs, but there's nobody here to follow this up. Miracle just freezes over and has to back off to the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're going to be able to start pushing this top tier 1 as well. RMN's getting loads of XP down in the spot lane. So that kill on the Necro, although it's good for the Slark, like he misses out on quite a lot, and they're giving a lot to Nigma in return.
They're giving a lot to RMN. Limp getting low, and Weeha getting the kill. The Astro Step finishing him off, and I mean that's what I was talking about. Get those levels, and maybe you can get yourself a kill. Hanskin comes in. They don't have another Astro Step for another 15 seconds, but Nico Baby rotates. Nico Baby gets the kill. Make it a 4th permanent agility.
How is Nico Baby just always in the right place at the right time? It feels like doesn't matter like what hero he's playing. And Mind Control's about to hit this level 6 here as well, and so is RMN. So they might be able to get a kill between them here, especially if they smoke up with the Static Storm and the Death Pulse with the Reaper Scythe. Mind Control.
X with the Torrent and the Ghost Ship. A lot of damage being done. Static Storm, though, comes in. Saves Mind Control. Walks away from getting procced over with Cold Feet, so it doesn't freeze. In some trouble, but the Reaper Scythe comes through. Weeha's here. Mind Control surviving. They get the kill on a Limp. They take our Hanskin! Oh my, that goes horribly for Alliance.
That's so bad as well, because Limp, that's like his first big rotation this game, right? Like, he dies mid, because he's doing so well, and then all of a sudden he TP's about to find a kill. Not only does he not get it, but he dies as well. Like, 2 deaths in quick succession on this hero that's been doing so well. S4 top as well at being dove here.
Getting run down. Homing Missile hits, Rocket Barrage is there, they'll get another kill. Phoenix TP's in, but it's not in time. This is what we were seeing from Nigma in Game 2, was just the ultimate aggression turning into kills and converting it into a victory.
Oh, and Mind Control picks up a Faded Brooch as well on the Necro. It's insanely good for him. And he's really tanky now because he has this double brace of treads and the cloak as well. I imagine he's going to go back for this hood.
He
gave up the Faded Brooch.
Is he giving it to the Gyro?
No, he picked it up again. That was weird.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, maybe was he like mangoing or something, or dropping it for regen potentially? Because like you know when you tread switcher and you're getting the regen from the.
It was just he put it on the courier and then got it delivered back again. Courier got a couple steps away and then he picked back
top lane.
Top. I don't think that ghost ship hit. They relocate out. They're gonna come back in on this one.
Step lively now.
I mean, GH just does 10 1 charges, sick charges as well.
Yeah,
I don't think they can do anything up here. Yeah, RMN TP's in just in case, but they're fine. And this is what I mean. Here's the drums on the gyrocopter now, and he's the strongest hero on the map at this point. Like, they can just look to go crazy here. They're gonna smoke up.
And it should be BKB
They want to take
next.
this. Look at this is the ancient stack contesting that we were talking about before as well. They're gonna wrap around here.
And they get all the way around on Limp. Limp no longer has that torrent to work with, so he's just going to be hit with the rocket barrage as well as the homing missile coming in. They're not even going to need it. They'll grab the end of this ancient stack, get the kill on a Limp, and pause comes through from GH. But that's another kill out of the Kunkka, who started the game farming so well, and now look at where he is in the net worth. He's behind Weeha. He's died 3 times in a row. It's really falling apart.
I mean, never mind him. Look at the Legion. Like, S4's not had a game on this Legion. He's really struggling. And I don't see a point where he's going to find the time to recover. Like, he needs his blink to be able to make plays, but he hasn't even finished his phase boots yet. Like, the Kunkka and the Slark need to be taking farm priority in this game, so where's S4 going to farm? Like, he has to try and find kills with the Legion and the Phoenix. Sorry, with the AA and the Phoenix. Because if they duel somebody with the Ice Blast on top and the Egg or something, then maybe they can find a kill. But I really struggle to see how S4 is going to have game impact at any time soon. He has 28 CS in 11 minutes.
Jesus.
That's like nothing.
So just need another second. S4 asking for it. And, I mean, 4K lead for Nigma just under 12 minutes into the game.
And look at how proactive they were at taking out this ancient stack, though, or like at least trying to steal some of it and kill the Kunkka. Like, how many times did we see earlier in these tournaments the teams that went down to the lower bracket? They just let them take the ancient stacks. They didn't ever contest them. And I think you're seeing a big reason here. Like I was saying, it's almost an objective. It's like a tower or a Roche.
They're looking over towards mid. They look for Nico Baby. They got themselves the glimpse, but he goes into the Shadow Dance. Static Storm is down. Aether Remnant hits. Nico Baby will fall for the first time this game after starting it with 5 straight kills. And they're going to go to get this tier 1 tower mid as well.
Yeah, and here comes the acceleration of the game. They've got the drums on the gyrocopter. Weeha understands how strong he is as well on this Void Spirit. And they're just going to start running around, trying to take as many towers as they can on the map. Kunkka's TPing in here.
S4 comes forward with the TP, but there's the glimpse back. See you later. Just as quickly as you got there, the faster you'll go back. They'll use the Ice Blast that hits onto the gyrocopter. Miracle survives just barely,
oh, he's dead.
But eventually will fall. So I believe he was sent back into the base. They go to the Supernova. Can they get this Phoenix Egg off? GH, right-clicking. Reaper Scythe comes through. F and G, Hanskin, both fall, looking over at Limp. Nico Baby thinking about coming in onto this one, but now he's just walking over the tier 1 tower. Maybe Weeha goes for this, but doesn't have any charges left over in the Astral Step, so no reason to go too far and find yourself out of position.
That could be worse so far, Alliance. Honestly, they kept their tower alive for a little bit longer, and they killed the gyrocopter. S4's just charging in here.
Yeah, press the attack is used. Still taking a lot of damage. Nico Baby thinking about going in. Miracle's back up now. So he'll throw the flat cannon, doing a bit of damage here to Limp as well as S4, and will finish off the tower.
As soon as Miracle's back alive again, he just recharges mid. Just get stuck in again.
Dire's top tower is under
Now they're going to look
attack.
to probably take the bot tier 1 here. And then you're probably going to try and calm the game down a little bit for Nigma to try and get to this BKB on the gyrocopter. He's not even level 9 yet on the gyrocopter, right? But like, he understands how strong he is just because he's got the Wisp behind him. Like,
Nico Baby, Aether Remnant locks him down once again. They got the kinetic field, and with the call down and the damage followed up from the rest of the team, they'll grab another kill on a Nico Baby. Back-to-back kills and back-to-back towers, taking the mid tier 1, and now the bottom tier 1 will fall as well. This is
bottom tower
going really well for Nigma. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, but they've got the X as well as the Ghost Ship. RMN, he's in a lot of trouble. The duel is out. They'll hit the Ice Blast. They'll get the victory, but S4, that doesn't mean you're safe. Homing Missile comes through. They've made the relocate decision and will come up towards top to get the kill on S4. Meanwhile, Hanskin falls to Weeha. They relocate out and over to safety bottom.
yeah, Weeha's almost finished up this Yules here as well, so he's going to be really strong when he gets that online. Can use it to start messing with the X as well from the Kunkka.
Like you said in the draft, you know, it is drums into the BKB very quickly for Gyrocopter, and once he gets that BKB, really, what do you do to deal with him? And not only that, they've already, you know, been pretty much a destructive force with just the drums. It's very impressive from Nigma so far.
And you have to look at it like, what BB on the Miracle when he does get it. Nice blast bot. This is really good, actually.
If he can get this kill, that would be massive. Sunray on Miracle trying to run, but eventually Hanskin will finish him off. Miracle, he just bought out on the Mithril Hammer. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it does push him back further from that BKB and does grab the kill for the side of Alliance. They get the duel on RMN, 2 shots until they get that dual damage. Astral Step across Nico Baby as well as S4. So a couple of pickoffs there for Alliance that they are very happy to have.
Yeah, that's a big pick-off, especially for S4, because not only does he get the dual damage, but he's on his way to that blink now.
Wimp, press the attack, is okay, and we'll see how long that's true for. Ghost Ship keeps Nigma at bay, but I say that Miracle GH, they relocate forward, they look over as Legion's in some trouble, they got the Sun on S4, they use the Reaper Scythe to slam him down. It's not the finishing blow, Weeha actually gets that, but it's another kill on S4. And look at where he's at in terms of net worth. He has nothing.
Limp does survive, though, which is really important for Alliance. Like, they need this Conqueror to get to the armlet, because that's going to be their... Sorry, not the armlet, the halberd, because that's going to be their way of dealing with the Gyrocopter. Like, unfortunately, though, he's going to get the halberd at the same time Gyrocopter's going to get BKB. Or, I mean, Gyro's going to get BKB first, but... So as long as Gyro gets the BKB off, this halberd's just going to be ineffective. I'm actually wondering whether Limp might decide to go back for the BKB now instead, because I think if he doesn't go for the BKB now, it's going to come out so late, and he has committed for the Sanj then. Okay, I really do worry for them here.
Already quite the deficit.
Okay.
Yules again, Aether Remnant doesn't land. Limp hit with the press the attack, double damage here for Weeha. Torrent doesn't hit either, but won't give much chase. Check in on Nico Baby. He's got the Echo Saber going into the BKB next.
Yeah, they're going to link up towards Weeha, though, with the smoke coming from the bot side. And I think any pickoff could potentially just change into a Roche because they have the BKB on the Gyrocopter now.
They're going to go in on this. They look over. Limp, Static Storm, Ice Blast coming through from FNG. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it. They've got the Sunray on Limp to try and keep him alive. He actually does survive for the moment.
Gyro's in trouble.
Out, but they get the kill on S4 as well as Limp. They've got the BKB pop by Miracle. Nico Baby coming over to try and do something with this, but he's forced to pounce away. FNG, Dissimilate, gets the kill. He's going to be the third one to fall on the side of Alliance. It's a triple kill for Weeha. Thinking about diving the tier 3s, but why go so far and put yourself in a spot like that?
Miracle just about managed to survive the frostbite there by popping his BKB that came on the courier. Was really close, but didn't quite tick under. Yeah, and they're just going to turn this into the tier 2 here. I said about Roche before, maybe they don't even feel like they need to go Roche, because they don't take it massively quickly, right? And if you go Roche, you're kind of taking the pressure off of the map.
Legion once again. He's in some trouble. Nico Baby comes in, starting to do a lot of damage. Ice Blast sits on 4 of these heroes. They got the Reaper Sight that hits on S4. Can they get the kill on a mind control? Yes, they can. So they'll trade 1 for 1. Nico Baby looking for more. He's trying to catch up to Weeha as well as RMN, but the Aether Remnant's wisely placed by Weeha to lock them down. Now into the Supernova, but as quickly taken care of. GH now they're on Miracle. They look over at Nico Baby. They get themselves the kill onto Slark. The block on the pounce there is so good from Weeha with the Astral Step. But they look over at Limp. Homing Missile coming in. FNG, he's going to be Yuled up and actually left to live because they don't care about this Ancient Apparition. They're just looking over at the Kunkka to get the kill on a Limp and take out a 4th. This is a 10,000 net worth lead here for Nigma and an absolute slaughter.
Now, when I said Weeha needed to focus on his hitting his level 6 and his just rotations around the map, I didn't think he was going to go 11, 1, and 3. Like, he was really struggling in that mid lane in terms of CS, but his play on this hero, it feels like Batrider as well, that they pick it so early on in the draft, that Bat, because they understand that even if it has a rough time in the laning stage, it has this game plan that they want to play with the rest of their team. Like, this early, team fighting and just aggression. And Void Spirit does that so well. Oh, Slark. Oh, no.
Static Storm. Nico Baby dead again. They're going to find Hanskin. And they kill him. Fall down use. Ice Blast comes through, hits on a Miracle. He'll back off, but they've got the Glimpse on a limp, so what can they do with this? We are moving forward. FNG with the Rocket Barrage. He goes down. They just rip through him. Miracle has a double kill. And again, we think about going past the tier 3s, but we wisely choose not to.
Jeez. What does Mind Control have as well? So he went Yules as well on the Necro. I wonder what he goes back for now instead. And there's a Grove Boat for the Gyrocopter, as if things weren't good enough already.
Do you give up the Van Brace for that?
Yeah, I think you give the Van Brace to either the Wisp or the Void Spirit now instead. And then you take the Grove Boat on the Gyrocopter. I mean, the stats are still really nice, so he might decide to keep it, but... I don't know, Gyro's, like, the Grove Boat is so good on Gyro because the Magic Amp works on the Rocket Barrage and whatnot as well. Have you seen GH's score, by the way? 0017.
Okay.
This is what I mean, like...
It's the sequel to 007. He's 0017.
Dude, he's definitely not a double agent for Alliance. He's not doing a very good job if he is. Like,
Radiant are scanning.
The
this
name's
guy's owning.
GH.
Oh no.
Bum, bum, bum. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm sorry. James Bond is one of my favorite book and movie franchises out there. Static Storm on FNG. Kinetic Field is there with the Reaper Scythe. They'll slam it down on FNG and take him out for 60 seconds. No buyback.
I didn't want to laugh, Peacock, because I didn't want you to think it was funny. That was all.
Yeah, just like Chad.
Top lane as well.
Yeah, they're going to relocate in onto this. Nico Baby trying to get what he can, but, I mean, the Shadow Dance will only last so long. Overwhelming odds thrown out. Hits through heroes to simulate. Weehaw backing off, but they've got the Torrent out. Supernova over the side with the Ghost Ship coming through. Miracle in a little bit of trouble, but there's the relocate, sending them back. Supernova stuns up Weehaw, but they've got the tether. GH comes back in. And, well, Weehaw will survive. They look over at S4, and Miracle and RMN are coming back with the glimpse they've got on hand scan. So he'll fall to the Rocket Barrage as well as the right clicks coming in from Mind Control. Weehaw still surviving with a sliver of health. They'll eventually find S4. There's no way he gets out of this one. They've got the kinetic field down. They'll lock him out and kill him off. Weehaw, 12, 1, and 5.
Have you ever...
GH, 0 and 18.
The people in chat are probably similar to this. So you know when you play a game of Dota, when you're playing against people that are much better than you, and you feel like they're running at you constantly, right? Like, the pressure on the map feels incredibly high. Imagine how Alliance are feeling now. I feel like I've had this experience so many times in my pubs before. Like, the pressure from Nigma here is absolutely relentless. And this is what we were saying about picking an offlaner that made sure it could fight constantly. It ended up being the mid in the Void Spirit instead, but they don't have to wait for anything. Like, their cooldowns are constantly up, apart from maybe, like, Reaper Scythe or whatever, but it doesn't really matter. They don't need it. And this is what this Gyrocopter here is so good at doing. Like, just running at people constantly.
And it all stems off Weehaw coming over.
They found another one.
Yeah, they're going to find on skin on this Phoenix. They've taunted him up with the Aether Remnant. They'll glimpse him back. They'll get the kill, and it's now 27-10. 16k net worth lead for Nigma. But yeah, it goes back to Weehaw making that rotation where Mind Control lives with just, like, what? 25 health?
It's
crazy. I think it really, the game ends up being that close to going in a different direction.
The Sharkop's just going up to the high ground here as well. They glimpse back the Legion.
As well as the Static Storm on S4. They'll get the easy kill. They'll slam down the Reaper Scythe, get him gone for 60 seconds with buyback. They're onto the high ground. They'll look for the tier 3, and everybody's here from the side of Team Nigma to finish off the game. Nico Baby looking to move in. They've got the X as well as the Torrent. Now they move forward. GH goes to the tether. Backs off to RMN. The BKB's been popped by here by Nico Baby. Miracle. He's getting low, but he's got the Aegis, so he doesn't really mind. But Nico Baby, he's going to continue to get these Essence Shift stats. Aether Remnant locks him up. And now Nico Baby, homing missiles come in his direction, so he's forced to back off. Look over at Weehaw. They've got him locked down with the Torrent, but it's not doing enough damage. They're really not securing anything on the side of Alliance towards Nigma. Limb's getting low. Shots coming in from Miracle. Miracle needs to be careful, just in case he loses that Aegis and is in too far. But
they have so much to say, though. They've got the Wisp and they've got the Necro as well. Like, Wisp has mech, the Necro has pipe. Like, they don't do enough damage on the Alliance side at the moment. I mean, Slark's got BKB, but it's on cooldown still.
It's going to be a setter axe, it looks like it. Astro step forward, Weehaw with the Aether Remnant kills off S4. They've got the Silence on Olymp once again. They have this Axe picked up by Void Spirit, so the Silence is really devastating in this close combat fight. Hanskin, he falls, he'll buy back immediately. They go for the set of racks, they'll take them out. Do they just retreat from here, or do they look for more? Do they look to finish the game? Miracle, GH hit with that axe, backed off for just a second, but they've got the glimpse on a limb. And the Aether Remnant just a bit slow. Nico Baby moves forward. BKB,
Nice
popped
BKB
in
though.
the Static Storm. Ice Blast coming in. This is going to hit on just GH on the backlines, I believe, as the Ghost Ship comes through and hits on a GH as well. But they've got the Aether Remnant. Alex off FNG with a call down coming through. They get the kill onto this Ancient Apparition. They look over at the rest. Glimpse back once again. He can't get far enough from the grasp with Nigma as they continue to glimpse him back and pull him back in with things like the Aether Remnant as well as the glimpse. They get the kill on a limp. They look over at Nico Baby. He bounces back into the well. And it's just him and Hanskin against all of Nigma, who now turn their attention over to the tier 3
Radiant's
mid.
middle tower is under attack.
Do Alliance really want to just keep going here? Like, I'm really surprised. Maybe they feel like they can get one more fight potentially, but again, like they're all just full HP again on Nigma because of this whole sustain that they have. They still have the egg up here, and there is the Jewel on Legion, but unfortunately, just Eswort doesn't have a blink. He's 9th in net worth. Like, how are they supposed to get into the fight in the first place without this blink on the Legion? It's a shame for Alliance as well, because I actually think some of their spell usages aren't awful this game, but because they're so far behind, it just doesn't matter. Like, they don't have any damage on their team at all because of this massive difference in net worth.
26,000 net worth down. Quite honestly, just domination from Nigma.
Nico, baby, come on. Get him. He sees the Necro as well, he's like,
no.
absolutely not.
Oh no. He's here as well, and there's the Reaper Scythe.
Under attack.
Oh no.
I would say that's the dagger, but it's still a scythe.
Is this the mental damage enough to make them call it? Is that what they're going for?
Go for the tier 2 over bottom. Halberd picked up by the Kunkka. But we talked about this Halberd how long ago that we were thinking that this Halberd was going to become available.
It was quite a while ago, wasn't it? Go on, get that jewel. Here we go.
The duel, and now with the Torrent as well as the Static Storm coming in.
Relocate,
but
though.
is it going to be enough? They've got the relocate. The silence is out onto the Kunkka. The Supernova pops, and that will lock up Weehaw for just a moment. But he's got the Dissimulate to really juke and jive here. X,
Nice Yules.
land, Yules, used, and now they've got the pounce as well as the leash. Nico Baby has to do what he can. He pops the BKB, continue to look over at Weehaw. He's got himself only 4 stacks of Essence Shift. Hanskin getting low. It looks like they'll take up this Phoenix. Now they look over at Nico Baby. He's in the Shadow Dance. They got the kill on a Hanskin, and they look over at Limp. They take out S4. They'll take out Limp. 4 heroes gone. Nico Baby the only one alive, but they call it GG. Can they get the kill on him before it blows up? Doesn't look like
Run,
it.
Nico.
But, however, Team Nigma have
Radiant's middle
booked
tower is
their
under attack.
ticket in the grand finals.
They absolutely ran over OG yesterday. In game 2 and 3 today, they absolutely run over Alliance as well. With a stand-in position 5. Let's just remember that.
I'm
I mean,
expecting a tweet. Kuroki will not be joining us for the next event either. RMN will continue to stand in, and then the rumors will fly.
I think Alliance played really well in game 1 this series. Like,